he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards that Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Now, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Now it's delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen. But Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And now are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Modra taken down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Poppy Chulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards that Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered.
Challengers, tumindig at magpakilala! Kung kahapon nakita na natin ang likes ng Naos Esports, Zol Esports, Oasis Gaming at SR Nakage, ngayon naman may mga bagong magpapakilala o kaya naman bagong luma. How welcoming will Destiny be? Let's find out together. Welcome to Day 2 of VCTPH Split 2.
By now, as next is prepared yet again. It's just relentless.
Welcome everyone to VCTPH Split 2 Electric Boogaloo. Kasama ko ngayon si Fluffy at si Dax. And yes guys, I said it. I said it on the broadcast. I know you guys were waiting for me to say that today.
Buti na lang. Buti na lang talaga. Like, na happy to be here. Alam mo, papunta na sana ako ng beach today. Biglang sabi sa akin ni Vic Tito, uy, tara, broadcast fire. And then, I was like, oh, tara, G. Oh, totoong kwento to 100%. But truth be told, we already saw some of the powerhouses yesterday. And now, some new faces rin showing up para dito sa ating regular season, di ba?
Saktong-sakto yan, Dax, because we do have a recap of yesterday's matches coming right up. So, panoorin muna natin to, guys.
To wait for the rest of the squad to come to his rescue. He's the only one there. He takes a peek. Ja says peekaboo. Cabin tries to dodge the bird. Is denied. 3v5. Very strong round from now. This is looking like a 10-1 right now.
Looks so good for them. Ja still hungry for more. Him and oh no, Ja just gets the 4K. I thought the assist from NDG. We've seen how deadly Naos can be on the retake, especially when they have a lot of shots landing. Moser setting an example already. NDG to follow up. Batman and Zin going to be able to equalize, but now with a 2v2 and a better buy, they have the positioning, but only 7 bullets for Zin, and Josh F is isolated, but Naos is playing together, pushing through the ties. The recon bar is going to make that weapon even lower, but Josh F has the timing, but he hasn't made a move, but Zin doesn't need it. He's already to get that 2, get that 4K, and push them to match point. Slowly but surely though, Zol has kept themselves alive. They continue to do this, anything is possible, but if they start at the round like that, it's going to be very difficult. They lose pressure ASAP, even though they're on the lower buy for now. Esports upgrading to at least 1 rifle could change the tide.
And that was Mojer with a beautiful kill. Whoa there, Reed. Again, this is very important for them to survive unless it's a 4v3 situation now on the side of Naos with them in favor. Mojer, all of these sheriff kills. It doesn't matter if you're on the weaker buy. It doesn't matter at this point. They can take this win. And now, Josh F, the only one left alive. He has the paranoia. No. And there you go. Naos wins this series 2-1 against Zol Esports.
Zol, we said that they were too passive, but now a bit too proactive.
Tries to get that trade, tries to equalize the numbers, but will unfortunately be unable to finish their job. Xavi 8K is so reliable. They're doubling up towards A main. A crossfire has been set, but Dom on a massive flank. But this looks like it's in the bag for NCG. He goes for a teleport play here, but he will be completely exposed. Oh my goodness, that's a double teleport, and he's broken 1 to 2! Oh my goodness, Drax! You disgusting human being! How do you even pull that off? Sorry, but it's Georgie. It's not the one who holds, it's the one with wings. Min Mathers gets a quick trade here onto Drax, but Georgie has still not been discovered. They don't know where he is. He's fairly low though, but he's gonna be blind for days.
Picking up the weapon from Georgie because it's already somewhere safely.
But it never really seems to come to anybody's better as Toms. He is still not letting this go, but Georgie, how did you get in so deep already? He tries to make everybody backpedal, but the shorty is not enough to stop him dead in his tracks. Georgie, that's 3 for him. 2 more. 1 more. Is this the first ace of the day of the official circuit?
Just the finer details of how they execute. Georgie just waits inside his cloudburst before anything actually happens. Are they able to follow up into this? Because there's a lot of delay tactics from Oasis. Oh, look at that. Yep, absolutely. Even though the Rolling Thunder is there, the trades is somehow still very much even. Savvy explodes! And this is 3 versus 2. If they tap the spike, there's going to be a quick little peek out. But Nexi with the quick swing and Savvy with the finalizing hit. And that is going to be Oasis 13-4, finishing it off again the series 2-0.
2-0 Asarai is...
Grabe, sa ganda yung highlights natin kahapon. Kasing ganda lang ng ngiti ni Fluffy nung nalaman niya na nanalo yung Oasis Gaming kahapon. Kahit yung pusa mo kahapon, Fluffy, G na G dun sa mga pangyayari, ha?
Oo nga eh. Kaya tinanggal ko na siya sa kwarto para doon na lang doon na siya manood sa taas.
How very naninibago ako. Sobrang
course.
Tagalog ngayon ni Fluffy. I love it.
It's my favorite language.
Tingnan nga natin
kaya?
kung kaya niyang i-deliver yung mga sponsor spills natin in Tagalog. Try lang naman kung kakayanin. Basta ako, maraming salamat po sa Mineski Philippines at sa Riot Games for making this event possible.
Nagpapasalamat din kami sa Grab kasi may promo sila ng Grab Unlimited where you can enjoy free delivery every day and subscribe for free for your first month.
Respect. Ikaw naman, Dap.
Wala.
Okay, ako pa. Don't forget guys, enjoy yung free delivery every day. Get exclusive discounts pag nag-subscribe ka to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on a free trial on your first month. At wag natin kalimutan, ang VCTPH Split 2 ay officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. See, ako rin makikisama sa Tagalog doon.
Yo.
Gagaling yun talaga mag-Tagalog. I think you guys should be Tagalog casters.
Sige, tara, G.
Practice.
naman.
Ito na
Ano-
pala yun.
Substitution, alam mo na.
Truth be told guys, medyo kinakabahan ako kasama tong dalawang to dahil kapag narinig nyo ang tunay na jokes netong mga to, matatakot na lang rin kayo. Anyway, meron tayong mga upcoming matches na kahapon pa lang. Excited na tong si Fluffy na pag-usapan. Kaya lucky for us, we get to talk about them today a little bit more in-depth rather. At sisimulan natin to sa isang team na sobrang hype nila last split. Hindi na sila yung team na parang i-overlook mo pagdating sa discussion kasi pinatunayan nila yung sarili nila over and over again, even going up against giants like Oasis Gaming and defeating them in certain maps. Ramdam na ramdam ni Fluffy yung pain doon. Pero ito Dax, ipapakilala na natin ang GameLab Alpha.
GameLab Alpha, isa sa pinaka-success story talaga from last season. Galing sila lower bracket ng open qualifiers and they impressed so many people with a good start ng regular season. Pagdating naman, syempre, a few downloads, losses to Puggers na medyo napatong talaga tayo, but they made their way all the way to the playoffs. At ang roster natin, si Boogie, si Onyx, si Dritch, si Folex, at si Owen QT, umabot pa ng third place. Konti na lang, matatalo na sana nila ang Oasis Gaming na natalo nila noong regular season. And syempre, marami nag-uusap sa ating isang star player na si Folex on that duelist. Pero ako, mas mamimension ko nga ang nagawa ni Boogie all throughout that season. Second highest ACS siya sa likod lang ni Ja noong playoffs mismo. Absolute flexible player. And sa totoo lang, nakita natin no buong split 1 ang maturity ng GameLab Alpha na hindi lang sila para sa community pero para sa Pilipinas talaga, para doon sa pro scene mismo. And them making that third place was such a big testament to that.
I mean, I have to agree. This is one of the few teams that really made it really big through the open qualifiers. Even to the regular season, Dax mentioned a bit how they took out Oasis Gaming, and they even made them go all the way for that best of 5. They also were able to take their hits onto those better teams, those top 2 teams where they took a map off of now Esports as well. And they've really proven that they can stack up against these higher opponents.
Ang galing talaga ng pinakita netong GameLab Alpha. Kahit saan mong idaan, napaka-impressive nung split 1 run nila. Pero, very interesting yung first matchup nila dito sa Split 2 dahil hindi lang yung pangalan yung controversial pagdating sa team na makakalaban nila, kundi yung mga players din dahil tulad nga ng sinabi ko sa Cold Open kanina, medyo bagong luma na, bagong pangalan this split, pero matagal na nating nakikilala tong mga to. Pero heto na nga, to officially talk about them, heto ang Rambutan ni Tatay.
You can already see it on their jerseys. You know, yesterday Rico told us that the games felt like a fruit salad, but our fruit of the day is, of course, none other than Rambutan ni Tatay. Individually, the lineup of Hot Sauce, Eugene S, Josh S, Ching, and Mark L is actually kind of insane considering their pedigree from former Bren AE, Sky, and Talon Esports. Their happy-go-lucky attitude combined with their free-flow style of gameplay has turned this, for once, meme team into one of the dream teams that can be the meanest team from our open qualifiers. They didn't drop a single map throughout their whole run against even the new SR Nakage, Limitless, and of course, Boss G KDM.
Pwede mo ba translate yun muli in Tagalog, the whole spiel, the whole thing?
That's your part.
Sige. At siyempre, ito naman, Rambutan ni Tatay, mga kaibigan. Sa totoo lang, hindi tinapinahanap nila dito. Pero sabi nga dito na Fluffy, diba? All-star lineup, no maps drop whatsoever. And truth be told, yung tinitingnan ko talaga sa roster na to, si Ching at si Josh S. Galing sila ng Revenant noon sa South Asia. I think still in a way nga eh. Kaya ganun yung acronym nila. And they coming in from that other region, iba talaga yung experience na papadala nila. Same thing goes for Mark L. He's been everywhere across VCT. Nag-MYSG nga siya. Talon nga as mentioned, and it really just goes to show tong squad na to na bagong-bago na maraming content na pinagpo-post, sumasayaw-sayaw nga parang half, it's still one of the powerhouses in truth be told, and yung pedigree mismo nila as individuals ang pwede magdala ng team na to to even greater heights.
I think the nice thing about this team too is they kind of have less pressure than other teams. They made it already this far, and even though they have that pedigree and veterancy, the relentless pursuit to still keep going is already insane. I mean, you talk about Mark L, he's one of the few players that have competed in almost every region here in Southeast Asia. That's why in high school, they used to call him the Malaysian Monster.
Wow, may ganun na pala siyang name na nabansagan bago pa siya pumasok dito sa VCTPH natin. Pero isa pang bagay na gusto ko ring i-mention, yun nga, sinabi niya, di ba, big boy hot sauce in the house. Nakita na natin yung mga TikToks niya. But they're more than that. And ang ganda nung sinabi ni Fluffy na medyo nag-e-enjoy lang rin talaga tong team na to. But when you compare them to GameLab, this is also a team that just loves to enjoy. But at the same time, kayang-kaya nilang mag-perform. So very interesting kung paano mangyayari yung parang clash na itong nung dalawang teams na to. And I am excited as we move over to the map selection kung ano yung mga maps na ipapakita nila. Kasi again, both of these teams are very relentless teams. Pinakita na sa atin paulit-ulit na itong GameLab Alpha nung split 1 pa lang. And in the open qualifiers, pinakita rin ng Rambutan ni Tatay kung ano yung kaya nilang i-offer pagdating sa mga mapa. Pero in terms of expectations, I am expecting Lotus to be brought out on the side of GLab. But I also want to see on the side naman sa RNT, either a Haven or an Icebox would be safe picks for them. I want to know kung same lang yung prediction mo dito, Dax.
Feel ko nga, parang ganun rin eh. I think right now, GameLab Alpha and Rambutan at Tatay should have a similar map pool. Like sila mag-play aggressive. You want to be super active around the map. So Haven might be something to watch out for. Feel ko something that we banned out here. Something like Fracture, something like Ascent. And let's keep an eye out kasi ito na nga yung magiging map veto natin. As you mentioned though, Lotus might be that contentious point because both sides have been willing to bring it all throughout this year na, no?
I have to agree. I think Lotus is becoming very popular. But for Glab also, we know that this is one of the few teams that really rely on that Fall X Boogie combination. They have that consistency when they entry to really have the fundamentals to back each other up. They might not have the most complex strats, but they always fall on their good trades, good vibes, and just good positioning. And that's what's important for them, which makes me feel like they're going to lean towards a lot of those maps that they've had success with, like Pearl, and also the more fundamental-based maps, where they can just do their execute, where they can just get the wins the way they know how to win.
And especially dito sa umpisa ng regular season, right? You wanna get something more tried and tested. Kaya nga, usually nakikita natin yung Icebox na madalas, nakikita natin yung Haven na madalas. Kasi dito sa Pilipinas, it's something that's been practiced again and again. Speaking of, nasabi ko na kanina, GameLab Alpha, they're gonna be banning out Fracture. It was a bit of a struggle for them nung pagdating nung Split 1 kasi talo sila sa Oasis at sa Naos. Pero sa totoo lang, Rambutan ni Tatay, baka nga hanapin pa nila dito yung pick mismo na kailangan nila tanggalin na GameLab Alpha. So we talked about possible map picks na pwede magkaunlad, diba? Magkasinta between the two teams. And there you have it. Ascent will be removed. Something na tinanggal rin ng RNT against Kadiliman nung open qualifier.
Ayan na nga, Ascent nga yung matatanggal na mapa on the side of RNT. Pero as we go into the first map selection on GLab, again, feeling ko talaga baka ilabas nila yung Lotus. They have had such a good run at it so far. Nakuha pa nga nila to against Action PH, 13-6. So, makikita mo talaga na comfortable sila dun sa lineup nila dito. But then again, speaking of any map on the side of GLab, I feel like it's a team that is easily able to adjust kahit anong mapa mo pa sila ipakita. After all, Fluffy, di ba medyo napiga na nga yung feeling sa inyo nung best of 5 nung against Oasis na kahit anong mapa yung iba to, kahit anong strat yung iba to ng Oasis, ang bilis-bilis lagi mag-adjust ng GameLab dito.
I think that it's one of their strengths. And as I say that, Lotus is already going to be the first map that they're going to select for themselves. Dax was talking about it earlier. A lot of teams are leaning towards this. And it's nice to see them pick something a bit more experimental, but also that leverages the type of play that they want. To have that aggressiveness, to have a lot of options in that 3-site map. And RNT being defense also means that it gives GameLab an attacking start, which I find has always worked out best for GameLab.
Absolutely. At kung tingnan mo yung stats nga galing ng Split 1, 67% win rate on the attacking side ang GameLab Alpha. They have a very tried and tested composition, super aggressive na solo control with the Harbor, and you know ganyan yung magiging composition mo. You wanna play it offensive. Phoenix pa nga into the front line. You run that chamber as well, and it's been successful against teams like Oasis, Abaddon, Abyss, as well as Action PS. So kung gumagana pa nga nun, tutuloy rin nila. And speaking of RNT, tried, tested rin Haven. Parang predict natin guys ha, yung mga nakita nating maps advance, alam na alam. Good job, nag-research tayo today.
Always naman.
Always prepared. And speaking of preparation, I'm sure that RNT is also very prepared for this Haven, even in their own respective teams before they formed the RNT roster. In Bren, AE, Sky, and Talon, they've played this map a lot, especially on Bren and AE, and it's one of the comfort maps for majority of the players currently in the roster, especially with how they play their positions.
Yeah, I'm looking at the recent matchups recent maps rather netong mga teams na to. I wouldn't be surprised if ang decider talaga natin dito ay Icebox. Again, sabi nga ni Dax, nag-research tayo ngayon, guys. And I really feel like all roads are leading to, alam ko walang Oasis match ngayon, pero all roads are leading to Icebox. You think so, Dax?
Yep, yun nga, grab ko pupunta sa sana beach, biglang napabusa ko VLR real quick, pabalik eh. And as you can see right now, GameLab Alpha actually vetoing out Split. I think it's one of their perma-bans in all honesty. Nakita natin to nung series nila against Oasis Gaming way back when in Split 1. And RT, tatanggal nila yung Pearl kasi yung GameLab Alpha, they have been a bit hit and miss on it. May maraming magandang maps ang GameLab Alpha sa Pearl, especially nung open qualifier nila para makapasok sila ng regular season. And case in point, we're gonna get Icebox. And truth be told guys, ini-expect ko talaga tong 3 maps na to maging standard now in the regular season. Haven and Icebox especially. Alam na alam ng mga Philippine teams paano laruin itong dalawang mapa na to especially. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them pick that moving forward Ren for the upcoming weeks eh.
Yeah, I mean, Icebox, Haven, even Ascent to some degree, and Pearl have been the kind of theme for this entire split so far. But Haven and Lotus already being picked means that with their third map being Icebox, it's one of the few maps that RNT played just to get in from that open qualifiers during their last game. And it also helps them because it leverages that individual skill that we were talking about. It's a very aim-heavy map, but all that verticality, it'll really leverage the strengths for this team.
Kung babalikan natin yung mga patch notes natin, ang tagal nating hinintay na bumalik yung Split. Pero nung bumalik, ayaw rin pala nila laruin. Pero quite understandable din kasi sometimes it does feel like a very one-sided map, at least in sa mga results na nakikita natin. So, I agree with you guys. They're trying to play it safe and play to their strengths kung bakit ganito yung nagiging map selection natin. But as I say that, I do wanna know kung sino sa tingin nyo yung magiging lamang sa series na to. Simulan na natin sa Rambutan ni Tatay na super fan, of course, si Fluffy02.
Of course, and as you say that, of course, I'm going to lock in my prediction to be RNT. I think it's one of the better open qualifier teams just because of their pedigree alone. But the way they play together and the fact that there's no pressure, I feel like that's something that other teams just don't have the, I guess, privilege to have.
Kakaiba talaga si Fluffy. Alam mo na may 2 teams siyang palaging pre-predict. I wonder what will happen kung naglaban yung dalawang team na yon kung saan siya mapupunta. Pero sa totoo lang, I will agree with Fluffy02 today. Rambutan ni Tatay, the hype is unreal. Kakaiba nga, we talked about their pedigree, we talked about their perfect run, and it just hits together. Kung ganito pa lang ang team nakakagawa lang nung week ng open qualifiers, ano pa ang pwede nila gawin moving forward? And this is their first dip into the regular season, right? So dito sila pwede gumawa ng splash. So kung naniniwala ka na ngayon, why not just take the gamble with them and go dance with RNT here?
Speaking of gamble, kung dati uso ang Bless RNG, ngayon papalitan na natin ng Bless RNT because I'm on board with you guys. I am also predicting Rambutan ni Tatay to win this series. Not gonna lie, sobrang hirap ng 50-50 na to kasi again, ang ganda talaga ng pinakita ng GameLab Alpha. I have been converted to a fan of theirs as well. But it is undeniable na sobrang lupet ng TikTok skills ni Hot Sauce. na kailangan ito yung team na i-predict ko for today.
Yun talaga yun eh. Yung TikTok talaga eh. Napanood natin lahat bago tayo dito mag-broadcast, no? Just like, we're predicting this team. RNT all the way.
Yep, easy convince.
Oh.
Easily convinced. With their new logo as well, convinced na tayo. Kompletong-kompleto na when it comes to these teams. Napakalupit talaga. I feel like it's gonna be a very fun matchup. Do you guys agree?
For sure.
Absolutely.
Like 100%.
100%. Sobrang pwede maging chaotic to, especially now the fact that both RNT and GameLab Alpha are teams that will not back down. Willing sila makipaglaban, makipagsapakan, and just go for the shots as much as possible. I wouldn't be surprised to see some ego peaks here sa totoo lang, na biglang, tama ba to? Tutuloy lang nila. And that's the best thing right now. GameLab Alpha built their conviction nung split 1. Perfect chance na gawin dito ng RNT to test the limits, figure out kung ano ang pwede nila gawin talaga dito sa Philippine scene.
Okay. I feel like may konting insider information si Fluffy because I know for a fact na kahit paano nakakalaro mo to si Mark L. Any expectations you think they're gonna bring out to the table today?
Well, if Mark L pulls his tried and tested strategy of lurking the whole game and then saying stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, and his team stays alive, they'll probably win the round. But as a former IGL of Talon, he also has great game sense, so hopefully that comes into play. And one of the things that he did mention was this roster doesn't have one unique thing about this roster, it doesn't have an actual agent lock, like you're not locked to a specific role. They kind of just pick during the agent select, so very interesting way to do your draft.
Yeah, I've actually seen that tweet from Ching. So, feeling ko enjoy naman talaga. Good vibes na naman tong labanan na to. Pero good vibes din ang pagpasa namin sa ating mga casters. So with that said, once again, this has been Likeable, Dax, and Fluffy02 Electric Boogaloo here on the panel.
And the electric nature of thine Boogaloo shall continue here on the casting side. Yeah, it's me, Asarai, now with Raph, and as the panel was mentioning, we'll be casting this best of 3 series. I feel like it's a good mix of like meme and at the same time just absolutely good players, right? Because we know, if you're a Filipino, you know what Rambutan and Tatay stands for. It's all about having a good time.
I hope that's what it means. I actually had to ask that question in one of the work chats. Like, why is it so funny, guys? And because it is so entertaining, and it's just for everybody to have a good time. And, something that I really appreciated coming in from the panel earlier. Hang on, my dog, it's okay, you stay there. Anyway, coming in from the panel is that both these teams never back down. When you expect more from them, they don't fold like spineless cowards who get offended with small things like that. But of course, Asarai, that is why we love both these teams. They're incredibly forward-facing. They have a lot of, I guess, bravado, and GameLab is looking to really translate that success from Split 1 to, of course, this split.
Yeah, and again, there's so many things that I think they proved that last split, that even though it looked very tedious for GameLab Alpha to perform, especially when we know how much pedigree the other players were, how many pedigree the other teams had, they were able to definitely rise up to the occasion. One of my favorite players, I think, from GameLab, from Split, as you were mentioning, has got to be Chase. His Sova plays, or at least his role as a Sova, was only overshadowed by his ability to clutch rounds very well for GameLab, keeping them in check, especially when Fall X was not able to, find that groove as that, first contact jet player. And this is a good way that GameLab Alpha was able to survive, if not dominate a lot of the rounds. So I'm looking, as the panel was talking about, a lot of just absolutely great rounds altogether, because we're going to have ourselves here a great shooting gallery.
Shooting gallery indeed, Asarai, and you did mention Chase, and with everything that you said about him, this leads to another player who's been around the scene, and you could say one of our forefathers of the fragging, so at least in our local region, Kevzi, right? A clutch machine, honestly, super solid when it comes to the utility play and just this decision making overall. But GameLab Alpha We were talking about Folex, you're talking about Chase. We have to mention Boogie, who's been an absolute beast of a main rifler. As Fluffy and the rest of the panel mentioned, in the sense of strategy, they're not the most complex, but in their simplicity, they have found maximum refinement. The trades are there. The awareness to explode and when to actually initiate contact is super, super present. So I would really like to see how this stacks up against, again, like you mentioned, one of the funner teams, and a team that I am a very, very big personal fan of is RNT. I know you want to say it, but, you know, if you want to do it, just go ahead.
Rambutan and Tatay, bro.
I hope Taylor's not casting today. I don't think she is, right?
I don't think, no, she doesn't have anything for today. But yeah, as you mentioned, we are now, or rather now we are going into that agent select. And I think the panel has pretty much talked about this as well, that RNT has been a team that has talked about just basically doing whatever feels okay to them at that particular point of incursion, right? And look at this. Straight from the get-go, we are seeing players like Mark L actually hone up onto that chamber here on Lotus.
Phoenix Lotus, I think this is a fairly interesting pick. Not very common as we've seen so far, but Mark L on that chamber, very, very signature of his. We've seen that many, many times, not just in, obviously, in the official circuit, but a bit of a comfort pick for him. And I really love the vibe that RNT is going for. Again, you know, in one of the interviews, they're very, very genuine about how they felt about getting into this, and just the thought that these are basically a ragtag group of friends. Just, hey, you know what, let's see how far we can go. But then you look at their accolades as individuals. Hot Sauce was a very, very promising Sentinel back when he was playing for Bren. I believe that he's only gotten better since, despite the, I guess, absence from the pro scene, right? He's always had the knack for making the right decision, pardon me. And aside from that, he's just so reliable. He's an anchor.
Yeah. What was actually interesting as well is, I believe Hot Sauce announced his retirement, right? A couple of months ago. So, if I'm not mistaken, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. So that means that, you know, this team really was just dug out of nowhere and has gone to such lengths to actually reach the qualifiers. That just shows how well the players work together and how well the players themselves are able to showcase what they already had, you know, in the previous place. This is a new team, but in no way is it a team that lacks that pedigree, that experience, as you were mentioning. And again, just putting it out there that this RNT team has beaten some pretty notable names in the industry as well. We do have, I believe, they've beaten teams such as Kadaliman. They've also beaten this iteration of SR Nakage. So you really do see that this particular team is incredibly stacked, not only with how the players are, but also just the experience, not only you know, tethered here in local. They actually have good experiences in Southeast Asia, APAC, and even South Asia.
You know, speaking of, I was about to highlight Ching also, who's been part of so many strong rosters, and we've seen him in the earliest versions of that secret roster, former Bren, former Droid. Again, he's just been on so many squads that have had championship caliber, and honestly, he brings a lot of personality and a lot of confidence to the table. But when you actually watch him play, he can be incredibly compact, he can be incredibly disciplined, which is, I find, fantastic. But when he needs to step up with star power, it is definitely something that he's very willing to do. And again, just this whole theme that RNT is here for quote-unquote for fun. Obviously, they're still going to try and win. Obviously, they're still going to swing as hard as they can, right? But for them to play with such comfort, with such confidence, and basically just the lack of, I would say, pressure on themselves is going to make them such a dangerous team.
Yeah. And to kind of add to that as well, there is a very scary thing that, if you think about it, works so well in the favor of RNT. How many teams do we have right now in Split 2 feels like they might not be fit for the role that was given to them, right? And I think that we were seeing that with teams that we casted yesterday with SR Nakage as well as Zol Esports, where supposedly they should be meshing well together. They have the talent already, but they haven't really adjusted well to the roles that was given to them. But this RNT roster feels like it works super well. Like you mentioned, Hot Sauce is already known for his Sentinel role when he was on Brennan. Even before that, when he was with Fulcrum, Eugene S was doing so well with his duelist pickups ever since he was on his previous team. Mark L, very, very flexible. Josh S, very flexible, but also loving the initiator role. Ching, who was very known as well when he was in Bren, Team Secret, ... with his duelist, but also went for the initiator role. So it feels like they're really coming into this team together, even though it was just made very recently. It feels like there are pieces that are, you know, again, fitting well like Tetris. You know, ding, Tetris.
Yeah, no, I really didn't need you to explain what Tetris is to me, Astra. I'm pretty sure everybody knows what Tetris is.
I just wanted to do the sound effect, man.
It's pretty obvious that there are things that you really want to do. And you know what? As we talk about that team again, you've mentioned so many strong points. I would have to say that despite just them being a recent team, that chemistry has been so, I guess, palpable, right? It's so obvious. And even when they're I guess on the pro scene right now, like you said, there were a lot of discomfort coming in, but with everything that they've really brought to the table, both as individuals and as a unit now, as I mentioned earlier, makes them such an incredible threat to everybody. I feel like they can knock any team down on a good day, and with that type of, I guess, volatility in their pocket, it's going to be a big problem. You cannot sleep on this team.
Yeah, you absolutely can't. Again, this is just an incredibly stacked team as of now, and cannot wait to see what happens with the first official match that they'll have in this regular season. What was also interesting, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is actually... Wait, let me look at the rosters real quick. Yeah, this is the roster that we didn't actually see from last split. This is the only roster, or the only set of players that we haven't seen from last split, at least in 2023. Not, of course, adding the previous VCTPHs that we've had in the previous years. So at least they're technically the new kids on the block. Technically, again, guys, we know the history already, ... Anyways, we're gonna go on a break. We'll fix what's happening right now, the issues and such. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for game number 1. coming in from that break, we were talking about a lot of the things that at least was the history, what we're expecting from, again, RNT, and how well do we think they can mesh well together. TLDR of that, it looks like they mesh pretty well, because they've just basically destroyed every team that they come up against to get here into the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've explained pretty much everything coming into this matchup. And again, with the allotted time, we're just really excited to see what's going to happen. But I am very curious how this Lotus game is going to go, because I feel like we've had a little bit of a preview on how Mark L wants to, I would assume, approach the game, especially with Fluffy's very endearing way of describing it. Just lurk, tell people, don't die, you know? And let's play off of that, wait for me to get a massive flank, see what happens. But other than that, Aster, I feel like there is a lot of validity in that, especially going against a team like GameLab, which is one of the teams that are fairly compact when they play. Honestly, if I remember correctly, they're a team that doesn't necessarily establish a lot of lurking threat nor lurk power in general. So when their flanks are open, that is a weakness that is pretty much everybody's willing to exploit. And the man of the hour, the IGL, the caller, will get the first blood of the game, and that's going to be Boogie, broken in half by that headhunter. But look at all the damage everybody else is taking, Aster. I'm not entirely sure where that came from.
Whenever I see Mark L, you know, on stream, because Fluffy mentioned that he duos with this person a lot, and Fluffy streams a lot anyways.
Yeah.
Mark L's positional awareness is...
It's crazy.
Actually insane. Yeah, exactly. Very, very crazy. In any case, we'll probably see that a little bit later, yes.
It's like he's a top-level pro, you know? Wow. in that same vein, Mark L does get caught out on that teleport. The range can be super fickle, but a stun indeed, and a stun for the ages, as Ching is going to find all these dazed opponents and put one right on the chin. Now we have Dreech, the last person alive, the Sentinel, looking to make something happen here, but with a frenzy in hand and nothing, no visuals for him, that's going to be the end of it.
So for clarity, we do know this, and we're kind of gotten used to it. Le Magician is Eugene S. So I think he was just not able to change up his name prior to like registration or something. Any case, absolutely stronghold. The follow-up there was a little bit lacking, even though that was a 3-man stun from Drish, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Actually, no, Josh S. Ooh, so that was a good follow-up from RNT. My bad. I thought it was a mix-up.
Another thing about Mark L. Jordan is his stamina is insane. You know, there was one time, I know this is a little bit of a story time, but we obviously know how this round is going to go, right? That's an eco. So, it was one time we were watching Lock-In. We watched the whole series, and Mark L. was like, 7 a.m., any gamers? And I'm like, bro, are you serious? And we ended up playing 3 more games. I'm like, oh my gosh. This is not healthy. Like GameLab's economy as of the moment, Aster, I feel like this is another weakness that GameLab has not necessarily covered, in that when it comes to eco rounds, they actually frag out like crazy. Apparently, I don't know what I'm talking about. Where did that come from?
Well, I mean, if it's not going to be, you know, strong on the map control, why not have a good approach to the fight? Because that was already what was the strong point of GameLab Alpha. And even in this, you know, thrifty round of theirs, a couple of good, well-timed utility use is uber strong already from them. And that was what we kind of saw with how they've corralled, or rather comboed, Owen QT's Harbor utility. So this is what we were expecting from GameLab Alpha, to say at the least, that their evolution, their maturity with how well they upgrade or make better what they already have. In any case, that aggressive peek from Boogie will immediately get punished by Ching as the rest of RNT come into the swing. But that smoke, or that wall, excuse me, is going to be absolutely monumental, because Owen QT now finds a good position to actually get the flank. Look at the timing on Ching. He's not going to know about this, but misses the beat, and Ching can still deal some damage here if he finds positioning, which he was not given.
Well, I did mention that GameLab had a bit of a weakness when it came to eco rounds, and I guess I jinxed it, man. I have to say, though, in terms of experience, well, I know GameLab has recency bias in this one, right? Because they had a pretty stellar performance in Split 1. And now RNT. Again, just looking at their whole body of work, they have been around forever. So, in terms of, I feel like mid-round calling, RNT might have a slight advantage there, if not a considerable one. What I am very curious about for GameLab is what can they do to really avoid being a one-split wonder. I mean, we've seen so many teams that have a very similar playstyle to Glab that have found major success in one split and just completely fizzled out for the remainder of the year. We're hoping that doesn't happen to Glab.
I don't think it will, man. They look still so convincing at the end of that split, and it was only a couple of months, right? So if you're that kind of team, you know, some teams would be, if they were going to reform and try to do something different, a couple of months is not enough. But with GameLab Alpha sticking for this long together, having that experience and then moving forward onto Split 2, I feel like they're just going to get better even more so, especially with how positive their outlook on how they performed in VCT has been. But again, that's just my 2 cents on the matter. Looking forward to how more, or what else this team is going to offer us in terms of just absolute check. But checkmate, and his hot sauce gets the pick. Boogie gets immediate refrag, but that gives time for someone like Mark L to start getting that rotation in.
I mean, talking about his rotations, right? We've talked about how clean his positioning is and just relative awareness. Boogie will actually find the Magician. Very, very unfortunate circumstance for him. Had a fair bit of safety. Boogie, once again, will not stop and will get 4 kills for himself. So his investment of time and pretty much orb farming is going to pay off. Asarai. RNT, I would say that they're a team that I would assume would recover very well, right? But in terms of just trying to stop GameLab like this, when this is pretty much their element, look at them. They're hyper compact again. Their lurk threats are never really too far away from the main core of the group. So if ever things go south, they still have that backup plan if they want to either route out or just kind of send the guns forward. But yet another gun round here.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, and honestly, what kind of team, you know, that's still fairly new to the scene, you can already say that they have one of their scary, strong maps, right? At least with Oasis and Nows, you'd say it's either Haven or Icebox. But for a team like GameLab, again, this early into the life cycle of this team, they are already incredibly so strong on Lotus. Again, with the final, or with the latest 3 maps that they've gotten, even against a team like Oasis, they got 3-0 record on that in that regard. Anyways, pop shots, fights, and a quick little revive from Ionix. But the flank, I think this is Owen Cutie, who should be hearing the flank coming in. He runs, and he will have time to regroup with his buddy. Come back in. But do they know, Raph, that the double swing, a double flank is about to arrive?
It doesn't look like it, Asar. They're so afraid of this Link and CT play that they've honestly given up a superior position. But the way this post plan is set up is definitely going to benefit GameLab. They do finally reassess the situation and anticipate that the timing is just not there for long CT, long Link play. Owen Cutie potentially could be the first victim of unlucky circumstance here. Oh, wait a minute. It's actually Mark L. I think he saw a shoulder, but had to double up here. The fake by Josh S.
Ooh,
unfortunately, will not flourish into anything in Aeonix. That's back-to-back 4Ks for GameLab. First Boogie, now Aeonix. And that's right, these are names that we did not bring up during our pre-game discussion.
Yeah, Ionix was previously from Zol Esports, if I remember correctly. So basically, again, the players of Zol that left the roster, which was basically everybody, also tried to join other teams and had to find a hand in hoping to get into VCTPH, right? I think we talked about Shintaro, who joined another team, Puggers also joining with a couple of the Zol players, and then of course the now Zol roster that was the previous SR Nakagi roster with Josh F, not Josh S. Those are two different Joshes, not related if I'm not mistaken.
No, I don't think so. I really don't think they're related. Yeah, because
their S and F are their last names, their surnames.
Yes, Asarai. There's so many clones in our VCT scene, but despite all of this happening right here, there's just so much utility blocking GameLab from really taking the site with full force, but all the utility has been expended, so this is going to come down to full contact, and Josh S S stands for sharpshooter, apparently, as he takes out Boogie. They're going to take some major damage there. And I love this play on the side of RNT, but Owen Cutie and Aeonic suddenly turn it around. How did this pandemonium ensue? He tries to go for the swing, and Owen Cutie gets a big 3K for him, Masterai. And this is what we were talking about for GameLab. They're just so ready to swing off of each other that any raw gunfight becomes that much more dangerous facing against this Glab team.
The thing is, the Observer also felt it already, right? When you saw Le Magician activate the showstopper, you were already looking at, oh, this is supposed to be a great round already for RNT. The big problem was, even though they were able to compact the players of GameLab on Bend, on the C site, as you mentioned already, Owen Cutie was able to somehow manage to not get hit by all of that, not get punished by any of the utilities that they were using to throw the way of GameLab, and rip them apart piece by piece. And unfortunately, because of the smokes, the showstopper, Le Magician, or Eugene S, excuse me, was just not able to find Owen Cutie. Anyways, absolutely devastating pinch play. 2 for 2 though, as Ching not gonna fall back from what he was able to do, but the timing from Eonix is just too damn scary. Mark L, on the other hand, has the operator coming in through Murder Hole. Unfortunately, no targets willing to actually try to face him this time. He's trying to find an opening as his teammate breaks the wall, which does work, and maybe as he rips out his hand cannon, that will give him some value. And how many times has Eonix gotten his res?
It's only been 6 rounds, man. Yeah, like you mentioned, how many times has that been? Aeonics has been on a tear. And, you know, GameLab, with the system that they have in place, it does highlight everybody's fragging part, but it never really feels like it's selfish, in a way. Like, the system, the web that they've designed for each other is just beneficial for everybody across the board. Nobody really falls off when it comes to individual performance. In fact, it's been pretty difficult on the side of RNT, but lest we not forget, this is a very, very attacker-sided map, and if not an incredibly fickle one. Fall X looking to secure the flank here as Le Magician and the rest of the crew try to be greedy with map control. And we already see that Harbor ult being used to take the B site. Boogie uses the flash to just get a little bit of time and space for himself, but a bit of a dance between Fall X and Le Magician. Fortunately for Fall X, nearly gets clocked in the head right there.
No way.
But at the end of the day, he still gets that jab into the backstep. And wow, a bit of impatience there perhaps, Asarai.
But they're probably, because again, they needed to deal with Fall X, right? Eugene, he couldn't really back away because of the fact that if he did, there would just be no pinch. And that's usually what you want to see when you're going to be retaking B, right? Is to not only entry the site from your side of the spawn, if you can get that flank coming in from Eugene, that was going to be super helpful. But you know what? We started the discussion talking about how Fall X wasn't looking super swell come to the final stages of Split 1, and I think he took that personally, because now he's just basically beating everybody that has come up to the plate and challenged him.
Challenge indeed, and a very, very bravado-filled one. And I don't think I would necessarily call that a bad play. Dax did say there's going to be a lot of ego peaks, but as a player, you kind of need those confidence checks for yourself just to get back in the motion of things. Fall X still has that tour de force available to him, but I'm assuming he's gonna save that for an eco round. And wow, what a play here! And verticality is the name of the game. They did something similar last split, but this time they've found way more success, and it's the Sentinel leading the charge. Asarai Ching on this Omen tries to anchor down the side, but a big 3K from Fall X already is looking to put the nail in the coffin, at least for this round. Now, I do want to highlight that despite Josh S getting shot in the back there, Asura, I feel like another reason why RNT is having some struggle with map control is that they have to commit to Ching smokes. I mean, it is just so difficult to outclass any other controller when it comes to the stagger when you're playing Omen, right? Because typically when you're playing Omen, you're going to be the faster team. You're going to be the one that's going to be pressuring a lot, considering you have a paranoia and mobility, etc., etc. But with the way they've been playing around this Harbor, or GameLab has been playing around Harbor, it's been incredible.
But the big problem with like an Omen too, right, is similar to Haven. There's 3 sites. You're spreading your smoke very thinly here. So as you mentioned, you really have to be that proactive. The problem, I mean, the strong point of Noma supposedly on Lotus that Dax pointed out to me a couple of months ago was he has very strong single entryway smokes, because a lot of his smokes are also one way, because it can go on top of certain obstacles here. In any case, that hasn't been what has led to the effectiveness of RNT's controller. In any case, it was GameLab just, I feel like, beautifully reading into things. And look at that. You see the wall from Aeonix? He's like, yeah, we don't really need to hold tree. We know that they're going to be on the weaker weapons. Let's just stay close together, use our rifles, get the trade in, and again, use this aggression, use the ferocity of what we have right now to make things happen. And Dritch on that late lurk just slaps the back of Mark L.
That's a rabbit punch. That's illegal in boxing. But my goodness, the duck and weave. My hot sauce will give him just that extra lifeline, Aserai. But I know I mentioned this is an incredibly attacker-sided map, but RNT, they have to be a little more proactive in trying to secure these buffer rounds. Again, this is a team that has had a lot of experience, but GameLab, I mean, they've been something else. I feel like GameLab have defied every expectation known to man. Every time we pick against GameLab, they always step it up and say, you guys are wrong.
Always exceeding expectations here, right? And that's always the strong suit of GameLab Alpha. This time it's going to be RNT. You know, I'm about to call RNT a different team because, you know, because where Ching and Josh S came from, I'm about to make a mistake, but thankfully, anyways, going back into things, they are having that complete struggle here, even with Mark L having the operator now active. I wonder how effective this can truly be, because this is the strong suit again of where GameLab plays, right? You remember how Boogie, I think, was, at least from us, more known for his Reyna, has been exceedingly strong and, or rather, frightening with that Phoenix. And because, and this is the thing, Phoenix is super strong when you're already sequencing a lot of rounds, because you're able to cycle through his run it back even much faster. So, you know, the pressure keeps on just rolling.
And Boogie has the number of the beast right now, Aserai, as he's gonna bring the fires of the depths with him. And like you said, he has been a pretty frightening prospect, but Mark L says he just doesn't care. This operator has found quite a bit of value. Aeonix actually gets tagged there, Aserai. So close to dying. Now is GameLab gonna adjust to this one? We see a little bit of movement on the side of RNT. We already see Ching be closer to that A position. Fall X trying to establish some sort of control towards the middle portion of the map, but Mark L, as sharp as he is, he has to deal with a very close angle, and that Rolling Thunder is going to help clear him out. Owen Cutie has found the safety of this cove. They still march forward, Aserai. Unfortunately, it's still Boogie, the Boogeyman, the Baba Yaga, coming out from all the corners of the earth, getting one more kill before he gets felled. And Josh S, despite having such a big investment in this round, will be minimized to dust. And a 3v4 is still happening here. Aeonix trying to top his team back up, and he has another res. They burnt it again. My goodness.
It's crazy, right? Because he plants and he picks up the kills, which again is the absolute like perfect scenario. Does that wall give coverage for Aeonix? Wow, they actually used it so that you can't see on top of the boost spot. That is so good from GameLab Alpha. They just know so much about this map. Look at where it's planted. It's gonna be all for everybody to see. There's the one. You cannot look from the other direction because they don't know if somebody's still hiding on Ben or on that tiny box on C, so they have to at least try to clear it little by little, but GameLab Alpha was there to just go for the immediate punish.
I am trying to puzzle together how literally any team can play against GameLab, right? Because it's just been so difficult. You think the answer would be as obvious as, oh, just try to separate them from each other and whatnot, divide and conquer. But individually, they're just so dangerous dueling-wise too. Now we have to look at RNT and what they have in their bag here. And the resources, they're not looking too good here, Asar. We have a Bulldog on the side of Josh S. and Mark L will have to rely on that tour de force. Nonetheless,
Ching is going to be as courageous as he is, but he will die braver than most, as Boogie has no problems of just marching forward and taking all the space in the world, and Fallax gives Le Magician a haircut, a bit of a hat trick too. Josh S gets the trade finally, but all that control and all that, I guess, safety on the side of RNT sacrificed for very, very little.
Sacrificed so little just to get so much control already. Boogie still has a flash that immediately activates, so rather that trap immediately activates. That's a second shot from Mark L. Miss that could actually mean life and death for them, and already it is. Hot Sauce somehow manages to pick up a kill, but unfortunately there's still so much layers on top of the post plant from GameLab Alpha right now. And after all of that being said, man, 1 to 10, GameLab Alpha, they're just looking nigh unstoppable already.
Nigh unstoppable indeed, a true juggernaut, a true bruiser, a true giant. And I feel like it's about time that GameLab gets the respect that they have been demanding for quite some time now, Asterai. And I feel like they've really proven themselves in the playoffs. But once again, my original question is, how can they stop themselves from being a one-stage wonder? Well, performances like this is definitely one of the, I guess, bullet points to the statements they're trying to make. But we also have to take into consideration RNT, despite their individual pieces, they're still a relatively new team. And Ching gets Boogie on that beautiful paranoia play. Josh S gets the frag train going, as Le Magician is going to chime in as well. But Owen Cutie doing his best to try to salvage the situation. Aeonix. Do they know he's here? It doesn't seem like they're checking.
No, they don't.
Oh no, he's been discovered.
I don't think so. They're still searching.
No way, right?
No,
oh no, they don't. They have to guess. And Aeonix, he gets a massive double kill, but he doesn't check his flank. And it's all up to Markel and Aeonix. What are you doing? Is that legal? What?
Switching sides.
Well, it's legal in almost all
No
states.
way.
Oh, the state of Lotus, man, is the state of GameLab Alpha. And they are the senators, the presidents, the kings, however you want to just...
The governor.
The governor. Oh my goodness. Oh, how does he even get that one? Okay, I understand, you know, not playing aggressive and burning out the showstopper time so you don't, you know, accidentally get splatted on by Eugene S. But this one, man, he was so ready for it. Markel was about to just hug the corner, get the free kill, and clutch the round, but even that doesn't happen. This is how hot GameLab Alpha is right now. And I just wanted to add as well, you know, shout outs to the chat right now. Absolutely great community telling us.
Oh yeah.
A quick history lesson that Dredge, Owen, Boogie, and Aeonix were actually old teammates from another team called Coup de Gras. Good stuff.
I wanted to say coup de grace. It's been one of those calls I was saving, but you know what, chat? I'll give you this one. like I said, right? Our chat, our viewer base is actually sentient. So I appreciate that, despite how often I do end up fighting chat. But RNT, they have to dig deep, man. I mean, if we talk about fight, they have just been winded as all hell. It seems like they're operating on broken ribs in GameLab. They've been Ivan Dragoing every single fight that they've been into. And that being said, RNT, how is this gonna come? How is this comeback going to happen? I mean, GameLab, they have such a commanding lead. It seems virtually impossible at this point, right? But we have seen more peculiar things as Fallax. You know what? I feel like that's how a lot of the GameLab rounds go, right? What the? How? It's just the execution for these situations that they put themselves in has just been so crisp. It's crazy.
It's crazy indeed. Like, is this the most decisive we've seen of this team? Okay, they 13-6 Action PH. This is even better than that. This is 13-1, possibly. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. I mean, this is gonna force the buy, obviously, from RNT here, so that's why we're already seeing these purchases. Wow. The aggression. Alright, from both you and GameLab Alpha is undeniable.
Pardon me. I had to get a few sneezes out of the way. I actually feel like another one coming in the way. But compose.
All right, got it. What I'll cover for this, it seems like GameLab Alpha are covering their behinds and finishing off this game possibly, as the rest of RNT now trying to go straight up onto the A side. Unfortunately, it is a welcoming party, actually an unwelcoming party, because they don't want no plants, they don't want no RNTs, and they want to just be able to finish off this first game already. You can see Ching on the corner, and Fall X was ready to use the katana to slice and dice, but not going to be given. But at the end, or in the end, excuse me, GameLab Alpha claimed victory. One of the most decisive wins we've ever seen from a team right now in PH 2023. And that is, again, a 13-1.
If you can hear my dogs barking, they are just absolute fans of how much fight GameLab Alpha have pretty much in them, you know. As popular young kid slang now, right? What do they say? They got that dog in them.
They got the dog in them. They got the Valorant Riz, you know. They're so good at Valorant.
No, please don't say that. Please don't say that. Anyway, I had to ask you for that. Thank you, by the way, for covering in those last few moments. As I was about to formulate my thoughts, I sneezed, unfortunately. But that just seems like how RNT was in front of GameLab. Just a mere sneeze, Asterai. Just the dominance over Lotus in general. And I love how this is still a fairly unorthodox composition on the side of GameLab. Typically, we would see double controller here on teams that would prefer the pressure and control over the raw fighting capacity. But hey, it's GameLab. They're trendsetters. And RNT, I do believe they still have quite a bit ahead of them. Again, this is still a full series. This is only map 1 after all. But they have to pick it up fast.
They have to pick it up fast, man, because that's not what we expected to come out on this particular game. Granted, it could be as well because, you know, RNT is... They have a lot of experience, but I don't think they have a lot of experience playing on Lotus as individuals as well, you know, at least in the competitive setting. So it could be the reason why. GameLab Alpha definitely trumps them on that, but you cannot take away on just how clean this team was able to perform, whether in rotation or just... Look at this, the firefights for both Fall X and Omen Cutie were always working in their favor. And then there's another there's a third one, is Onyx, who even the chat was just bamboozled as to how does he keep getting a res. He's got like 3 reses in the first half, maybe even 4.
Like 6 rounds. It was 6 rounds.
It's crazy. Crazy fast how he's able to, again, charge that ultimate up.
Have we seen a direct, or actually, you know, I'm pretty sure it's happened already, but I'm very, very curious how a GameLab versus Naos matchup would look like in this day and age, right? Because in recent memory, they did give such a big run for Oasis Money here. And of course, it's Boogie delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, the final blow of the game. And just to circle back on the question I posed, because we know Naos is an incredibly top-heavy team. Of course, we have Wits, we have John, and everyone on that team. And GameLab seems like they have their own triple-headed beast, right? Aeonix, Boogie, Fall X, and actually, it's just really anybody who pops off in that game, Master, if you've noticed the trends with GameLab Alpha.
Yeah, well, whatever we mentioned, this has been a perfect game for GameLab Alpha. So with all of that being said, they just look so scary. How are we going to be able to look at this without looking at GameLab Alpha, just the dominant team right now in this particular series? Right, so with all of that being said, again, game number 2 is still on the horizon. This is a map that was picked up by RNT. They are going to be picking up Haven, but to be honest, it feels like this is also a map that GameLab Alpha has also broken a couple of teams in Split 1, if I'm not mistaken. It's them and Puggers that have, I think, beaten a couple of teams here too.
I'm trying to remember if they were the ones... Oh, wait, no, they did beat the Puggers on this map. I remember because my prediction was to go for the greatest logo known to man, which is Puggers, obviously. And GameLab just absolutely manhandled them on this map. And like you mentioned, this is a ground where the juggernauts, the upper echelon of our regional, or rather of our region, have bled. There's a lot of blood on the ground, and it's just really been unforgiving for anybody.
In any case, we are going to go on a break. This has been incredibly bloody and honestly incredibly entertaining and loving for those fans of GameLab Alpha. Just an, again, dominant performance. Anyways, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, game number 2, and we'll see if today's first series ends quick or will RNT start to rise. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The mad scientists over at the GameLab have done every single experiment known to man on RNT, ethical or unethical, but that was a beatdown. Welcome back, ladies and gents. My name is Raf. That handsome gentleman over there is Raf, and that's also
Whoa.
Asar. No, I'm kidding.
Wait, no, my
Did you
name
guys
is
know?
Raf too.
Wait, listen. listen. Did you guys know Asar
right.
just actually hit a PR in his deadlift yesterday? He is Mr. 225 now. What a beast.
Really, 225?
That's 100 kgs 225, man. 100 kgs 225.
Oh, cool. But
yeah,
I was.
Is it 225?
It's 220.
Let me check.
5
220.
pounds off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because we are promoting being healthy, even though we are sit at home gamers. You know.
Absolutely. You
Health
could
is
be
wealth.
pretty jacked and play video games. Speaking
True
of deadlifts, I rep 90 kilograms yesterday. I'm really proud of that. You know what I'm saying? And like we said, guys, go outside, go work out. It'll make you an honest to God better player at Valorant. You know, you'll feel better.
Totally.
Your reflexes are gonna be crazier. It's just the truth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's right, flex.
Don't, dude. This is this is the English broadcast. We don't do that here. Anyways.
Right.
Like you can literally go to Twitter, check out Secret Lene. That dude is so freaking like jacked. I was gonna say massive, but I feel like it's more body weight. Anyways, I'm getting too specific with the tangents, but he looks super jacked. Like just
let's just stop it there, right? But
all right.
You know who are built different right now, who've been really hitting the weights in terms of just mechanical prowess. It's been GameLab. Like we said, they have been in the lab. They've been cooking. They've been doing everything in their power to just, pardon me, straight up sharpen every facet of their mechanics. And I have to say, RNC, they're struggling a little bit to keep up. I mean, not just in terms of, but I feel like dueling is also another weakness as of the moment, because we can see that they actually have so much control over the map. For example, that one round where they threw an aftershock, a paint shell, and pretty much the kitchen sink towards C. But when it came down to it, I thought they had a positional advantage, but GameLab just somehow shot their way out of a bad situation.
You know what? I'll still say, it just looked like there was nothing that GameLab Alpha could do wrong. Maybe, again, the dueling, we already know that everybody from RNT, they're absolutely monsters in that regard. I think it was just more of a weird start that didn't get them started at any pace of that particular game, and then because of that, it kind of just transitioned into RNT suffering a lot more. You know, it kind of just snowballed out of control, and it just went so hard for them to bounce back in any point in shape, point in form, point in time in that particular game there. So with Game of Alpha being able to do that so quickly, again, they were able to just check out so many boxes and just dominate the opposition in that first game. But again, we're gonna reset, or we're gonna go on to the next game. It's going to be Haven, and I'm curious, what is the answer, the clap back, you know, of RNT?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to anything you said. I was busy playing with my dog. She's been wanting a lot of attention.
It's okay. Hello, Manju, was it?
Yes.
Yes.
It's the little bean of the house. But jokes aside, Aster, right? There's still so many things that we have to wonder what RNT can patch up. And this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing them shy away from that chamber, I believe. Again, this has been a roster that's been pretty much dominated by comfort picks. But how far can that take them, really? Is GameLab, they go for a composition they've really used time and time again, especially for this Haven map. So nothing too crazy on both their ends here. I do see hot sauce on the smoker roll. So I feel like that's a little bit of an anomaly, but I'm curious to how his decision making is going to affect their macro in general. But it does look like we're gonna take a sneak peek of us yet again, Asar. Just so you know, if people forgot, if you and I forgot how we look like, there you go. We're right here.
It's like looking in the mirror, you know what I mean? Yeah, but you're absolutely right. I mean, looking at it still, right, I don't think it's off kilter, because Josh S has already proven that he does play very multiple roles, primarily the initiator and controller role. And Hot Sauce, I think, is of the same, you know, same strand as Josh S here. We could maybe be seeing in the future, if they really wanted to maybe put Hot Sauce on a duelist, but I think he just plays so well on any role that he's been given, as to why we see the Astra here. And thinking about it as well, I mean, Astra, Killjoy, lots of control, have to be patient and everything. The timing has to be perfect as well. Plays, I think, well into the identity of Hot Sauce.
Identity-wise, yes, but I really feel like he shines so much on that Sentinel role. So many of his iconic clutches have come from, as we mentioned, characters like Killjoy and the occasional Sage. When Bind used to be in play, I remember they ran like a double Senti there a few times in their careers. So, that being said, this is not a knock against his flexibility, but I feel like the ceiling, or rather the potential of him, is just that much higher when he's on Sentinel. But I'm really curious how they want to approach this map because of GameLab, right? Again, we talk about the utility shuffle and how an Astra's automatically going to win that. Are they going to take a more proactive approach? Are they going to take a bit of a forward stance in this map? Will they try to pick GameLab apart one person at a time? Because it feels like that's the only way to significantly damage that snowball, is just to divide and conquer. GameLab have just been so good at being a compact team.
Yeah, they really have been. I just wanted to go back real quick on to Hot Sauce, because I was checking the notes. Just to clarify as well, Hot Sauce primarily has played the Astra for RNT. So that was his designated role. And the reason probably why we saw him on a different one was because it was Lotus that they did go into. They also, I believe, played against another team on that particular map. It was, I can't remember who it was. I will just double check that later, as we do get straight into the pistol very quickly. We do see, we do see Eugene S on the Sheriff here. Quite risky because he's already primed up the dash, and that dash has been immediately heard by Onyx for sure.
I was also wondering why she didn't have a dash, or rather he didn't have a dash at the beginning, but maybe an early fight ensued without us knowing. And some things like this slip our minds. His own cutie is going to find hot sauce wherever that contact is going to happen, and Aonix, as solid as he has been, is only going to get better from here. And Ching, as you mentioned, has just found so much success on that initiator role, is back on that Sova. But Fall X will cut down Ching. It's down to Eugene S. You've mentioned how risky the Sheriff is, Asarai, but knowing that Fall X is quite low, it's only one body shot away from success. He's still far away from his dash, and I love the discipline by GameLab. They are just playing time as well as they can. And despite Fall X getting caught somehow, the trade still happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was multiple members with only one player to try to get that retake, right? So it was a risk. This was also, like, no hindsight from RNT. Did they expect it was a full-on blown rotation? Or a full-blown commit to Garage, not leaving anybody on the lurk? As you saw with how Josh S was trying to flank around on Garage there, whatever the read was or the call was, that was a big punish that ultimately led to just an easier time for GameLab Alpha on the pistol. And look at GameLab Alpha. They know a lot of teams actually tend to go ham with the push on mid when they don't have the weapons, and they just wait. They're so patient. Their reads or their calls are just absolutely perfect.
Perfect indeed, Astra, and that's just been the tale of the tape as of recently. Their rotations have been just spot on, and game sense wise, it seems that they have divination in their pocket. There's a golden halo around them that give them all the wisdom in the world, but we try not to look into this too much as it is a bit of an eco, and Ching and Josh S just potentially looking for exit frags here, and again, it's not looking too good for RNT right now. I want to say the same thing that I said on Lotus Asar. This is a fairly attacker-sided map, so RNT, they have a great chance to come back. GameLab proving all the doubters wrong yet again.
Stun on to Josh S. These timings are pretty nuts, man. Like, you could say the teams get their perfect games, and GameLab Alpha, I think they found themselves a perfect series here. But of course, it's still early to tell. But the way that they're just playing at things is so dang scary. Look at that. They're so connected to each other. I don't know if it's because the Onyx came back in. You know, he was like, oh, what's up, bro? It's been a long time. I'm going to play with your team. We'll see how it goes. And they're just vibing. They have passed all the vibe checks.
Speaking of vibe checks, Asar, that round just did seem like it was a huge vibe check as we didn't really find any other duels except towards the middle portion of the map. I mean, if you looked at where all the bodies of RNT was, it's really just trying to take window here.
Yeah.
But GameLab, they've been perfectly maneuvering RNT. They have been putting them in pretty much the hot spots that GameLab want them to be in. And now GameLab suffering, or not really suffering, but now have to deal with the bonus here. In fact, RNT, they have a great chance of winning this, as long as they don't find any stray shots at the head, as Fall X back on that jet. Own Cutie sees a few tracers here. Tries to answer back, but once again, the weaker weapons. It's going to be that much more difficult to gather reliable space with. And if you look at RNT's defensive layout right now, Asterai, the weak side currently A, but if it does look like GameLab might be making the wrong read here.
Well, I don't think they are going to be on the wrong read now, at least for GameLab Alpha, right? Look at that. They're backing away. They're going to go straight for C. And RNT, I mean, they should know about this, as how far pushed Eugene S is, right? But there's still no stars placed whatsoever. If they actually just not do anything and just slowly walk up onto C long, no utilities used, this is going to be huge. That is perfect. Look at that. The use on the drone made everybody from RNT flinch. And when the smoke came in, you could already see that, who was this? Hot Sauce was already about to exit the site itself, thinking there was going to be an A push, and now GameLab Alpha played RNT perfectly and forced them into a 5v5 retake with the timing on Fall X. Oh my god. At least thankfully Hot Sauce was there for the trade.
I was wondering if they would go for something more side-oriented considering the range they have, but once again, the stronger weapons prevail, Asterai, but not before things get a little too expensive on the side of RNT. RNT, this could potentially be their round to hinge off of. You know, one thing that I talked about, especially when it came to GameLab and their first few outings, they seemed like a team that was so eager to commit, and they never really thought of backing out or backpedaling, and it was to, quite honestly, to a lot of their misfortune. But this time around, you've seen a lot of layers, especially in just the first 30 seconds of the round. Asterai, they try to pick and prod with utility first, and then they decide where they wanted to go with it. Ultimately, the choice for C was, I would still say it was fairly decent with what happened and how they made at least RNT flinch with that drone. But they did still walk into the strong side, so there is that.
Yeah, they're still going to go for C, and this time they're going to have the rifles. Josh S, ooh, he's got a charge or a flash primed and ready. It's going to be the Aftershock first to hopefully stop the plant from happening. The timing though, but how does Josh S not get the punish? And Fall X does it to him. 3 versus 5 as Eugene S and Josh S, the S's, have now been supplanted. Fall X, he's still holding. He's feeling himself so much right now. Ionix has been called out, or rather spotted by Mark L. They know he's coming in for the flank, but the damage is there. Mark L somehow surviving, but the 2 versus 1, and he's pinched in, rocking a hard place. If he can get Boogie, maybe he can go in for the cross. Good damage, even with just the Bulldog. They have to play this still carefully because Mark L is an absolute demon. Actually, no, it's a 2 versus 1. One more, and Hot Sauce is on the side itself, trying to defuse, but Boogie plays it. You know what? I thought it was in 1 versus 2 because Hot Sauce's HP was so low. In any case, it's still not gonna be enough. GameLab win the round.
I actually thought the call would be for Sauce to stick it a little sooner and maybe potentially play off the 2 smokes that he had. I mean, my eyes could be deceiving me, Asterai. But again, hindsight is 2020. Well played on both ends here. Mark L nearly thieving this round away from GameLab. But that was not meant to be. RNT suffering yet again. A weaker buy. A penance perhaps for the sins that they've committed. Now Fall X, I like how he's just so confident he'll burn the blades despite having a strong economy, but I guess he wants to save for the operator here, Asterai, but W key is his favorite. Goes for a bit of a duel and still manages to get Lay Magician out of the way and with a use of Dreach. And now Ching trying to hold the corner. Can he round it out as safely as he can? No. Boogie with a Phantom will finally get him out of that safe spot. And another thing about GameLab, Asterai, is that they're not afraid to expend ultimates if it means to keep the snowball going.
It's not just that, it's the... Oof. It's just how fluid the follow-up is on their ultimates, right? You mentioned how they're not afraid to use it, but at the same time, they're so well integrated in how to follow up on that. The timing as well too, right? The flash as soon as, because they know that they can clear the back of the site, and they know also that there's a bit of...
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, oh my gosh, indeed. They're gonna stab him. They're gonna stab him. Get it. Oh! Oh, and Cutie with the stab. They had 3 to come up to the podium, 3 to come up to the stage, but it's Owen Cutie who doesn't trip up to the judge.
Oh. Lovely stuff there. A little bit of a blade crime action in what seemed to be a safe place, a false haven perhaps. And I love how we've been reduced to fans, Asterai. The moment we saw them run up with their knives,
you know it was gonna happen.
It was gonna happen, but like I said, reduced to the more primal instincts. When you see the knife out, you know it's gonna be a fun time. But GameLab, again, without hesitation, they will try to barrel towards A. RNT looking to be a bit more active with these rotations. The Rolling Thunder is going to come out. It's not going to get anybody. But nonetheless, RNT, they still manage to try and hold on to this Asterai. Oh, man. Lay Magician does have that operator. But difficult situation here. Instant reply by GameLab. They know where it is. They know what to do. Ching has found some sort of safety here, but Ionix yet again, he is unseen, unheard, but will be felt everywhere. And the numbers advantage, they just keep piling up. Ching has to make a play here, but despite the walls, GameLab they defile A site yet again. Oh my goodness.
The thing is, they had to push out, right? Because they lost Aeonix they lost two Aeonix, 2 players. They already knew that Aeonix was just gonna run rampant behind or on the flank behind them, right? And whether Aeonix would have more impact or gets picked off was not really the point. It's the point that they will burn more time, more precious seconds to actually try to get the site back into control, and they would expend time that they don't have just to deal with Aeonix. So it's either go for broke or go home, and that round they went, well, you know, or actually go for big.
Go big or go home.
There,
Yeah.
go big or
go
go
broke
home.
or go home. Just
Go home is the
doesn't
same
seem like
thing. I know.
But Fallex, man, he is making the RNT defense look like a house of cards. But sometimes they'll give you a cut. Hot sauce. Look, it's so sharp. The razor's edge on that controller. And that's going to give some sort of semblance of hope on the side of RNT. But alas, GameLab, they still have so many rifles abound. They can still brute force their way towards A. The speed may be different, but the intention completely the same. The Magician has to pull out the wand here. Maybe a spell for himself. A protection spell. But Aeonix, he is a demon Asarai. Just a page out of your book, apparently. And how are they going to stop GameLab? Again, we talk about RNT being this team that's had so much experience individually, but somehow that's being trumped by GameLab's just ferocity and just tenacity to move forward and dominate.
Honestly, I again, the essence, the lore for GameLab, excuse me, has just gone totally on a different direction. Hot sauce still, what a demon still, right? But I mean, he's fully blinded. This could go for another stab if I'm honestly speaking. But in any case, I think GameLab have already proven that they have just such incredible synergy at certain points, right? And this is those turning points for them. So far controlled. But I will say again, this is up against a team that, even though we've touted has a lot of veterancy, is also the newest team technically to VCTPH in 2023.
It just seems like it's a GameLab day, man. I mean, I'm trying to look at this on a more objective perspective here to see which macro is failing where. I mean, RNT, they seem to be a little hyper-reactive on some of those rotations, but in cases where they don't react at all, their anchors get overrun. So GameLab, in their stead and in their defense, or rather in their defense, they have been so good at shuffling their deck. GameLab now, they go for a different approach, Asarai. It has been pretty obvious that their rundown has been so effective, but they're not going to shy away from the other options, the other variations of their hits. Hot Sauce might not actually check this corner, or maybe just a second too late as Dreech is going to find him, and this is going to trigger the rest of the team to kill, or rather to just go for that signal here. And Mark L yet again playing a little cheeky, but that's all he gets in such a committed position. Now Josh S coming alive, gets that tap onto Boogie, and Owen Cutie already a teleport to dodge the direct gunfight, but will not last for too long. Aeonix, we've seen you clutch crazier situations. Is this the sequel? No, it is the tragic end. And RNT, they finally respond, Asarai.
Finally respond. That was a great segmented hold from multiple players. So Hot Sauce got the information, gave chance for Mark L to go around the corner here, delay the control of the back of the site, which allows Josh S to get the backside and then prep up his Rolling Thunder. The sequences leading up to a climactic round win, a round win that was surely, sorely missed and needed by RNT.
Missed, needed, and pretty much sealed the way by GameLab here, Asarai. And this time the response on RNT, a little better. They do have the ultimates and pretty much the utility clogging up the entrance of the B site. But once again, it just feels like it's a little too expensive. A rare whiff on the side of Fall X as it careens into madness. And RNT They are reinvigorated by all these mishaps. 1v3. The same can be said again. Aeonix could not clutch it out, not even given the chance to do so.
That's what they're starting to look for, but you're absolutely right. That was Fallex just whiffing so hard, but they still gained control of the B site. So this is looking not the most convincing for RNT, but they will pick up any round that they can pick up, right? And again, they're still able to bounce back so efficiently afterwards. And gotta give it as well to RNT. Not a team that is gonna get shook. Right? They were shook because of how aggressive they were a couple of rounds ago. And then a few rounds after that, they still try to do more things. That is a big stun onto Eugene S. That is going to be huge. The big picks. And the short shuffle against Josh S. Ching, though, he did use his recon dart. So they're aware that he's somewhere on the A site. And GameLab already approaching with, again, Ching hidden somewhere in mind. But Ching, not a man you want to trifle with. No flashes against him, but... Oh, this could be bad. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know!
This has just been Pandora's box. Pandemonium, Sarai. The Jets, they've just not had any wind underneath their wings as Aeonix is going to find his counterpart here and without any issue to get rid of. Hot Sauce, yet again, in a position that will provide a lot of, I guess, discomfort here. Aeonix potentially marking this. A turret is there as a phantom fourth person on the server. The utility on the side of GameLab is going to delay. That's all they can really do. Hot Sauce has been tagged up to critical health here. One more swing though. And does Hot Sauce have it? Is he going to get this clutch? And no. Dreech. He spots the big boy Asarai in the hitbox. A little too generous. And GameLab will take that 7th round, but I have to say this is looking far more competitive than the earlier portions of this map.
True enough, right? They're making RNT, or rather opposite, they're making GameLab make these mistakes that they are hard capitalizing on. Or if GameLab make a certain error in how they execute, which they're not perfect, right? So they will have those little bits of chinks in the armor. RNT immediately try to go for the punish. Oh my god, both of them are blinded. Nobody can see anything. But Hot Sauce somehow manages to find one. And Eugene S, he is on the revenge tear. There it is, quite immediately, leaving only one more player to remain. As it was Boogie that dropped as soon as you can tell it. 2 versus 1. Dritch, we have not seen him clutch at all in these rounds. It's all been Aeonix for the most part. Can Dritch also try to do that for GameLab Alpha, get them that 3-8. He is slowly trying to scan, creep up. But RNT, they've also doubled up. The timing is not going to be up for Dritch. Oh, but somehow manages to get back. He sees 2 of them, and he's willing to challenge, interestingly enough.
And maybe RNT has shaken off that nerves, you know what I mean? Again, the intangibles of the game cannot be understated, and Eugene S goes for a bit of a combo there, Asarai. Now, what I am fairly curious about now is how is GameLab going to approach this? Every single round that they've taken that's focused on the slower portions of the game have failed. Do they just run up towards RNT yet again and replicate the success of those first, 6-8 rounds? As Eugene S tries to play for the God spot, they will be up, but it's only going to reveal Chig, so this is going to provide a false sense of security as Josh S can't land the follow-up shot, and Eugene S, big double kill, potentially a triple, but Dreech will not allow any breaches of his security. 2v3 now. Mark L does have that lockdown, but he's ways away, Asarai. What RNT have to do now is to avoid these isolated situations. They go for a split instead. So 2v3, but they go for something that's not too safe in terms of trading.
The thing is, they lost Aeonix too, right? So they're very much aware that rotating is, ooh, that's dirty. All right, Boogie.
Wow.
I mean, Hot Sauce was just having a field day shooting, you know, just through A-long, popping shots. 5-7, really good
just comeback from RNT here for the most part. And you're absolutely right. Eugene S is awoken. This is why they chose him as the Jet player. This is why he is that duelist for RNT. He tends to become explosive once he finds that rhythm.
Yeah, but once again, the question is, what will it take for him to get into that rhythm? They found themselves in a much less dangerous situation in comparison to before, but one can only imagine the impact of Eugene S had he woken up sooner, right? But
yeah,
it is something that we will have to lead into hindsight because the number of variables and situations in Valorant are near infinite. RNT, this time, they want to lead the charge. They want to be the ones knocking on the door. GameLab, what do they have in the bag, in the pocket, to steal this game away and potentially seal the series?
Maybe they need to be out of pocket. Know what I'm saying?
Shut up. That was out of pocket. That is how you
That
get
was out of pocket. All right. Anyways, this turret is giving a lot of information quite already. But RNT, all they have to do is plug it up with a couple of smokes. That's going to be good. Lineups with the Nano Swarm actually force the plant elsewhere. And this is where it could get a little bit messy because that particular position does give, I feel like, slight better chances for the defense. Now, as the rotation, as the utility comes out, the core utility is actually pretty strong. The answer from RNT, and this is huge coming in from them. The dash in is not going to really phase them at all. And we're down to the last player. Owen QD gets gobbled up, and RNT one more from equalizing. And like you mentioned, very, very different from the Lotus map.
I feel like that was the round where we actually saw that meticulousness for the trades for GameLab to be completely absent. We just saw an Aeonix attempting to fly. But unfortunately for him, he's not a winged creature. And he felt his death. And we saw Owen QD on a bit of a delay on that trade, honestly, after I feel like what RNT want to do here is just try and bait out that paranoia to at least get that flash threat.
Yeah,
I guess removed from play, right? Reach is obviously still going to be a problem, but I feel like Owen QD has been a huge part of GameLab's success here. And RNT, they pick and prod, they did the same thing that GameLab was doing to them, but this time the reactions on the side of GameLab are fairly different. They don't really go for the safer rotates here. Instead, they go for points of interest here. So, for example, Owen QD is just right up this door. Could potentially get spammed if there's any info given, but nope. They will have a stare down.
They are still rotating, excuse me, player like Aeonix just to make sure that it's going to be the A side. But I think the read from GameLab here is going to be correct. So there is a chance for them to pop off. Of course, RNT still going to be using utility, although it's a double, triple fake maybe? Look at this. They've gone all the way back and they've called the rest of GameLab. Josh S is making a lot of noise on mid. At least GameLab know about this, but they have completely misread the situation. I thought they did read it correctly, but then RNT put that extra layer in.
Layers upon layers. And East, I thought you said West as the triple fake is sold so well, but the classics, man, they still do so much damage despite everything. And as I say that, they nearly get a second kill, but the rifles abound on the side of RNT are just absolute revenants of the dead, and they will drag every single person on the GameLab side to the depths. Now this is a game master, right? We have game here, 7-7, choice to upgrade it for RNT, but they will have to suffer a eco round if this round goes Ori.
Well, let's see. Could be in for a long series here, Raph, because as you mentioned, as we are seeing here, RNT looking to come alive or are already awake. Hot Sauce is 14 kills as of the moment, looking so much like he was before. Eugenus just bypasses everything. He just straight charge into this. Owen Cutie might not have the timing about it, and look at that. The quick punish, the good follow-up. And RNT, their calls more sure of what they want to do compared to what we've seen before.
More is potentially something that GameLab have allowed
That's right. It just seems like their bravado has, I guess, receded just a little bit, right? I mean, with the way RNT have been adjusting, it's been a sight to behold. And maybe they just went for the long game, and even further provides evidence that GameLab's strong map is Lotus. But wait a minute, as Mark L marches onto the site and absolutely executes everybody here under the orders of Mark L Jordan. Now, the RNT Bulls, they try to go for that three-peat here, Asarai. They have not dropped a round since this half. So there you go. We'll call it a comeback.
Truthfully, indeed, this is where it gets scary because they're starting to not really care about the spaced out KJ utility, right? That's what a lot of teams tend to kind of do now. Is if they know that the KJ util is placed solely to just get information and not really double up with Nanoswarm or a player behind it, or if that player is unable to, you know, punish the breaking of utility, you can just run through it. And RNT immediately don't go that kind of mentality, that kind of round. And this is looking, the Game of Alpha need to double up on something. And where they kind of are, but with the weaker weapons here, it could be a little bit dangerous. Thankfully enough, they do have their own fault line to stop the offense on their tracks.
As they try to make their own, maybe get some sort of train of thought going here for the calls, but Owen Cutie decides to go for Brawn over Brain. We'll get that pick with a Sheriff here, a 4v4. Fairly doable here in the side of GameLab. Again, their weapons will still be effective at this range, but they get chewed up to bits here. RNT, as long as they've found footing and stability in where they are, it just seems like GameLab have had trouble in breaking into it. And maybe that is the puzzle piece they were missing earlier, Astra. Maybe they just needed to play as a group too. You know, there were a lot of times where RNT would get caught during the rotations and they'd get pretty much cut down before anything meaningful could happen. But that is a 4-round streak on the side of RNT. GameLab, how is your mental?
Right there. How is their mental? How's their ability to kind of bounce back from such dire situations? But they've mixed it up a little bit. The quick charge on mid finds them a pick. They're backing away quite quietly here as they don't really want to over proceed their welcome. And this is the switch up that they're kind of looking for. Look at this. Josh S can start to break some utilities here. Yonex now knows, and that turret is facing on towards short. Does he have an idea here? Fallix is not going to know about this. I don't know what the heck was that about, but in any case, that's big punishes that, of course, RNT will go. Oh, will gladly want to pick up. This is not. Okay, he's fine. He gets away. I thought he was actually going to push through, but that was Yujinias just being a whole lot more safe with what he kind of wanted to achieve at that point.
Safety is the name of the game here for RNT. As you can see, they haven't really been taking any straight duels here. And Owen Cutie, despite having a big flag, will still find success. And with a classic in hand, Mark L will show him that do not ever bring a sidearm to a rifle fight. And I have to say, Asarai, RNT, they're looking that much more impressive now. GameLab, truly a very interesting team. It just seems like they're either unstoppable or fairly shaky. If we really take a minute to look at this, and we might have to wonder what's happening now. Like, are they being too greedy with their map control? Are they trying to force and execute? Or are they just really getting anti-stratted by RNT? Again, only time will tell. Is we would probably VOD this a little bit harder in the future, but a default towards B is in the works for RNT.
You also maybe put into the factor that Eugene S has awoken, right? And this is giving so much more opportunities for RNT to start going at it. And the thing is, GameLab, their timings are a whole lot more well read by RNT. The blades from Fallx not going to connect. Are they going to keep charging him in? He actually just was able to body block them well enough that Boogie somehow manages to also pick up onto Hot Sauce. Thing is here, only Boogie and Aeonix will be remaining. And Mark L is the master of just holding the angle right now. And he got wide swung. Oh, Mark L, he knew what he was doing. You dirty, dirty lad. You knew what you were wanting to do. And it happened and it worked.
RNT digging deep from experience, Aserai, and a playbook that's been built by many iterations, previous teams. And the crab peak is something that I will always adore. Very adorable to look at. Do not fail. Very encouraging words from that spray. As I think this is GameLab's timeout. This has to be GameLab's timeout. They're a little spooked about what's happening, man. Somehow RNC, they have been swinging back and they have been hitting these major haymakers, and it has been a good minute since we've seen I guess a lot of these players really pop off the way they have on the side of RNT. Seems like it's
Again,
ages ago.
Yeah, I think GameLab Alpha are starting to get into their own heads, right? The timings not as effective as they kind of once were, or it's more of the fact that even though they do have the good timings, they just can't find to get the punishes that they were again wanting to get. It's really been just taken underneath them from RNT, and RNT is just doing the same thing that GameLab Alpha was able to accomplish during that map number 1. And RNT is looking more and more convincing as of now, and it doesn't stop here. Look at how much RNT has in terms of economic advantage as well as the ult economy here. And this is not looking too hot. Ionix though, it's a bit of a love tap. That's always a step in the right direction. At the same time, Ultimate of the Killjoy will force back the defenders here, but they have Boogie, who's going to commit to breaking the Killjoy ultimate, which is not too bad, but yeah, it does break it, but you do see the quick rotations of the offense just go straight to the B side. It was a complete bamboozle here, Raph, and Eugene S's timing is so severely strong that it does get a couple of picks here and there. Chang with the shock dart finds one, but the numbers are equalized 2-2.
Nowhere to run. One enemy remaining.
Oh, what the?
No charges left. $30 seconds left.
Decently healthy here is Fall X, and I was just talking about how intelligent that call was towards B. They baited out that lockdown, and I feel like that's exactly what they needed to do, right? It's one of those smaller calls where there's only a few spots where the Sova can really reliably take down that lockdown Aster, right?
Yeah.
And they singled it out. Again, no matter where that Sova would come from, or rather that defending Sova would come from, they would have the ability to just run him down if he commits the 3 charges, and they had to. That lockdown was going to catch the whole site. And RNT...
Not just the entire site, right?
Yeah.
It also gets a portion of the B site, which is to why you saw RNT actually be willing to not follow up on a big ultimate, because they technically still had a follow-up elsewhere on the map itself.
Yeah.
5 straight rounds, man, is what GameLab needs, but... Oh boy, I don't think RNT has dropped a single round in the second half of this thing.
No, not at all.
Yeah, you really have brought it back.
As I was mentioning.
Oh, no way Onyx actually gets picked up here. Oh, and he still has full HP. He doesn't get damage at all. Somehow Cheng, even through the flash, manages to pick him off.
And I feel like this is going to signal RNT, oh, the Sentinel is down, the Sentinel is down. We have a lot more control if we were to choose to pressure and stagger it. But this is where your unbecoming will start. If you try to go at GameLab with just swords and shields alone, GameLab will and can out-brute force you as they display that type of brutality here, Aserai. And I think this map has been super interesting in the way that RNT, they've been winning the rounds not just in terms of full contact. They've actually been employing set play, and it's not even like a pick and prod type of default they've been running on this offense. It's been so intentional from the get-go that GameLab, they haven't been responding as well. They finally win a round out after the side swap. But they have to be careful. RNC, they're about to steal this away.
Ooh. You really have to, right? But it's going to be so difficult for them to just try to pick that out. Especially with the fact that RNTs just look so different from what they were before. That is a risky endeavor from Boogie. But somehow manages to get the pick off. Oh, man, they are being forced. Their hand is being stretched out to try to get as much defense as they possibly could. But it hasn't really gone the way of them. Oh, that booped up everybody. That booped up everybody.
No way.
With Dark S. He's hold on. One comes to the side. It's going to be Aeonix. The timing is going to be crucial. And it's a 1 versus 1. 65 HP on Dritch. But look at the hard play from Mark L. Because of the Nanoswarm, dude. I don't think he's going to know about this. But if Dritch can at least have the spike, that could be something.
No
but he doesn't even.
way.
That was so smart. You know, Fluffy called it, and now we see it.
That's crazy. And once again, right, I adore it when teams start using their pretty much intelligence and game IQ just the way they did. And I love the reaction from RNT. They're like, yeah, guys, we won. You know what I'm saying? But I love this. These are two schools of thoughts. That was basically my appreciation for GameLab to simplify the game and find the strength in that hard contact, and RNT using that veterancy, using that experience to really remain unrattled despite the beatdown that they experienced in the first map and a pretty much shaky first half of Haven. But man, Asar, we will jump right into the stats to help us break this one down.
Yeah, let's definitely break this one down a little bit further. It got very middle of the game that we saw RNT start to really find their legs. And is this a story of how teams are just able to find their grooves, you know, a lot better coming into the second portion of the series? Because that's what we saw with, Naos yesterday, right? And is it the same tell with RNT? In any case, I think the biggest thing that RNT was able to do was give a reset for Eugene S. And as he was able to feel a whole lot more confident, he played so much differently. And that difference is, I think, what gave RNT that big boost.
I feel like the shock and awe factor of GameLab is something that you really cannot ignore it. Once again, the more iconic moments of the game here. And just to go back to what I was talking about, right? It will take quite a bit of time for RNT to pick up the pace, but the moment you saw the download happen, the moment you saw that the read started becoming super sharp, it just looked like GameLab was put in a blender. They were following RNT's lead.
It's too scary, man. Deal with RNT this way as well. No, this is a blow for blow, pound for pound. Who is the stronger team here? But in any case, right? RNT can't dismiss the fact that they were slow to start. So the question is, coming into game number 3, are they going to be on the slower start again, or will they ride the wave of this Haven map? We are going to go, I believe, Icebox is our third map. Yeah, thank you. So, honestly, that is a map also that GameLab, I believe, lost to Puggers. And then RNT, we do know at least individually, these are players that have played Icebox time and time again. Or maybe it's the understanding of the map. Whatever happens, right? It's going to be a definite and true ender of the series. Anyways, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited is none other than RNT's Mark L.
Whew, what a play to end that Haven map and to really make GameLab bleed here. Once again, this is still a very interesting series. Asarai, you did pose the question that are we going to see more of the same from RNT, or are we going to see GameLab go for that snowball? I think they're finally going to bring out that Fall X Reyna, or was it Boogie on that Reyna? I think it was Boogie, right? Either way, we're probably going to see something of that nature here on the side of GameLab so they can put this series to bed before RNT can hit that adjustment. On the side of RNT, I feel like that Killjoy pick helped immensely. Just the delay power, just the time to get their brains going.
Yeah, and honestly, it could be also the
you know, going back to their proper configuration with hot sauce on that controller gives Mark L a lot more chance to do his aggressive lurks with the Sentinel. With all that being said, guys, we're gonna go on a break. When we come back, game number 3 and the conclusion to this series. Do not go anywhere. We will finally know in just a moment. There we have it, guys. Coming back from that break to set us up for game number 3. Game 2, it was an interesting turn of events, right? Because Game of Alpha started so strong. They were confident in a lot of their tempos and whatnot. But I think that style of tempo, that pace of their tempo, was where RNT started to, you play like this, we try to adjust a little bit, and then they started to get it on their own end, and they didn't stop at all, dominating and even taking Haven as their second map.
Dominating indeed, and once again, cerebral play in the long run will always be more reliable. Again, super sound decision making. Once again, I want to go back on that last play where Ching had to make a very, very good delay play there just to hold on. So Mark, as soon as those nano swarms pop, had all the room in the world to rotate and go for, once again, one of my favorite and more, I guess, endeared plays of the day so far. But we will go into Icebox very, very soon, folks. Very curious how this selection is going to go and how both these philosophies of really the extremes of the game clash yet again, because once again, SRI GameLab, the refinement, the simplicity, just the raw dueling of the game, whereas RNC in the latter half of that Haven set was just about trying to be as devious as they can be, as slippery. So, again, a very, very interesting matchup.
Yeah. I think one of the other things as well was GameLab Alpha, as I mentioned, got into their own heads at the with the point of they committed to RNT's commitment, in the sense that there was this one play that we saw again, right, with the lockdown on the A site, and they thought it was going to be a full commit onto the A site, which forced them, or had them actually call the quick full rotation of the entire team, leaving mid, leaving C exposed. That's not usually what you saw other teams, right? So I think one of these kind of calls from GameLab, even though it could work against other teams, RNT, they know now that they can play Alpha like a fiddle if they keep doing this kind of rotations. So GameLab Alpha moving into Icebox, I don't think they can go about with that kind of mentality. It's either retake or you just stop them from the get-go.
I try to think of how that's gonna work out, right? Because we also know Icebox has a pretty freewheel type of map, very, very loose calling can work, and there's a lot of avenues for these direct duels, but like you mentioned, there's just a lot of outmaneuverability that RNC have unlocked for themselves. And that being said, Astra, we could potentially go for a double controller here if RNC want to go to double down on set advantages and potentially hamper that Reina pick that I would assume they're gonna get. I haven't really looked at the stats here on the side of GameLab, and I'm just going off memory here, but they have had that Reina fairly present on a lot of their compositions. So with that type of death ball, I guess it's only natural that they can get surrounded. But man, when GameLab gets going, they are just so difficult to deal with in general.
Yeah, they're definitely difficult. But now it feels like RNT have caught scent of what the style is of GameLab Alpha. And it might look complicated to us, but at least for RNT, you already saw their answer to it, and it was straight rounds of just absolutely bodying GameLab here. So GameLab Alpha, once again, they have to start to figure things out. It's not just Lotus that we have to fear them on. It has to be these other maps as well. They were able to pick off a couple of games before on Haven, as I mentioned. It was actually Sky Empire and Abaddon that they got pretty close. They did also had a tussle with Oasis twice, both on playoffs and regular season, where it was Oasis that bodied them 13-10 and 13-9. So you do know that there is some form of difficulty for GameLab Alpha to transition, but come what may, we'll just have to see. Icebox, on the other hand, that's a whole different story. That is a map that it's sort of weird to look at things, but at least looking at it, they were able to beat Action and Oasis.
Yeah, so the thing is, to me at least, on the side of RNT, now that they've unlocked the layer that they can pretty much abuse GameLab Alpha with, right, is that they now have to avoid overplaying. Because overthinking is such a difficult thing to avoid in Valorant. Like I said, that's why there is a reason why I adore GameLab Alpha. They simplify the game, they reduce their options, their mental stack, and just win it the way they do. But obviously we go for that double controller play on the side of RNT as the theme continues. They want to go for those more meticulous calls, those more strict timings. That's what they want to do. Side of GameLab, though, we have Boogie on that Sage instead of Aeonic, so Aeonic is going to still remain on that Killjoy despite that stellar performance on map 1. And like you mentioned, Icebox does have its intricacies and its nuances, but ultimately that's what makes it such an interesting map. It is so freestyle.
Yeah. And RNT, again, as we mentioned, even though they do have somewhat their set pieces, right, their set roles, they can always interchange it. That is what they're very much wanting to do, and if they feel like it, we'll see how it goes. In any case, again, the veterancy showed itself a whole lot more on Haven, a map that we know they've done countless, hundreds if not thousands of just pure clutches in the competitive scene already, with how long they've been in the scene actively as well. So coming onto Icebox, I think it's still of that same cut GameLab Alpha. Oh, there needs to be that adjustment. As you mentioned, they can't really. How did you word it again? They can't really go too hard. Overthink and overplay their hand.
Yeah, and another thing is that Icebox is one of the most, I guess, iconic maps of the Pacific in general, one of our strongest maps as a region. And I guess it's a testament to how flexible we are, you know, as a whole. Now Ching tries to size up anybody who will come his way towards mid. But so far, nobody in the side of GameLab Alpha. Like I said, right, this is a behavior pattern on GameLab Alpha. They really will not establish lurk threats early on. It was different for Haven. They had Aeonics on that initial anti-flag, but they are just so compact. And I feel like the size of Icebox is going to betray them. Fallex, though, he doesn't care. He will find Ching. That's going to be information denied on the side of RNT, but Mark L already revving up those fryers as Hot Sauce is going to fan the flame. But Fallex, what a beautiful shot on his side of the world. Mark L just making sure zombies don't come out of that tree, Aserai. Well placed and well maneuvered yet again. Adjustment time is going to be demanded by GameLab Alpha, who's had some success in these second rounds. I believe they stole it away from RNT once. Has it happened again? Nope.
Nope. Don't think so. It'll be a very difficult time. Look at this quick little setup, quick little retake for RNT. Ooh. Man, this is where it gets so tricky. If you're a GameLab Alpha fan, mention how game number 1 have tears of joy. This time, it's sweats of perspiration of just what the heck am I supposed to do at this point when RNT is just so online already. Fallex playing smartly back. Not him, but Dredge that actually equips the Marshal. I do like the idea of it. He can make a bit of noise on A main, make somebody, or rather through this angle here, and someone look through belt. Gives maybe a bit of a shot, but oh, the double swing. Ooh. They're isolating, but there's just so many players. Dude, look at that. There's just so many players of RNT holding there, and Eugene S just fearless, chasing it down, getting the kill, getting the pick. That's about it.
One thing that I have to commend RNT again, and I'm not entirely sure if I could say the same about GameLab Alpha right now, is that language-wise, body language, they are unshaken. Despite everything that's happened to them in the first map and the earlier half of Haven, they remain unbroken. GameLab Alpha, they look a little panicked as Owen is still trying to cook something up here, but Eugene S activated and set to kill mode. That's going to be a big 3K for him, and that's going to put him ever so close to Blades.
Man, this is looking a tad bit scarier as well, right? Also, you go to the point that both teams got no flashers. They have a lot of smoke presence, but having no flashers could be a difficulty here for GameLab Alpha. Did they have a flasher last game as well?
On the side of they did. They have a breach. They had a breach. They had
a breach, right?
Yeah.
But at least it didn't feel the efficacy of the flash for not for RNT, but for GameLab actually.
They still had a breach. It was Dredge.
Still had a breach. Yeah, it was Dredge. But the follow-ups from the flashpoint plays, I think, were more effective on RNT than it was GameLab, right? Maybe that's the thing that GameLab tends to struggle because they had Boogie on the Phoenix too. But at least utility-wise, that's what I'm just pointing out.
So overall, GameLab is fairly confident with their sprints and their burst play, but RNT, they're just better at the marathon, or at least that's what we've seen so far. 2-0. The Magician, Eugene S, however you want to call him, has the Blade Storm, so better get your umbrellas popped open, GameLab. You might just get an unwanted shard of steel in your face. But RNT, they still hold strong. I love the patience from both these teams here, Aserai. GameLab once again displaying those layers that they've been developing during the off-season. Ching trying to go in some sort of reaction here, but no info given. And Mark L, though, a little ill-advised. We saw the intention, what was supposed to happen there, but that is going to give a Vandal to the side of GameLab, or rather a Phantom, so that's going to be fairly dangerous. And Fallex, you don't ever want to be within the 3D space of this map, as Josh S will reply. 2v4 Aserai, this is pretty much done and dusted for GameLab. Unless Josh S uses that ult, but I highly doubt it. Tries to go for a fake play. But nope. Nope.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that, is there an angle for Eugene S to updraft and spot the planter? Because maybe that's the reason why Markel was just, you know, playing for greed plays. It's because they still have another setup that they kind of could fall back on if ever. But we'll never know, because Folex just basically swats him out of the sky. The fly swatter, I like to call it like that. In any case, bonus round for RNT done. Now they have themselves the whole enchilada, man. It's the Reckoning, as well as the rifles.
Oh, you said it. I mean, they have the access to the main course. The question is, how was it prepared? RNT, you already see a lot of forward control towards mid here, so that's going to eliminate, yet again, another avenue of exit for GameLab. You know how GameLab is. They want to power through everything. That is going to spot one out. Folex trying to get lucky here, but so far in the Vandal Casino will not get anything. Boogie will take quite a bit of damage, but knowing that he is a Sage just doesn't really matter here. Does have a res. Josh S committing to the spray a little too overzealous. GameLab, once again, they have a decent man advantage here. That enchilada remains undercooked, Asarai, but wait a minute, put a little sauce on it and it's still gonna be as enjoyable. But GameLab, they just shun the plate away and take momentum back towards their end of the floor.
Yeah, huge one. Aeonix also, excuse me, was able to deal with the flank that was coming through with one of the players of RNT. So all they have to do after he got that one was full focus on the retake on the spike itself. RNT now forced to go on the Sheriffs. I mean, honestly, this isn't still too bad, because we have seen teams falter a little bit more because they were thinking, you know, they're just going to be on the pistols and such. Not really the best of things. Although GameLab loving that UC Fertility slow and the shock dart. Nobody picks up the spike, nobody picks up the charge on the orb. Eugene S wanting to get some bit of information here, as he did prime up his tailwind already. Unfortunately, or fortunately for GameLab Alpha, they have Dritch using that Sova drone just to temper certain plays such as that.
Yeah, certainly a multitude of uses of utility here on both sides, but as of the moment, RNT, they still go for a similar play to what they did. This time it's Sauce on the flank, but with limited weapons. So again, the outcome doesn't seem to be all that doable. We've seen crazier things happen here as RNT still very, very patient here. Josh S has not been discovered, and they're still trying to fight their way through the murder hole. But the Vandals, they make quick work of RNT at GameLab. They look like they're trying to return to the form of the first map, Astray.
More of the first map. And this is where it gets even scarier. Eugene S has purchased himself the operator. But I mean, we are seeing GameLab Alpha read the situations, at least from how they're moving, right? Rotations and such. Look a whole lot more decisive. Look like they know, they have a better understanding of things compared to the Haven map. But again, they cannot play this half-heartedly, as the operator's getting pushed out of it anyway. Amen. And if Eugene can just find that pick, that's gonna be huge. Okay.
Well, it is going to be a decent trade, but these two-man advantages that GameLab have been getting for themselves early on has been so problematic, and Boogie, who's had a res in his pocket for quite some time, is finally going to let that thing rip. And this is looking like a safe call already, Astray. I think there's a bit of an interest in re-hitting A here. You see the map moving here by GameLab again. They go for that double fake. And RNT, they know they're none the wiser here. So that operator they safely tucked in the corner may not be as safe, but GameLab again go for a double fake. I like it a lot, but now they have to be a bit aware of the potential dangers of this. They've given a little bit of timing on the side of RNT, but wow, the diligence is still checking Josh S. I am pretty sure he is dead in the water here. And don't call me an oracle just yet, Asura, as that outcome was already set in stone way before it happened.
Thing is, right? I mean, they already know that they have the numbers advantage, spreading the defense a whole lot more, especially when the defense is playing that far back on their own side of the map. Just works better and better for GameLab. And again, just due diligence to use utility to clear out corners here. And Josh S just not thinking that he's not gonna get hit by that first recon pulse was probably foolhardy for him. But he was hoping that he could maybe, sneak one in. If they can get this operator out the hands of Eugene S, this will strike even more confidence for GameLab. And they are looking for it. Look at how just far and wide they're just searching as of the moment. And Fall X so quick to just go out of nowhere. No, that wasn't Fall X, that was Boogie. But still, right? That was pretty crazy if it was. In any case, that is what they wanted to get. Other than the round win, of course, is just to pick off the operator in the hands of Eugene.
Try to assess the situation here. Macro-wise again, RNT, they are off to a slow start, Asura, but the buffer that they've had for themselves is a lot more respectable here. Timeout just to collect their thoughts, perhaps. And maybe a chance for everybody to go grab a drink, maybe a snack. There's a promo, so don't waste time. And if you're feeling a little generous, I mean, me and Asura are kind of hungry. I'm saying.
True that. Hard at work, man. We got a pretty jam-packed week. We still have VPL Tagalog rebroadcast.
That is true.
Yeah,
That is
people,
a lot ahead of us.
Yeah. I was gonna say, people are wondering, do you guys speak Tagalog? Yeah, we do. We
Not on the English broadcast, obviously,
not
right?
on the English broadcast.
This is exactly why we're on the English broadcast, because we're speaking English as of the moment. But
True.
I feel like, me personally, my Tagalog is a work in progress. It is, after all, a third language for me. So, I'm gonna throw that out there. I have a reference point for it already.
Yeah. I mean, Tagalog was my second language, technically.
Wow, what's your first?
English.
Same, honestly. That's why people make fun of us,
Maybe
man.
like half and half. But you know who raised me? Cartoon Network. Let's go.
Dang. Well, no cartoons to be played here, as it is going to be a soap opera for Mark L. Have to retract those tears and maybe save it for another day. As the Blaze, they do cut deep. And they run even deeper with the remaining members for RNT here. A little more vengeful. Maybe potentially a little more antsy to get these eco damage out of the way, Aserai. Again, that's really the primary objective at this point in time. But Fall X, well, never shy of using those blades. Not shy, not him. Owen Cutie gets another kill into Hot Sauce, and this eco's really just kind of falling apart on the side of RNT. And I don't think it's a surprise, right? GameLab's very good at capitalizing on prio rounds like this.
Yeah. And this is where GameLab starts to find their groove once again. Oh, that's how he got it. That is nasty. Anyways. Yeah, yeet.
Pretty much.
They do at least, right? As I mentioned, start to find their groove here. RNT losing the duels. Another operator investment from Eugene S. So how far can this purchase go is the question, because it did not find any value in the previous time that it was made, because it was put up onto A main and GameLab were on B. This time, GameLab will be on A.
Look at that.
All the operators on the B side.
I'm curious if they're going to double back and sell this fake yet again. Mark L, he's holding strong, and he is holding patient. So far, nobody has crossed his sights. He has a firm grip and control over the maze side of things, as well as 410. Mark L, he's thinking about it, but he's just waiting for the rest of his team here, Asray. Once again, I appreciate the discipline. The counter lockdown is here. Fall X, he is going to get caught by that ulti. And a lot of zoning here happening. RNT, they just have to protect Mark L at all costs. Protect the president. They have to throw out that Hunter Sphere, but is it enough? Is it enough? It is. It's barely enough. Eugene S gets one for himself, and it has to be Aeonics, but Fallax and Boogie, they crash upon everything. And Ching has to deal with the shards. The remainder of his teammates just be reduced to shrapnel and dust yet again, as they're in GameLab. but mastery over tempo shows itself yet again. RNT, a lot of adjusting and a lot of thinking to do.
Well, they had some time in the lab, man. That was close, right? I mean, what else can you do as the person defusing it? You just had to hold for it just in case that your teammate or your opponent make a grave mistake. That's a straight up defuse. Unfortunately for them, GameLab Alpha had the situation under control. VALORANT with team using that drone for quick information. But RNT here, yes. You know what? When GameLab Alpha are this dominant, it feels like they're hard reading every play that RNT are doing. And we did see that again on Lotus. Hold the phone though, as Eugene S is on the tear. This pistol or this SMG from Josh S could have actually gone more ballistic, more nuclear. Unfortunately, it just did not go, especially on that final kill. The pistol from Mark L gonna come up short against VALORANT, and that is GameLab Alpha 2-7.
I gotta say, every time I see a whiff like that, it just kind of breaks my heart. But it happens to everybody, guys. Again, just a quick reminder to everybody who's potentially gonna try and make fun of any of these players. They're gonna destroy you 100 times out of 100. Just
What
relax.
if somebody actually calls them out and actually asks for the 1 versus 1?
Against a pro player? Good
Set
luck.
it up.
Good luck. Good luck, honestly. But again, just enough of us buttering up our players, or very, very well experienced players. I feel like GameLab have found so much success, not just in the form of the direct duel, but also just kind of baiting out utility, not utility, but ultimates. As soon as they see a commitment on the side of RNT, they just bail. RNT, they haven't really found this pattern as of the moment, and it is a lot easier for us when we can see the entire overview of the map, right? Again, player's perspective, completely different thing, a lot more things to just keep the stimuli happening, Aserai. And a completely vacant A is waiting for GameLab to just kind of pounce on it.
Ooh, without Eugene S, they have to clump up somewhere, right, and get that information. Did they have the smoke to actually bypass the trap from mid? Not at all. And look at this. GameLab Alpha, they don't really flinch for the flank because it'll take a good chunk of time as well for RNT to get any form of threat from the flank actually rolling. And as long as they have, one player like this, Aeonix on belt, making sure, and everyone else focusing on the site, they should be fine. Anyways, Ching, though, great punish altogether with that shock dart. And as I mentioned, as long as Aeonix there, flank from Mark L will not really come into fruition. Back of the site, we do have 3 players from RNT coming in closer, one on top of things. That wall is keeping them a little bit contained. Out in the open, VALORANT shows again why he's the duelist in this situation, in this relationship, in this team. As 8-2, GameLab Alpha, such a dominant performance.
What do you mean duelist in this relationship, Aster? That feels like it has scary implications, to be honest with you. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Guys,
That's
if
why
you're
I
comparing
brought
your
it back. That's why I said
relationships to...
team.
Yeah, exactly. But this is for the youngins out there. If you're comparing your relationship to Valorant, go outside.
No,
Honestly,
not
just
like
go
this.
outside. Just go outside. Really go touch grass. In any case, there is no grass to be touched here, Aster, as there is a permafrost. That's Frostbin RNT also. A little bit inactive here. Fairly dormant as GameLab has warmed up, set up camp, potentially started fires elsewhere. But again, yet another empty site. There is some sort of resistance here and some sort of early warning system in the form of the alarm bot, but they will bypass it. Still, there is going to be a sound cue for Mark L to just potentially ward off any would-be attackers. So they jiggle. They try to force them towards me and funnel them into the strong side, actually the weak side of the map for RNT. But oh man, I feel like RNT's rotations are fairly late. I feel like GameLab have a big chance of overrunning this.
Well, GameLab Alpha, they're proving that they can do that so efficiently right now, especially with them at the helm. They're somehow able to just really string these rounds even more together, more built. Dritch, just the calls right now on the flags and the anti-flags is just absolutely perfect. He actually called back Aeonix because Aeonix would have been not as useful as Rich was. In any case, that's the force of the hand from RNT.
Wow.
I mean, there is a wall right now, but look at how just awkward the positioning of that spike is, right? They just gonna pop shots through it. Hot sauce! Oh my goodness! Where does he find that shot through the second on the smoke? That was huge, unfortunately, again.
Last round
There's just too many players of GameLab Alpha.
That's so many kills in that round actually happened without anybody seeing most of anyone else. I think Hot Sauce got his double kill off of the Viper smoke, and again the final kill the same way. Fallax, really funky stuff here. Look. Oh my gosh, Hot Sauce though. That's pretty crazy. But at the same time, it is a big question perhaps on the side of RNT that shouldn't they be controlling the pace here, especially with the Harbor, and shouldn't they be expending the Viper wall first for a more static defense? But again, there's so many approaches to the game and so many philosophies that it's not completely applicable all the time. Yet another lockdown on the side of GameLab as they look to seal this away. Right, around 12, 2-9. Are they gonna go for that 2-10 or potentially invoke a 9-3 curse? We'll just have to wait and see as Fallax is so far forward.
Very good nano as well as the slow. Helped him clear out Snowman just in case. This one's about to drop. Oh, and Cutie. Oh, even through the stun. Okay, that was huge. He does get immediately picked off, but he equalizes the numbers 3 versus 3. The rest of GameLab Alpha will be holding all the way through B main, but no, not all of them. Aeonix. He's on the sneaky little flank, but they still have to deal with their defuser quite quickly. Breaks the cove. Aeonix about to go on the swing. 1 versus 2, and his timing couldn't have been better. Boogie needed the help, sort of. He does get the 3K, but that secures the round regardless and the first half regardless for GameLab Alpha.
No, GameLab have to put this away, right? Otherwise, the trauma of the Haven map could potentially catch up to them. And again, it is very difficult to mentally reset at times. At the same time, they're only a pistol round away from firmly securing this map. RNT, they played with quite a bit of urgency, especially this deep down the hole. But their attacking side, I would like to believe it's a little more potent considering they have that double controller. They are going to isolate these fights way better, or at least on paper, right?
Okay.
Sigh on Asurai's end here, just pondering, what is life? What is this beautiful Thursday afternoon?
What is life? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me no more.
No more Owen Cutie.
No more Owen Cutie. Aeonix's head. Ah, he pops out. He's out in the open. Look at how he just gets isolated. And because of that double kill from Eugene S, boops right back away. 4 versus 3. RNT, they got this pretty much controlled in the hands. Josh S taking a lot of body shots as he tries to defend. Defense now coming in. The shock darts, these slows, softening up the blow. And then Magician picks them all straight from the get-go.
Uh-oh, it's happening. It's happening.
The comebacks? Ooh.
I don't know. Maybe that's a little too early for me to call, but you see, once again, sense of urgency is here. You see Phantoms and Vandals abound side of Eugene S and Mark L. Really want to run this up as hard as they can. GameLab, they have a round to give, so they should be fine for the most part. But like I said, Asai, this postman is going to be hell on earth to deal with on the side of GameLab. Yeah, they have a wall. Yeah, they have heal and res as often as they've had it, but oh man, it is just so irritating dealing with double smoker when your initiative as a team, especially with GameLab, is to just take as many raw duels as possible. So a nuisance perhaps. Aeonix tries to get a cheap little pot shot there. Goes for a clever reposition. Or maybe, just maybe, he will get spotted out. And I just think the edge of those jeans were caught. That hot sauce. Barrels through yellow here, Asarai. The classics. What can they really do? Not much apparently, as the unseen remain unseen and unheard.
Unseen and unheard as the rest right now of RNT just make quick work of this site. And hidden inside or behind these walls. The players. Ooh, that's going to be a quick little pick there onto Fall X. There still is a lot of rounds for RNT to recover. And GameLab Alpha, compared to, at least on Haven,
This is much more different, at least with how many rounds they can buffer with or try to haggle with RNT. This time, Game of Alpha, you did mention that there is a lot of problems with the post plant that they're going to have to try to deal with, even if they have certain utilities that make it a lot easier. So does that mean that they're going to go a lot more aggressive? Could be, as you do see. Look at this, man. B-Long, triple stack immediately from GameLab. They want to have that bit of map control, but the thing is, are they going to be willing to go for big flanks or have to rotate all the way around, which is going to burn a pretty hefty chunk of time as well? And it seems like they're going to go for the latter.
Surprised they didn't go for a more immediate mid push here, but safety first. This is GameLab. They still try to push the tempo, but they do it as calculated as they can. And Owen, his calculations were attempted, but boy is he bad at math apparently. As Ching will escape by the skin of his teeth. Ryan, this bonus round is looking fantastic for RNT, but GameLab, do not forget, these guys are beasts on rifles. And we see the synergy on that double swing as Fall X will lead the charge. The brawl has happened here. Both rifles are the only ones left. Mark L trying to clear it. Ching. Oh no. He still manages to get one. Boogie has to swing. Oh, and he doesn't know he's thinking. Oh, GameLab. The tenacity and the audacity. Ching saves a Vandal, but for what? Oh, dear me. GameLab. Sneaky.
GameLab, they're just experts at just playing off kilter, right? They might not always play off tempo, and that tends to be their, their biggest Achilles heel. But they, at least with their quick decision makings, they definitely tend to mix it up a whole lot, which leaves their opponent's head scratching. So even if Ching was about to build himself up a lead, he was expecting somebody to actually chase him down, because he was not, as you mentioned, expecting Dritch there to just go for the straight-up defuse. And GameLab Alpha calling out the timeout. They know that they're struggling. Yes, guys, they have the 4-11. They have that round advantage, but these rounds are not looking as clean as they did in the first half. So a little bit of reconnaissance, just, again, to recuperate, to figure things out. Again, super important right now for GameLab. Still knowing that RNT can always string rounds very quickly together for that comeback.
Like I said, it is still pretty heavy on their minds, Asser, and what happened in Haven, and I really respect this timeout on the side of GameLab. Sometimes you just need a minute to take a deep breath. Okay, we're here. And I still feel like RNT had a pretty good anti-bonus there. Or rather, a decent bonus round there. They did reduce the numbers to 1. They got the plant down, so they're going to come into this very, very healthy. They have a full belt of utility. And look at GameLab. Again, despite that win, they only have a bunch of sheriffs to really try and withstand this offense, Asser. And as you see, the tides, they're turning into the favors of RNT. Aeonics, we've seen a knack of just playmaking and solo impact, but nope. None of that. This Josh S. The cover of this high tide is gonna disappear. Did they accidentally snakebite themselves? No. Doesn't matter, as the Viper has fangs, and that's hot sauce. He's got so much going for him right now. Only Boogie's left alive. And despite the investments that were made in the previous round, that's right, economy not looking good for GameLab.
The thing is, I think that was just a technically half buy for GameLab, so they should be able to buy up now. No, it's still a broken economy for them. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It's going to be another thrifty. This is where, again, RNT are hard looking to press things up. Any case, again, it's very difficult, I feel like, to beat down on RNT when you just have these pistols, especially on just how forceful the double controller really does give their attacking side. That's why GameLab have very much defaulted into, again, putting down their foot on certain places around the site, because it's either they retake or it's either they stop them dead in their tracks. And more cases than not, they want to stop them dead in their tracks, because you don't really want to play the retake against RNT, because again, you mentioned it, really good bonuses for RNT, even with the weaker weapons.
Yeah, exactly. And GameLab, they have to kind of just stop this bleeding, man. I mean, We already know what happened when RNT had that firm grip, that vice grip over the controller, and Mark L anticipates the flag perfectly. Thought he would die there, but gets a decent 3-piece for him. GameLab, they do manage to find the watch. And honestly, Dreech should just back out and save this. That would have no real consequences, as their economy is still recovering. Sorry, they can take all the help they can get here. And Boogie is still going for it, apparently. I don't know about that one, Chief. Boogie, he lands one. Thought he landed the other.
Whoa.
But now RNT, they want to knife him. They want to knife him. Oh no!
Oh my god! So expensive.
Josh S. Yeah. Nope.
I mean, that's a win for Boogie. Because not
It
only
really
the
was.
kills, the charges on the ultimate too, right? So
Yeah.
I was surprised for that third kill. Again, that was all right, doable, but that one was kind of nuts. Oh my god! What a shot! What a man! What a Boogie!
Yeah. And again, there were some bonuses to that. Boogie does have that res available, which has been super helpful. But would that small mistake on the side of RNT come back to haunt them? They are reinvigorated yet again, Asarai. And the utility is just something that's been scaring GameLab off. And I still firmly believe that GameLab respecting this is the right choice. We have seen so many times they would go for these pushes where, oh yeah, you know, they have the mechanical prowess to do it, but does it really bear any fruit? Most of the time, no.
That delayed everything. Oh, and Cutie, he's so aware that yes, is gonna be here. That is so much utility thrown back, and now they clap back with the Reckoning, but that might have been a little bit too late for them, because now look at GameLab. They've slowed the pace down, and rather than RNT forcing GameLab to play in their own timing, in their own realm, it's gone topsy-turvy, man. It's GameLab Alpha forcing RNT to play to their own conditions and lose to those conditions very quickly.
Conditions have been set. Asarai on the side of RNT, but GameLab, they refuse to let this slip away from them. And we have to look at the economy here on the side of RNT. They still have a fairly decent amount of money that they can really put their backs against. GameLab with a fairly convincing retake like that. Feels like this could be close to the end for RNT.
Yeah. Well, at least they still have the weapons and the whole enchilada of ultimate. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit sidetracked here by the chat. They're saying that, you know what, maybe Naos or KDM, Kadaliman, can actually pick up Ye. And we'll
What? What?
Look at the chat, man. Love our chat.
I never look at chat, is the thing. But
Okay. I always do. They're very entertaining and they're very lovable people. Anyways, loving as it may be, this is not a loving situation for RNT, as Owen Cutie step in the right direction. Already breaks down the spear tip of the Rambutan Tatay with Eugene S. And again, as I mentioned, crossed off the Hitman list.
Hitman list. Seems like you're all too familiar with some of these shadow ops, perhaps Asarai. And once again, a ruse might be brewing, but Fall X knows better than to fall for it, as those are major pickups. And, oh, wow, Fall X. That's unreal. And RNT, despite trying to put up a valiant fight in the second half, GameLab still secure that big W.
What? Dude, GameLab in this series, man, whenever they play, you know, once they start to heat up, it feels like they just have such a clairvoyant approach to their opponents, right? Literally able to clear it out things very efficiently. And then Fall X, how many times was he able to do those 2 versus 1, 3 versus 1? Okay, one's down, come up to the plate, guys. I'm not done, I'm not done. Keep finding me, keep finding me. And then they just try to do it and they fail. And now Game of Alpha, what a striking start to split 2, 13-6 on this one. Of course, overall ending the series 2-1.
And I have to say, like, I still feel like my favorite play was that Mark L wraparound, but on the side of GameLab was that insane ace. Not ace, clutch on Lotus by, I think it was Aeonix on that stage. And it's like, what? How?
Mine would probably be... Oh, sorry. I was just going to add my input. My favorite play in this entire series would have to be GameLab's utility usage. I don't think we've ever seen that before, or at least from the most part from them. It's just so much better now. I don't know if they picked up a new coach or they were just able to grow so rapidly in the span of just a few months or a few weeks, but this is crazy from the GameLab roster.
Absolutely. Again, GameLab, they've made some serious strides in just not rushing their success with slowly implementing these additions to their playbook. Again, maybe not the deepest just yet, but surefire. Some of them have been as effective. But my man Asarai,
yeah.
I wish the knife went through. Honestly, there's been so many fun moments. The panel did talk about it earlier that there's going to be absolute chaos in this series, and I have to completely agree with them. There were so many of the fun ones, but GameLab yet again striking fear and delivering the win with Grab Unlimited is Boogie.
Maya was able to get that final kill. Oh my goodness, just I'm so speechless as to what happened this entire game 3, my guy, because of just again just how different of a face GameLab was, at least to me, right? You did mention that it might not be the deepest of pockets in terms of how well they approach some of these games, and we did see that on Haven. There was a lot of things to definitely work up for there for GameLab Alpha, and the viewers would also have to agree with that one on us. But when they're on a roll, as I mentioned, when they're that dominant, it just feels like they are just that dominant, right? There was nothing that RNT could do, and this is just, I think, what GameLab were looking for, especially from that, coming from the last split when they are included in the top 4, because they got to the top 4, but it wasn't as, I think, convincing as they want to be. So having this first series be that convincing is always a good thing for GameLab.
Well, I don't know if unconvincing is the word here, Asar, because they did take
Not as
Oasis to, like,
yeah.
I feel like it was convincing. Taking Oasis to a 5-game series is a statement. My question is, can they just really not be a one-split wonder? And if they can continue the dominance from that Lotus map earlier into the series, or rather into the circuit, then I feel like we have another star team in the making.
Well, these stars are definitely shining bright, but we still have one more series to go. So we finished the game of Alpha versus Rambutan Tatay. We have looking for sponsors. Abaddon Abyss up against Action PH. Now, the chat was, buzzing a little bit as Yanagi is already on another team. Who is the fifth man? So I think we'll just let the panel decide or discuss that later on, because it's still a mystery to a lot of our viewers here. And to be honest, I don't honestly know who they're going to be bringing in to active play. I do know that they picked up 2 players, specifically ex-pro players or pro players from other teams. So that is going to be very exciting to watch out for. Any case, guys, I believe we are going to go on a break when we come, or rather on the panel. I think they're still setting up. But other than that, super looking forward to seeing what Action is gonna do.
Well, with all those sentiments, Aster, I feel like with everything that we've seen so far in the previous day and Action, their shakeup, it does kind of put a bit of a spotlight on Yanagi here. Again, it's just been fairly unfortunate for him in just recent events, right? They had that one series where he kind of underperformed, and then going into this one, he was fairly quiet, but then again, that was against Oasis, so it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. Hopefully he can bounce back, because he does have potential to be one of those players. We saw glimpses of it on that Ascent performance when he was still on Action with that KO, so on and so forth, right?
Yeah, anyways, we're gonna go to the series highlights, guys, and then it's going to be the panel.
kanina sa Haven, nakakuha ng bonus round yung Rambutan ni Tatay, tas momentum na para manalo. Dito naman, na-defuse pa nga dahil doon sa wall nakapuesto, na-hold together ng GameLab Alpha yung site mismo doon sa may B. And in the end, convincingly done by Fall X to wrap it all up. Para sa GameLab, kailangan lang nila matuloy talaga yung standard na yun. And they're really gonna be one of the contenders dito sa VCTPH eh.
I mean, you're right. Already on split one, we saw their potential, but that potential has turned into that possible fruition as they slowly have improved on their gameplay. Dax is right in saying that, yes, individually, R&T really has that pedigree of skill that every player really needs to have at this level, but GameLab Alpha has something different. They have that strong fundamentals, and we can see already how Aeonix's fit has been the correct fit for GameLab.
He really has been a good fit to the team. At kung kanina nga ang pinag-uusapan natin, eto bang si Aeonix is a really good fit for the team? Nasagot na yan. Katulad na lang na pineapple does belong on pizza. However, Dax, that just means na Rambutan does not belong on pizza this time.
Parang medyo exotic pick talaga yun. And unfortunately, for the dads of the Philippine scene right now, hindi sila kaanong convincing sa mga maps nila. I really feel like, as we see Aeonix's stats here, 236 ACS, 15 kills on average. It really feels like para sa GameLab Alpha, they're really a glued team right now. Andyan na nga yung missing piece na hinahanap nila. It really brings up some of the, I'd say, issues na kita natin sa GameLab Alpha. Sino mag-play ng backline? Sino ba magiging stable kung gusto mag-frontline ni Bogey at ni Fall X? It's really Aeonix who brings that to the table, and right now, mas kompleto talaga yung picture na pinapadala dito ng GameLab Alpha compared to, I'd say, some of the hype na dinala ng Rambutan ni Tatay dito sa regular season natin.
I mean, you're right. GameLab really has that puzzle already kind of solved with the missing piece already found. They've really improved on what they had on Split 1. And moving on to Split 2, we already know how strong they are and how well they stack onto these like better teams, these top 1, top 2 teams that in Split 1, for example, Naos as well as Oasis. And I feel like they are a threat moving on to this tournament. We already see their potential in this game. And on the side of Rambutan and Tatay, I mean, they're struggling to survive even. Lotus was, to be honest, so GameLab side, they were only able to get that start, but that wasn't enough momentum for them to go through. Haven and then Icebox, they had some, moments of brilliance on Haven, but Icebox, they slightly faltered.
Yeah, I think at one point dun sa Haven map kanina, sinabi nila na, tara na guys, game na talaga. Hindi na pwedeng all fun and games. Kailangan talagang seryoso na mode na tayo dito. At pinakita naman nila yun when they started picking up the momentum dun sa Haven. Pero medyo kinapos na nga lang pagdating natin dito sa Icebox. So in conclusion, some things belong on pizza nga, babalik at babalikan ko yan. And some things maybe belong to a lasagna instead. Someday magigets din ng mga viewers natin kung saan nanggagaling yung mga inside jokes natin. But here on the panel, that is it for this first series. In just a bit, babalik naman itong mga to as casters instead as we go into the second series of the day, which is gonna be Action PH versus Looking for Sponsors. VCTPH Split 2, we'll be right back.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here from the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps. Not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered. They're just bound. And they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. opportune moment. Now it's delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits though trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Mojo happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the Nano Swarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here. NDG's there for cover. And now are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojo taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Poppy Chulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Now, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Now it's delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Mojo happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the Nano Swarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still, possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown, Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And now are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center resection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papi Chulo's there. Savvy 8K making the find onto Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy 8K though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy 8K on the retreat. Hands up! Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papi Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still, possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja in
Nagbabalik na naman ang VCTPH Split 2 kung saan hindi na natin kasama ang DOS na sila Fluffy02 at si Dax, kundi kasama nyo ang Tres, ang Maritres. Yes! My name is Likeable. I am your host and I am being joined by the Maritres themselves, the Mariteses rather, si Honey Glaze pati si Ray Ray. Ang ganda nung laban kanina, feeling ko nahirapan din kayong i-cast yun. Not just because of the Okay, tumawa na siya eh. Sige, address ko. It's because of the controversial names talaga. Congratulations! Ang galing yung mag-cast doon, guys. Maingat na maingat.
Gusto pa
Lahat
namin
na.
magkatrabaho, IG.
Kaya nga eh. Parang lahat na yata ng pag-iiwas, na ma-mention ko yung rambutan, ginawa ko na tinawag ko silang puno, tinawag ko silang RNT, para lang talaga magstay ako dito sa VCT. Baka mahirapan na eh.
Kasi kapag kami ni Aniglis, talagang in-all out namin yun. Feel ko hanggang ngayon na lang talaga kami. Baka biglang mawala na talaga yung pangarap namin sa buhay, di ba?
Huwag kayong mag-alala, guys. Safe na safe kayo dyan. Pero, mas safe tayo in the hands of our sponsors. So maraming salamat sa Mineski Philippines as well as Riot Games for making VCTPH Split 2 happen.
At sabi ko nga kanina, di ba? Sobrang naging easy sa akin yung transaction ko dahil merong Grab Unlimited. You can celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month. At syempre guys, you can also enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on our free trial on your very first month.
And syempre, ang VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Yan, maraming salamat sa ating mga sponsors. Ngayon naman, medyo move on na tayo sa mga nangyari sa first series na kinas nyo nga. Ang pag-uusapan naman natin ay isa pa sa mga teams na ang ganda rin ng transition nila throughout Split 1. Nagbago na sila ng team name ngayon, and I'm talking about looking for sponsors who were formerly known as Abaddon Abyss. Ang makakalaban din nila dito ay very interesting kasi meron ring slight re-roster na nangyari dito na pag-uusapan natin as we introduce Action PH.
A team na maganda yung run during Split 1 but then fell behind into the hands of GameLab Alpha. We have here Action PH at ito na pala yung favorite surprise ko sa inyo. We have here Derek, we have here Blurred, Kevs together with Micro, and we have here ang favorite initiator ng karamihan. We have Kelly S. Saan ba nanggaling si Kelly S? Sa RR ko nga lamang as their duelist, diba? At ngayon siya yung latest addition kasi ang hinahanap talaga nila is that KO players, that Sky player na very consistent. At nakita ko din na may 6-man sila which is si Gadowers, but this is the 5 stock ngayon that they are finding. Nawalan nga sila ng name last split at nawalan sila ng identity and they are still finding it. But knowing na si Kelly ay nandito na kagad, maybe ito na yung pangalan na hinahanap ng mga taga-aksyon.
Nakita natin, we all witness kung paano sila naging shaky last split. Ito na yung time para makabawi na muli sila. Nasabi mo nga, we have Kelsey, we have Kelly S. So, this is a great addition din para sa Action PH para ihandog na mismo sa atin yung aksyon. Laban na nga dito sa Abaddon, or rather, sa looking for sponsors.
Yes, dito nga sa side nila, siguro isa sa mga bagay na hinihintay natin last split was a little bit more firepower. And I think with the addition of Kelly S, they're really hoping to fill that gap na kailangan ng team nila and hoping to make it further dito sa ating competition as we go into Split 2. Ang challenge naman for the team na makakalaban nila is to keep the fire burning kasi pinakita nila during the last split na nag-iinit na talaga sila and they have so much more to offer and to show all of us. Heto na nga ang looking for sponsors.
Nako, sila yung mga tipo ng mga players na gustong mamanumbalik at magasik muli ng lagim. They have a lot to prove, pero nakita na rin naman natin yung kanilang potential. Ang nagiging problema lang sa kanila is yung kanilang magiging endurance. We have Asta, Exotic, Slatom, and then nandito rin sina B-Black at nakita natin within their favors or within their team, masasabi mong they have their craziness, their own personality pagdating dito sa kanilang roster. Pero parang nagiging kulang kasi ito kapag nakakalaban na nila someone like APH.
HG. Itong dalawang teams na to, pinag-usapan na natin to kagabi pa ng LFS together with APH, nawalan nga sila ng kasiglahan along nung playoffs, diba? Nagulat nga tayo lahat. Pero nalaman ko nga, coming in from LFS, that they are craving again for that win. Mas determined na daw sila ngayon, sabi ni Coach Jay sa akin. At mas talagang hungry na sila for the win. Kasi tinanggap nga nila, medyo naging lax daw talaga sila as a team. At ngayon daw, mukhang talagang winner nila yung mga pagkakamali nila at na-mend nila ng maayos yun.
In fairness talaga, sakto yan yung sinabi mo na na-mend nila yung pagkakamali. Katulad na lang dun sa interview na nakasama natin si V-Black last split. Siya na mismo nagsabi na naririnig namin sa panel lagi yung kino-comment yung endurance namin kasi sila yung team na laging may long games pagdating dito sa ating VCT, di ba? So, sabi nila, nag-work on talaga sila dito. So, nakakatuwa kasi talagang open-minded tong team na to and they will do everything that they can to possibly improve and make it further talaga dito sa competition natin. At ang galing na ito na naman sila, they brave through the entirety of open qualifiers at nagbabalik sila kasama natin dito. Kaya excited na akong makita kung saan nga ba sila mapupunta. Pero bago pa sila makalayo dito sa competition, alamin muna natin kung saang mapa nga ba sila mapupunta as we go into our map selection. Tinitignan ko ngayon yung notes ko. On the side of APH, so far, wala pa tayong information pagdating sa split at sa fracture na siguro this time around sa split 2, magbago na yan. Pero dito, Riri, sa LFS, possible na split pa nga yung ilabas nila kasi maganda yung open qualifier run nila sa mapa na to eh.
At pwede pa nalang madali yung APH kasi yung APH sa mga previous teams nila, this has been like their weaker map, which is nga itong split. And I'm excited nga kung anong ilalabas nila ngayon. Si Coach Jay, syempre, sabi niya sa akin, gusto daw nila na this time around, it's gonna be like the different maps that teams haven't touched yet. And one of those nga is yung split. Pero inaabangan ko nga, kakasabi lang ni Laika, iniiwasan ng APH yung fracture. Nangyari nga talaga kagad ito. Pero next sa LFS, nadamay na din pati Lotus kasi alam nila na tong APH, they are a make or break here in the Lotus map.
Sayang no, kasi gusto ko pa na mapapanood yung Lotus. Isa na namang Lotus dito mamayagpag in this game, in this series dahil alam ko din kung gaano ka-crazy dito yung Wonder Trio kasi ng LFS. I'm talking about V-Black, Slatom, and Exotic sa kanilang pag-o-organize ng kanilang mga toss and then yung decision making nila. Pero sabi mo nga Ray, pwede sila ditong kumuha ngayon ng Icebox, I rather ng split kasi earlier on their open qualifiers, they were just really dominating. That was a 13-8 scoreline. So malay natin, ito talaga yung ilapag sa atin ngayon.
Napakalupit talaga na itong mga teams na to, no? For the side of APH, tingnan natin kung anong ibubuga nila pagdating sa Icebox. Pero yet again, dito talaga, gusto ko rin mag-focus sa LFS dito. Kasi ang ganda talaga ng storyline nila kung babalikan natin sa Split 1. Pero speaking of Split, hindi pa natin makikita at may chance pa nga yung APH na i-ban ito. Kasi baka hindi nila gusto yung mapadpad dito pagdating sa Decider. Pero so far, Ray, the second map is gonna be Haven.
Oh, I'm actually surprised for LFS. Pinili nila yung Haven, which is something na yung APH, they also have that advantage. Kasi nga, basically, halos lahat ng teams na nasa split to ngayon ay magaling sa mapang ito. At actually nga, sobrang close na mga matches natin eh. Pero ito yung magiging next question, yung Icebox na yan. Kasi pwede ding nag-improve along the time ang LFS during that break before we started ang split 2. But Laika, looks like they banned Pearl. At ano kaya yung matitira ngayon sa Decider map? Please, ayoko mag-ascent. Gusto ko mag-split.
Nako, feeling ko medyo malabo eh. Pero we'll see kasi LFS naman yung magde-decide. 50-50 sila right now. And again, with the comfort that they've shown, even in the first split, pinakita na nila tong split nila na mapa, maganda talaga yung pinakita nila and then pinanindigan nila. Ayan na, split talaga yung magiging decider natin. Inopen pa ng APH dito. Pero ito, HG, magkaroon lang tayo ng konting trip down memory lane. Actually, may history tong dalawang to dun sa playoffs kung saan etong former Abaddon Abyss pa sila noon, ngayon LFS na nga sila. Pinadala agad nila tong Action PH dun sa lower bracket natin. Feeling ko, HG, revenge story to para sa APH. Nag-iinit tong mga to eh.
Nako, problema nito na ngayon ng APH is paano nila masya-shatter yung defense ng LFS. Dahil I'm looking back into the numbers, I'm looking back into their history na hindi talaga nasya-shatter yung kanilang walls, yung kanilang mga pillars kapag umabot na sa kanila dito yung mga clutch potentials. And then, syempre, kapag natitira dito sila exotic, let's really hope na meron tayo ditong opener for V-Black para siya din yung mamayagpag. But then again, yun nga eh, ito lang talaga yung punot dulo eh. Kapag na-shatter ng APH yung magiging defense dito ng players natin from LFS.
And I'm so excited kasi yung split na yan, kahit sabihin mo na experience ang LFS, they're like, pwede nilang i-give. Pero sa tingin ko, itong APH, they will come up with new possibilities. The more that you don't know about who your enemy is or how they play on a certain map, the more na magiging questionable nga to sa LFS and they need to be prepared for that. But everything else, for APH, malaking advantage to para sa kanila. Kasi nga, nakita mo, Icebox yung pinili nila, tapos next space, Haven. Na technically, may mga panalo din sila against the teams. Pero this is also a big question mark na kailangan bigyan ng statement ng LFS. Will they finally still put itong APH sa ibaba or ang APH ang makakaisa sa kanila ngayon?
Saktong-sakto yan, Ray. Alam mo kung isa pang bagay na curious ako, pagdating naman dito sa side ng Action PH, is yung magiging rule adjustment. Kasi dun sa last split natin, nandun pa sa Sky Empire, etong si Kelly S, medyo nag-step back siya from the duelist role at times. Pero nung bandang dulo, nung kinakailangan nilang ipasok yung mga points, tinulak na ulit nila na, okay, alam nyo, ibalik na natin si Kelly S sa duelist. Pero this time, with this new team, tapos siya pa yung bagong addition, possible na magbago pa rin talaga yung rules, lalong-lalo na dahil si Yanagi pa nga yung nawala dito sa team na magandang support player din naman and flex player for the team. So, abangan natin kung anong ipapalabas nila dyan. But with all of the adjustments as well as the maps being locked in, eto na, pinapalabas na yung mga natin. Bago ko pa kayo tanungin, ni-reveal na. Pero gusto ko malaman yung reasoning nyo kung bakit ito yung mga naging predictions dito. Let's start with you, Ray Ray.
Inaaway talaga ako ng dalawang to, guys. Tuwing nagpe-prediction kami, ako lang yung naiiba parate. As in, sobrang konti lang yung times na nagkaparehas kami. But anyway, it's so great to see naman that when you add Kelly S, it will really pop off pa, lalo sa Action PH. They weren't able to mend it well when they finished off yung kanilang playoffs. Pero ngayon naman, na nakapag-practice na din sila with Kelly S on that role sa kanyang pagiging initiator or K or Sky, I'm excited on what they can take against LFS this time.
Oh, Ray, I beg to disagree dahil alam ko kung ano yung meron ditong pillar na meron na nga, or rather, I think I can see the comfortability within the team of looking so sponsor na kaya nila dito talagang mamayagpaag throughout the games, throughout the rounds. Kaya comfort pa nila yung mga maps na nakita natin kanina. So, yeah, I'm rooting for LFS para sa series na ito.
Alam mo, ako HG, I'm with you there. Kung nung split 1, debut nila dito sa ating VCT, ang dami nilang pinakita na napakagandang adjustments on their end. What more na ngayon, nagkaroon sila ng time to prepare and kahit papano, nagkaroon na sila ng legit, yung ganito kalalim na tournament experience. Marami talaga silang natutunan dyan and for sure, i-apply nila yan dito sa ating regular season. With that said, I think ready na tayong mag-umpisa dito sa ating mga labanan, rather. So, ipapasa ko na kayo muli sa ating mga casters. Maritres out, casters in.
Well, it's a second take in the seconds split. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, to another matchup here at VCTPH. Rare pairing, though. It's going to be Daxir with Fluffy02 in a matchup that is much familiar for everyone who's been tuning in so far. You got Looking for Sponsors on one side, Action PH on the other. And come on, man, these guys faced off against each other twice last split.
I mean, they had an amazing run last split, but there's a couple of changes from then. If you look at the roster of APH, they did induct Kelly S, as the panel mentioned a bit earlier, and I think him replacing Yanagi in that role will still be as effective, but I also feel like for APH, we know that in Split 1, they were the team that, yes, they were invited, but also they kind of just got together slightly before the tournament. And I think it might be a different story now because they have that experience and because they've been together for at least the core part of it for a majority of the time now.
Yeah, it feels like these guys have meshed together, and the panel, especially Ray talking about it a while ago, she mentioned Kelly S, but she actually said about her initiator role. And speaking of this roster right now, that's what he's replacing. What Yanagi was able to bring to the table, perhaps Kelly S can do so as well. Maybe from time to time go for the double duelist with Blurred and Kelly S in the front line, but it really feels like here for Action PH, they're just looking to reinforce what they already have. On the other side though, looking for sponsors. They seek the way back here to the regular season, Fluffy, but it's the same old roster we had from Abaddon Abyss. And I mentioned a while ago, one of the biggest wins that Abaddon Abyss had last split was against Action PH in the playoffs.
I mean, that is the confidence that you can bring in here on Split 2. And you're right that the consistency that they had on that first run, on the first split, Vanta Black, Asta, Rababs, Exotic, Slatham, all of them. Slatham, for me especially, I think, is a standout player where he always, in that initiator role, somehow finds his way to not only hit the darts, but hit the frags. Overall, though, this team and the way that they play together has been beautiful to watch. And they have that confidence from beating APH before. And majority of the roster from APH is the same. So they still have a bit of that momentum going for them.
Yeah, there was so much surprise about Abaddon Abyss. Them themselves, they were like, oh, we're in the playoffs. We made it. Wow, we beat Action PH. We took Oasis Gaming so very close. But the thing is, there is one thing that these two teams have in common. Both were eliminated from the playoffs by GameLab Alpha. So perhaps there's a significant target in the future for both the former Abaddon Abyss squadron as well as Action PH. But in terms of this matchup, Fluffy, we were checking out the map draft a little bit, and parts and parcels of it were kind of affected by the initial matchup that they had in the playoffs. We saw now Split actually being allowed to be played in. You also gonna get Icebox there from Action PH, and I kind of have to ask you, what do you think about the map draft moving forward, knowing that there's so much history behind these two teams against each other?
I think for Icebox, regardless of the strat that you put in, it's so individual based that on an individual basis, I would side with APH because they have that experience and a lot of their players really can just recover from a lot of these situations in case things go awry. But for the other maps, Haven or moving on to Split, I think we were talking about it beforehand in backstage that we were kind of surprised that Split went through instead of Ascent, but they went for that Ascent ban instead. Most teams, especially if you know that you have the decider for the last ban, so you'll dictate the decider map, will opt to ban Split if they can't choose the side, because you don't want to give your opponent that defensive side, which is so strong on Split. But they did decide to ban Ascent, and they gave that defensive strong side to APH, and I'm kind of worried about them if this goes the distance.
Yeah, well, it was because, I'd say part of it being the fact that Action PH stole that map pick away against that former Abaddon Abyss squad way back when. So history seeming to be such an important chapter to these two stories. Now we write a new one as we get into Aegis Select. And as we mentioned, Icebox to begin with. LFS gonna be on the defending side. You got Action PH on the attack. And of course, everyone's looking to what Kelly S will play here. Brings out that signature KO especially. APH struggled with the Sage comp last time around, and I really feel like this is gonna be a better look for them this split.
I mean, composition-wise, it does look like a very solid thing. They do lose out on the Sage for the side of APH, but they have a lot of stall. They have the Fragment to work with. They also have a lot of mollies from Micro as well as Derek on that Sentinel and the Viper. On the other side of things, we can see that they have the standard Sova, you have the standard Killjoy. Both teams have the Jet, but the double controller coming in for looking for LFS means that they do lack a bit of that initiating power. They lose a lot of info, but they will have a lot more perceived pressure as the rounds go by.
Yeah, and I think this is a little bit interesting. I look at LFS right now. Last time around, they ran the Killjoy with Rababs. This time around, they're gonna run the Harbor, and I think Hydra and Asta are in together. And this is something that they do quite a bit. The rotation for LFS, usually it's Asta or Hydra who gets that playtime, but this time around it's a different kind of comp, a different kind of strategy, and double wall is such an important kind of setup where you need so much synchronicity between each other. So by this point, what did you think about this one, Fluffy? Because LFS, we've seen how effective double wall has been internationally, but Action PH, they always go for the tried and tested comfort picks, and that's what worked to bring them to that top 4 last time around.
I mean, for me, the key piece of utility here is the suppress that KO brings. By the null command or even just the knife, these are things that are very good in Icebox because with a common Viper pick, unlike other controllers, when you hit the suppress on the Viper, the wall drops. But for the LFS team, they do have that harbor, so they can always re-wall up, and if the wall is active, it doesn't fall, meaning that they have a lot more defense. So the KO value drops a bit. It's still very powerful, but my biggest concern is because of the KO's existence, the other piece of utility that he has with him is his flashes. And even though you have the perceived pressure, you have the control and map control with a lot of these line of sight blocking utility, be it the Cascade or the High Tides, the Viper Wall, all of these things can be flashed through. And when you look at the composition coming from LFS, they don't have one for themselves.
Yeah, it feels like they can still get in there, right? And despite the wall being in the way, suddenly a flash pops, and then from that point on, that's enough to allow APH to actually push. Here we go though, ladies and gentlemen, back into VCTPH, back into the regular season. Dax and Fluffy bringing you the action. And the last time around, these two teams have met in Split 1. It was a 13-5 victory in favor of Action Page. Will history repeat right now, as it's the A site being seized here by APH?
It's a very interesting start. It's very slow. No one really taking any aggressive control, slowly working themselves up to A. And they already committed their attacking Viper Wall onto that B site, meaning it will be very hard to isolate the angles that they need to once they make contact on A. They do use the drone, though, to safely carry Blurred a bit closer to the site. They have frontside control, but the mollies are already ready for this Killjoy. Kelly's manages to make himself all the way get up to Nest, and they are going to plant the spike, but the util is still there. The shock dart's already coming in before this retake commences.
Yeah, Kelly's though retreating now. APH, no real fear. As soon as the waterways do, you just ripple in, and here we have it now. High Tide being set. Toxic Screen is there, looking for sponsor. A lot of mediums of control. Then just waiting to time the walls right. V-Black though, good beginning. Blurred goes down. It's LFS now looking to advance as much as possible. Gets the scans onto Kelly S2. Retreats away from the nest area. Such a slow place though from Action PH. Using utility now to deny that plant. Krebs and Micro already on it. Derek also pushing in too. It's high time for Exotic to hit those shots, but APH, they love the utility, and then they peek from nest to get those takedowns.
Very lock-in DRX-esque playstyle there, just choosing to try to get as much util that they have, plant the spike, and after they plant the spike, play the complete post-plant. But it was just so difficult to penetrate the retake through the retake because of all that line of sight blocking utility. And now look at the buys. Action PH has been able to buy up. They're getting that Bulldog, but they're choosing to save on the two players, on Kevs and Kelly S, meaning that they want to further their economy later on in the round instead of having such a heavy investment now.
I mean, they already know they can get away with it. If that was just the firepower LFS brought to the table, then APH can just hang back, wait to do the same old thing. And you mentioned now with the KO, the Fragment is also another tool that they can utilize just to make the lives of the one on defuse duty even harder. LFS though, a good stack now in quadruplicates. Set up here by the Maze. Aggression comes, and here comes Kelly S2. APH though, taking advantage. Better firepower gives them that anchor point, and case in point, it's Exotic the only one left.
They're changing up their pace. Now it's Exotic, but he only has a shorty to work with. He knows exactly where they are. Goes for the up drops, tries to take the planter out, but Kevs just gets off the spike, and he just goes for the kill instead. Another round secured for APH. This time around, instead of slowly creeping their way and playing the complete post plant, knowing that they have that weapon advantage, they just choose to continue the pressure. Not gonna stop, not let them breathe, not let them have the retake that they want, because they know from the first round that LFS just gave the A site. They're going for that full retake. So this time around, they're going to be able to interrupt that by playing a bit more aggressively.
Yeah, Kelly S has gotten so much control of 410 for the past 2 rounds that APH is now able to put LFS on the clock, basically. Figure out how long these rotates are going to come. Figure out how much time they have for the execute. In case in point, now it's their bonus. They have a Vandal actually in hand. Beyond that though, they're still playing that long game, Fluffy. Really looking forward to having a better bank in the long run.
I mean, they have a lot of options. We mentioned earlier in the agent select that because they have a lot of these post plants, they have the Fragment, they have the mollies from KJ as well as the snake bites. They can always play the post plant. Even though they don't have this Viper wall, they can do this contact. And AVH is really good at just bursting through. We already see that the attack is going to commence. They're going to take control of Nest, and the site is given again by LFS. Not getting a lot of control from this because they're not allowing the drone. I mean, they're allowing the drone to really push them away. Now they're forced to go for the retake.
Yeah, they're always going for the retake, and they're waiting for V-Black to get in position. They want to use the high tide as soon as possible, and from that point on, that might be the initiation zone. Aldron, though, gets a tag, spots out Blurred on the opposite head. Cascade also trying to vie for the pipe control. Look through the maze even. Nelfest bringing the fight to APH yet again. V-Black though finds 2 for his troubles. Keeping an eye out yet again here towards Nest. Defuse now unlucky for LFS. Micro though with the lineup one more time. Kelly S still sticking around towards Nest. The spam comes from Micro. But this time around, LFS has a better position, better blockades, and a better safeguard. Micro, what can he do? Absolutely nothing from that position. LFS will take the round away. APH though making it a bit more costly here at the end.
LFS are able to finally get the round that they need. APH losing out on those rifles, a bit of economic damage, but because they didn't fully buy for the past couple of rounds, they still are able to buy up and get that complete rifle set. LFS, on the other hand, lost enough players that they're actually down on the economy. Though if you take a look at what happened last round, this Cascade and High Tide really pushed the post plant to its limits. One thing that's good about the post plant, though, is because there is no Sage currently in this game, and they only have the Harbor Cove to really block any damage when you're trying to defuse the spike. The utility can still go through, so there is some value in that. So great aggression for the part of APH. But moving on to this round, they're gonna start with some B pressure, but the Cascade yet again blocking so much vision.
And it also allows Exotic to dash away immensely. LFS right now, they know they were exploited by the lack of utility that you mentioned in the first 2 rounds. But now, they're trying to get even more value out of that Harbor, play off that Cascade towards that B side. And speaking of, there's the Reckoning now available. LFS has been bringing V-Black to that orb. Give him that as much as possible. And then, from that point on, perhaps that's going to be strong for the post plant later.
I think with this Viper Wall, the idea behind it is to try to get that perceived pressure and condition them early on that they can go back to A. They already have a player there, so they're cutting noise right now with 50 seconds still remaining on the clock. It's a lot of time, but look at LFS. They're not even budging. They're just controlling backside. They're just waiting. They know they have the Reckoning in case the B hit does come, but that might be delayed if this KO knife actually lands on V-Black. Fortunately, though, I don't think that he's suppressed. The Viper Orb is there, but it's not going to be enough time because the gas is surely running out.
They threw it a little bit closer there, and APH, one thing they do well is execute, but it's very by the book, and LFS understand and respect that. Shock Dart now flies. It's a bit of a tase going towards Blurred. Time running out, LFS. They are still looking to put the stranglehold in. Exotic is here, holding close. Blur goes down as soon as he pushes through the toxic screen. V-Black nearby as well, and APH, they need to get that plant down and fast. It's not happening though. Denied immensely here by LFS. The Reckoning is there too, giving the beams of light to understand where the opposition are. Pop flash short, courtesy of Kelly S, but time has run out, and the rest of APH will fall in suit. It's another one here for LFS.
LFS slowly gaining the momentum back, gaining the ground that they need, and yeah, time was the opponent really for APH. They tried to go for the B hit with a conditioning wall. They hid behind white and as well as top green just to wait for some time in case they move, but because they didn't budge, because LFS had that discipline, they had to move extremely slow just to take yellow. They tried to play contact, but even with a better buy, there's just not enough time for them to really do anything. They're forced to execute and they get punished for it. The overextension was punished by Exotic, and after that they still try to go for that B hit because they're pressured. There's no more time to rotate. There's nothing for them to do. So what can you do? You just have to play contact and hopefully you win the fights. Unfortunately for them though, LFS is very ready for it.
Yeah, LFS, they understand their opponents. Honestly, right now we're seeing familiarity from both sides. Their expeditions in Stage 1 have made sure that this matchup is something to watch out for. And since we have a bit of time here in the Tech Pause, a bit of history, as far as I remember, it's a 1-1 standing. Action PH took the regular season game, and it was this former Abaddon Abyss Squadron that surprised everyone in overtimes to take it away from Action PH. Now it's a clean slate, now it's a new split, and it really goes to show, though, that just how important these teams understand each other are. There's just so much familiarity right now that every little bit of adjustment for both APH and LFS moving forward is based on that history just this year.
You gotta squeeze every amount of advantage that you can get, especially at this level. Now the game's about to resume, and we can already see the start of the round's a bit different for the attacking side. They don't have the Viper Wall. It's finally in their pocket, so they have a bit more adjustments for how they want to play. So far, they've been using that drone, actually, from Sova really well, able to safely clear out that front A main site and safely get their team up when they're trying to attack. But this time, it's going to be LFS who's waiting on the B side, ready for the faster flank.
Yeah, there you have it now. LFS aggressive there towards that B yet again between V-Black and Exotic. Wouldn't be surprised to have that aggressive angle taken again and again moving forward. But APH, they just love to cut noise here. Eventually look for the execute. try to play towards the pipes. KeleS and Blurred are just the two markers of how far APH can push. As soon as the Owl drone is there, that's when they're gonna strike here towards the A site.
They have the null command, but I'm not sure if they're gonna pop it. The dash throw's already popped for Blurred, so he's surely gonna entry. Clears generator, moves all the way to backside. A lot of space for the team, but he can get punished. He dashes out with 5 HP. He keeps himself alive, but is it gonna be enough? The spam's gonna come through, but they're actually planting on the lower floor. So now with this retake, without V Black, they still have Hydra to work with, but the Viper Spit coming out from Micro might be the thing that changes everything. The flashes onto screen are able to go for some delays here to try to buy time, because it's all, the pressure is on LFS now.
Yeah, they know the angles, and here we have it. KeleS finding Hydra space created with the null command inside the smoke, though. Seems like LFS tried to wade through the waters. Doesn't matter, because APH is still in control. And from that point on, all the space they made was needed and necessary to win the round. Well done by APH. Keep the lead in their favor.
APH's simple step-by-step way of taking map control has been working out in droves for them. Able to just clear out that early A main, use the drone, use the knife for the deeper push, and go for the suppress. This way, they're able to set up this Viper Spit and also set up a couple plays for their duelists. Getting control of this nest also gives them the angle, which gives Blurred and Kevs a lot of opportunities to make bigger plays like that and play off the util of their team. On the side of LFS, though, a couple of adjustments, maybe some aggression coming out of A or B. They have to take control of something because this passive playstyle hasn't been working out for them.
Yeah, just LFS, can they do what they're trying to do towards the B side for A? Sometimes when you rotate the harbor right, you can throw out the cascade towards that maze area, cut off the half of the site take, and maybe that's when they can play the backside there, but they're not doing that. Instead, they go for middle. Flashes come. Hydra right behind the box. It's an eco round anyway, but Hydra able to just bring out his head and find KeleS along the way. APH though trading back, and they're on site already. Have the advantage, but the flank is one thing to watch out for. Never mind. Exotic denied. Micro's there, and effectively this round is over as APH take command of A.
Only Sheriff in hand for V Black. He does have all his util back, though. The wall already recharged for the high side, but with this many players and this many angles, it's going to be tough to clear with time ticking already. He's going to try to get someone. He is suspecting this one below him, but the timing doesn't work out for him as Derek goes for the swing from Nest. 2-4 right now is the score, and I like the idea behind the adaptations from LFS. This time around, instead of playing that passive, great shot by the way, the classic from Hydra, but also they're taking more control onto mid. Since they already know it's very hard to fight this squad because they're already grouped behind the A, they'll just take the rest of the map instead and kind of swing their map control back onto the A side. But unfortunately for them, maybe it's the lower buy too. It's so hard to defend against APH, especially when they're flashing it through all that line of sight that we were talking about. This is one of the advantages of really having that KO in your pocket.
Yeah, just APH is allowed to get in there when LFS is still afraid. They're not gonna have the intel. They just have a way to dissuade APH, right? But it's not enough. It's a game of chicken, just like APH. No fear. We're going in there. We're happy to do so. And I really feel like they're getting step by step what the answer is. We're seeing the aggression. We're seeing a bit of that ambition, and we're seeing a bit more of that anchor play rather than just giving up the site. It was an eco round anyway, so the foundation is there for LFS, but from this point on, it's about committing the positions that they have here.
They have to commit. They have to decide. You can't just go on a 50-50 because you lose out on both. You have to make sure that you pick your battles, and they should be able to set the tempo with this double controller. The problem is, aside from the KO that we always mentioned, Kevzi, one of the best initiators here in the PH, is on that Sova, and his recon darts kind of work both ways. Yes, you can have two walls open for you, but the bullets still fly both ways through the wall. If Kevs lands a good scan, it could be detrimental for you instead of a good setup. There has to be someone pushing behind this. And this time around, it's going to be LFS pushing. They don't want the aggression anymore from A, and they're going to stop APH from making that common A play, forcing them to rotate on the mid.
Yeah, but they're still anchoring the two controllers on different sides. You can see that V-Black's all the way towards yellow. This is just exotic. Being ambitious and looking to play the operator as well. Slow peek though from Derek. Doesn't work out. LFS knows that these guys love to cut noise, but now it's going to be all about pushing the limit. Hydra though, the limiter himself, removing all these targets from this priority. Another one for LFS. It's Kev's left alone with the spike, but this time around, LFS decides to draw first blood, and they're happy with it.
He has nowhere to run, nowhere to go, and this drone is surely going to seek him out. He knows that he at least is on the right side. They cleared already the first part of A main, and they already have B control, so they can only assume that he's in B long, mid, or maybe where he's playing exactly now on the back of A, re-clearing it, which also means that they just play discipline. They just walk. They know that they have the man advantage. Kevs is on pressure, but he manages to find one, but they also reveals his location. He's going to try to reveal their location for himself using that recon bolt, but will it spot anyone? No. It's going to be Slatham tucked already in the bottom corner, or top corner rather, with his teammate there on the bottom. Either player will make contact, and the second player can swing off. It should be a checkmate position here. They get the shot, though. Too many angles for Kevs to check in this 1vx situation.
Yeah, they're just so ready for it. And LFS this time around, save the operator, go yet again. APH, they now need to change the pace that they're playing, because if you slow walk just like that in front of an op player, you are dead to rights. It really goes to show, though, that Hydra was so prepared towards that nest area. As soon as they realized there wasn't much of a force rushing in from main, it was going to be that mid flank. It was going to be from that power position, and LFS finding the right answers here versus APH. It's just going to be that kind of game. These two teams answering one another round per round.
I like how they're changing the position also of Exotic's off. He removes the turret, which removes the contact and info from the attacking side, but that also reveals where the operator is playing. He knows that he's on the B side, but because he has to slowly creep his way, he has to be so wary of a lot of things. Will he swing through this? He has the dash available. Might get the timing on one. Misses the shot, though. Just shoots in between both of them. Has to back off here, but they have a lot of util to go for. A little bit more pressure, but it's going to be blurred. He's going to take all the space that they need all the way back to Snowman, and the plant is going to go down.
Yeah, Micro, though, gets in the face of Exotic, and now here we have it. Hunter's Fury, courtesy of LFS. You still got to be careful because of that Snowman. But then again, the rest of LFS are already trying to play towards the mid-orange area. This time around, though, Hydra still wary. They know the dash on in came a while ago. Counter Hunter's Fury here from Kev's. Blur gets 2 for his troubles, and now he's on the flank here. Kitchen being vied for. Answered here by Blurred. He's the true chef of this kitchen. And from that point on, Action PH got the distraction, got the kills, and got the round.
Might be the chef, but now they're into the fire, and they can't let anyone cook on the side of APH. LFS, they had a tactical pause. They tried to go for some adjustment, but if you take a look of how they played this round, it felt like they just gave up the space again in B. It's how they played the A, and it didn't work out for them. And now that they are reinforcing A, the B is the weak side, and I think that's something that the APH wants to exploit.
Yeah, it just goes to show that APH, they're just trying to figure out how to answer what LFS is trying to do. And what we saw there, just a few whiffs from Exotic being a little bit too costly. If you're bringing out the operator like that, you need to be a threat respected. APH, though, yet again, when they can play it close, they're happy to go towards that A side. Eco round here for LFS, a Hero Spectre only in the hands of Exotic. We've seen this execute so many times, though, before, and maybe Slatham has a nice angle there towards Rafters. Beyond that, same old. Kevs will start off with the outro, and the rest of the A follows suit.
LES manages to get this position always. Getting on top of pipes gives him so much value. And speaking of value, Micro is able to go when the deep flash comes through. It pushes Hydra off the angle. He gets Kevs another kill as well. Now it's 5v3 with only the Sheriffs to work with. 1 minute still, and they haven't pushed, but they know that they're not rushing for anything. They have the weapon advantage. They can take the time, and they can probably win a lot of these duels with those Vandals and rifles in hand. LES manages to find another one, and they're slowly dropping like flies. Only Vanta Black comes, but with a high tide comes a price, the information. They know he's coming from mid already. They know he's coming from under tube, and because of that, look at the positioning from APH. They're already ready for it. Even one wrapping around Blurred is going to play the off-angle deep CT, and V Black just has too many places that he has to take care for.
They're expecting it, and V Black here, caught and down. The Action PH, so methodical right now. It brings out some of their roots from the tactical FPS scene, but beyond that, it's that slow pace that has allowed them to make it to the playoffs last time around, to make it to that top 4 to begin, and still be here invited from their initial position. Many questioned, Action PH, why is this roster invited? Why were they there in Split 1? They proved it by being invited yet again to Split 2 based on their performance, and now enhanced by what KLES brings to the table. It really feels like it's just one of those situations we talked about for other teams. The missing piece of this puzzle found now here into the second go.
I like how APH has that disciplined nature, but they still manage to do things like this, taking this mid-fight very aggressively. Oh no, the updraft does bait his teammate, but Asta's able to find another one. The trade does finally come in though. Kellyas and Micro find them, but the operator is still in play, managing to get Micro. Now it's 3v2, and this op is very dangerous. They don't have the positioning. The spike is in a very sketchy place, and it's going to be Slatham already on the side waiting. They know. But the sound is already there for the spike plant. The drone's going to be able to get some info, at least of where they aren't, so they can have that process of elimination already going, giving the operator another chance. But Hydra is still going to go for more. They probably have a good assumption of where the last player is. The shots will reveal, especially the Dark will reveal where he exactly is. The knife's going to come out. He's going to try to flash to get himself some space, but the Viper's utility is just going to push them out. The tap on the spike is not enough to give him the advantage. It's going to be Hydra landing the final kill and getting another round for LFS.
Yeah, stellar map control there from LFS. They read the mid push well, and they understand it's not going to be moving towards that A side. Puts Asta in such a powerful position towards orange, and you mentioned it. The updraft was there to scout out what's going on, but in the end, it was just the cue for Asta to go. Perfect timing versus both the Jet and the Killjoy. Finds Derek first, and from that point on, it was just LFS knowing they could wrap around towards the green side and just pinch APH where it hurts. It's now yet again LFS finding the answer. But APH, they have the economy, and they have a bit more of these rounds moving forward.
The answer is already there for LFS, but APH need to ask themselves better questions. Where do we go? How do we adapt? How do we deal with this operator? That's the biggest thing. It was a lot easier to just push him out with the Owl drone, but this time around, you can't really afford to peek like that. The Recon does spot out Viper, which forces him back, and they're playing a bit more slowly here on the side for the attack. This time around, though, they give up B main for the defense, which allows APH to slowly creep their way back onto B. They haven't committed their Viper wall either, so it's a 50-50 for the defense.
Yeah, LFS still waiting yet again. You can see Asa, though, already in a good position to watch out for mid. Still has the lockdown, so post point going to be so important right now. And speaking of, lockdown placed here by Derek, looking to buy a bit of that space and give APH somewhere to work with. I'm looking forward to how far Blurred and Kelly's are willing to go. Thing is, though, it's still a bit of that fake. The spike is in the hands of Blurred this time around. Buying that space right now doesn't really get much, though. LFS will not take the bait at all.
They do move slightly. They shift towards the B side. They're able to at least pull some form of rotations, but 1B, the operator Exotic misses a crucial shot, which gives the timing to cross. Now they surely know that the hit is going to land on A, and APH is just running for it. They already have the timing. They already have all the seconds that they need. The spike is going to go down as well. That secures them at least some form, but it's going to be Kelly S and Hydra trading each other out, and it's going to be Hydra who falls. They're going to get pushed back by the Reckoning, a great retake ultimate, but the Waterworks isn't done yet, and it's going to be Asta and V-Black cleaning it up. 13 seconds and no spike. It's going to be so difficult, especially with that lockdown. It's going to be Derek staring down the barrel, but it's going to be Slatham who ends up on top. 5-6 right now, and slowly LFS is bridging that gap.
Yeah, round saved there by LFS. Poker face all throughout. We're talking about how much space the APH could make. Absolutely nothing. Like, okay, we had that mid-cross exposed, and Hydra, he was sticking around that A for so long. He even played that maze position, did back away towards mid for a bit, but as soon as they realized that this is a hustle towards this A side, this is a chance right now to get the plant going, that's when LFS just struck at the right time. Well done yet again by the defense. APH now going for the timeout, and these tendencies are bit by bit being exploited by these two teams. LFS, though, their post-up has been so solid for the past few rounds that APH is the one trying to really pull those rotations away from where they want to go in the first place.
LFS with a double controller, able to control the tempo, finally using the utility that they need to really delay the pushes and isolate the angles. I think the biggest change was really having that operator, because now you have someone to mark a lot of these smokes that are coming in from your team. There's a lot of ways that you can just leave one person there, since you don't have that full reinforcement of a Sage or a different Sentinel, but you can shift the rest of your team, which makes sure that you have map control regardless of what's happening, which allows them to play so stable. It allows them to not have to over-rotate, because there's always someone posted up and ready for contact. They already know which side they're going to fight for, and they know which side they're going to go for the retake and play with util off of. So hopefully APH after the attack pause, which in my opinion is kind of late. It's already 5-6. It's the final round, and this is when you're going to attack. So they have to make this one count.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's always an answer here for LFS. Always something to posit for APH. We go back though to the tried and tested that A hits, and with the KO in tow, you know, big suppress can get value immediately. The knife was thrown, and LFS already retreating. They have the Viper Spit though for Hydra. Exotic with the blades just in case his operator can't hit Smarker. Blurred is on the lurk. Moves towards mid. Asta awaits. Rifle at the ready. Setups there too, but Blurker on the trigger finger, and the rest of APH will follow the same speed. 2 down already on the defense. Still gonna be the anchor there on the back of sight. Sladom no exposed. V-Black finds Blurred. And as the spike is already planted, Sladom trying to get the hell out of there. Sees the Viper Spit now into play. Sladom tried to go on the inside, but APH still calm inside the Viper's pit now.
Viper Spit also neutralizes his operator. It's so hard to fight inside that ultimate with that weapon, and the null command even to secure even more utility, forcing them to take these gunfights. They can't use their util, but somehow V-Black manages to find one. But will that be enough for his teammate to really clutch it out? He has the knives to work with. He dodges the suppress. No, he doesn't. He gets suppressed. It removes the knives, which means he has to bring out the operator, and the pullout time being so slow means that Kelly is able to land the shot.
Heavy gun, an even heavier burden to clutch it. In the end, Action PH ekes out one more round and takes a 2-round gap to begin our series. First half end with APH just playing it so methodical yet again. They went in with Blurred towards the lurk area in the middle, but they also just went in for the site to time it so right. LFS, absolute scramble where to go. They were just lurking a little bit towards the CT side just to catch out where Blurred was trying to rotate and regroup with the rest of the team, but the damage was already done. Micro is in position to put up the Viper Spit. Kelly S was there to protect, and you can see how strong the addition for Kelly S has been for Action PH. Top ranking right now with 14 kills. He was incredible in Sky Empire. Looks even better now here for APH.
Speaking of APH, now that they're on the defensive side and they only have that Viper to work with, yes, they're very used to it because it's something a lot of teams do, but against this double controller setup, you have to be really good at using your util, especially on that Sova and KO, to get the info that you need, or else you'll have to over-rotate, something that LFS had the luxury not to do again when they're on the defensive side. But because APH is playing these positions, look how they're making their map. Basically, they already have those players stacked up on mid, and they have a very aggressive Jet already holding the pipes angle. So this way, they have, through that elimination, they know it's probably going to come up on mid or B.
Yeah, since Kelly S has flashes in store, he can try to play an angle like this. Gets one, but can't get away. Exotic with the takedown now. 4v4, dash in immediately here for LFS. They want to get kitchen control ASAP. They still have Sladom nearby too, but they're waiting for their own waterways to drop on down on the opposite end. It's going to be Derek who's readier here. It's Exotic already with the green light. Another one here for LFS. They knew the timing, and they now have the man advantage to boot.
APH is slowly crumbling. They're losing players left and right with only 3 players remaining. Even though it's only 1 player difference, the 4-stack having that controller still is so great for that attacking side. LFS, if they win this pistol round, is going to be very big for them for momentum. And look, they pull so many rotations. They already have 1 lurker, but will Exotic get punished? He will, but it will still give his team the equal man advantage, and they also get the site.
And spikes planted, and there you have it now. High side yet again in the way. They have Micro though, they can still set the toxic screen, and just because of that, LFS take the fight here to APH. Sladom punches, kicks, and also finds a 3K for his own troubles there. Another one for LFS. They win the pistol when they need to.
They know, they have the information that when Exotic died, a lot of the team is coming from mid. So they make a great call to push through their own wall and just swing together, because in this pistol round, every bullet counts. HPs are very low, and when Sladom lands shots like this, it can be so rewarding, keeping everyone alive, keeping that economy up, but also securing you that ever so coveted pistol round.
Yeah, Sladom's an incredible player. He's found moments where he can just hit shots after letting loose his own utility. He's someone to watch out for after the space that's created there by Exotic. And now LFS, big advantage, and they're gonna go for the big buys here. 4 Bulldogs for these big boys. You also have V-Black there with the Spectre. But case in point right now, LFS, despite the disparity in the arsenal, they're still playing it slow, looking to go for the timing and the crawl before letting loose their utility.
They have to slowly make their way because it's so expensive. Every time someone falls with that Bulldog, it not only drops the weapon for your team, but gives a chance for APH to pick it up and use it against you. But look at APH. They're just stacking on the backside. They want to play contact. They're using 1 player to bait, and they have the rest to swing. They're going to go for some shots, but the Bulldogs are going to be too powerful for them. Another is going to fall. Exotic gets one. It's all up to Derek. But look, he's so far away. He's stuck on that screen sides. And how is he going to play this with Hydra and everyone already marking?
Look, they expected it so eagerly for LFS. They knew the swing was coming from the backside, and they just took control of the rafters even for a stronger wraparound. Derek, the only one left, but this is already a done deal here for LFS. If you can get the kill, sure, that's going to be helpful. But moving forward now, it's another kind of difference between LFS and Action PH. We saw in the first half, APH went for the lesser buy, still won it, so they could move forward with a better economy. It's a big investment now for LFS, but moving into their bonus, if they keep all of this, they might have enough firepower to still fight on back. Derek, what else can you do? Stick around here, by mid, Sladam looking to go for a few pot shots, finds one more target, and since he gets another 3K now, Hunter's Fury is available, 7-7 scoreline. Keep an eye out on the Sova now for this round.
Solo Hunter's Fury coming into the buy round is just so immaculate for their momentum. Also keeping all those rifles because this round ended so quick. If we look at the buys, yes, APH does have the rifles that they need. They only have the half armor on Kevs, but they don't have a lot of util. They don't have the ultimate. And because the race for the ultimate economy is in the favor of LFS, it means that Kelly's suppresses value is just a lot lower because he doesn't have access to that null command because Zlatan was able to find the kills he needed to push this round even further.
And speaking of now, we get LFS pushing the limits yet again. Kevs immediately dissected and destroyed. From that point on, without the Sova, it's going to be an easier time here for LFS to actually push towards some of these sites. They're still looking for picks though. Trying to see if Action PH will find a bit of that refrag action, but it's just not happening. LFS, very aggressive though towards pipes. Towards the tube rather. Beyond that, now they crawl towards that A site. They have still blurred the deal with there alongside Kelly S. But it really just goes to show that for LFS, they're willing to play the speed of APH and they're rewarded for it.
I feel like the slower the game, it rewards LFS more even when they were on the opposing side. But now that they're attacking, they're still bringing those knowledge and lessons that they learned into this round. This time around, though, because they lose the Sova and the alarm bot mid is broken, there's no info, so the defenders don't know how to react. They're not sure if any of these walls are actually real because of the double controller setup. The flash comes through, which pushes out Exotic, but even though that'll spot the hit, the rest of the rotates will be very late. It's going to be V-Black going for the swings with the Spectre. He can't play that close range angle, but the multi swings is what they're really good at. Able to find one, but Kelly S able to get value of his own. 2v3, 2v2, and APH has a lot of hope because they're very close to the spike and it just went down. Very low also for the side of Slatham.
They've hunted down Blurred. Everywhere he went, he was chased and he was caught. That pop flash a while ago, though, helping out APH to try and make a play. It's still, though, duo versus duo, and with Micro and Derek now trying to get back towards the site. It's Sladam and Asta backing it away in suit. Snake bite throw, and then Asta finds Derek mid-transit. All left now to Micro in the 1v2 situation. He's been clutched before, and he's tried to do so now. 30 HP left here for Sladam.
Ooh.
Caught out by Micro, and Micro matters in big moments. The defuse will go APH's way, and at least in the rifle round, they will still stand tall.
Micro going huge, securing them the round, but it's so expensive. The investment from APH from losing those first two initial rounds means that yes, they do get the round, ever so important, but what does it cost? It costs a lot of their economy. On the other side though, almost a round secured by LFS. They got the first kill and Asta was forced to back off, but Zlatan was playing a bit too close. I think he was hoping to use his Hunter's Fury to secure the round, but it was just Micro's aggression, recognizing the fact that the Hunter's Fury is in play, that he can't just tap the spike.
Yeah, just such a smart player there for Micro. Yet again, one of the veterans really of the PH FPS scene, and case in point, we saw how his value rose back in Split 1 with clutch moments after clutch moments. I'll still remember the one there on Ascent, and he just doesn't disappoint. The thing is though, you called it a while ago, LFS now, they're gonna be on the better buy here. They have the real rifles in hand with a few Bulldogs are picked up here by APH, but the lesser money here, it just might be one of those moments that can break the bank for either side. Such an important round right now here for both LFS and APH. You can see that Action PH also backs away with both Derek and Micro giving up the default plans. Cloudburst though is seen. Derek trying to track one down. Exotic will fall. V-Black makes a trade happen. But with Kelly S here on the second floor and the toxic screen in the way, APH will find another target and have the advantage now in the post plans.
He has a lot of util to work with. 4v3 already, the null command is possible. We were talking about how that race for the ultimates is there, but the Honey's Fury can be neutralized in this 3v3. Asta does manage to get one, but the lineups are going to come to suppress. Coming in huge, that stops a lot of the Sova util, and that's all that they need for APH. Micro finds a frag for himself as well, and the smokes are already in the favor. The one-ways are there, but someone has to defend the spike planter. They managed to have it still. That might be enough for them to go for the kills. The trades come in, and eventually APH comes on top with Micro taking out Slatham.
Yeah, the +1, such an important factor there for APH. Kelly S got that one halfway, was down with the null command online, and eventually it was just an addition basically, one by one. An effort there made by LFS, but Action PH reading their opponent, understanding what angle they can come from both sides, and I really love the fact that they still fought for that second floor as much as possible. This time now, APH ready to continue on with the rifles in hand, but it's still so costly. It's still so even on the economy. Only Exotic will have to rely on the blades. The rest of LFS still kitted up with a few rifles here. One more try perhaps, but no chance at all for Exotic as Kevs will find him mid-transit.
Oh no, the initial burst from LFS doesn't work out their way, and we were talking about the ult economy for a bit, and we saw that Slatham already had his ultimate a couple rounds ago, but he still hasn't been able to find an opportunity to use it because he's the person leading a lot with these frags, and it was able for Kellyas to get his ultimate back, but Blurred is going to be able to find Asta 3v5. They have the rifles, they have everything that they need to win this round. Hydra's going to try to work his way back, but they know exactly where he is. The spams are going to come through, and even through the cascade, they're already pinched, they're already surrounded, but they make a break for it. They find an opening, so now they have a way to escape, and just like that, they're going to make their way and make a train towards that A site. They're going to get a good plant because they know that the team has already rotated, and they can use this wall to their advantage, meaning that the Viper wall is actually against the defending side.
Looked like a prison break, but it's instead LFS breaking in towards that A site. Now spike planted. APH though, in a position though, try and go for the retake from the belt area instead. Knife thrown, Blurred now mid-transit. Feedback though with an angle, and Micro gonna be able to get the refrag going. Hydra though, keeping Derek in check. Both sides on the low HP, and the Shock Dart will follow suit. Now then, Hunter's Fury gonna be the call. Slatham finally letting it rip after all these rounds, and he's just trying to time things right towards the defuse itself. Both Micro and Kelly S trying to play a dancing game. Hydra now pushing on forward. Kelly S though with the refrag, but Slatham would slam him down. It's LFS who still survive and make it 8-9.
The Shock Dart value able to secure that frag, meaning that the pressure from the B side is already neutralized. They can focus all their attention onto A. That also allows him to use his Hunter's Fury very freely, which gives and buys them enough time. Even though it doesn't connect as much as opening frags really matters in how this round commenced. V-Black's able to find one for himself on the replay, but it's really the teamwork of Hydra as well as Slatham to secure the round. Slatham especially crispy this game.
He's just absolutely on point as we saw him from that second half pistol. And here we go again now. LFS, they're ready to push. Eco round for APH, but they do have the blades. So it really will rely on what impact Blurred can do so early on. You still have the flashes to work with. It's something APH has been trying to exploit all throughout this map. We'll see what LFS is going to do this time.
It's one round though that separates both teams. Blurred does still have the knives to work with, but the rest of his team doesn't really have the firepower to back him up. Neither do they have that gap closing ability. With that suppress, Exotic will be spotted out, but will he expect that the Jet is already there on top, high with him on screens? He gets spammed out a bit. 24 HP is very dangerous. That means even a Classic can take you out, and they're just waiting behind this Viper wall. They have the Reckoning to work with. Kellyas is able to find one though, so even though they only have the Sheriffs, the firepower and aim still rings true for Kelly. Able to find something for himself, and it's going to be LFS going in, but it's going to be Blurred. He's going to take out Exotic. He was brought low earlier from the spams, but now the scuffle onto the back side, wrapping around A, has to back up here, but the control is still there. V-Black finds one, but it's not going to be enough. The eco round going the way of APH.
Yeah, the numbers were there for APH. As soon as they got that first contact, they all swarmed on in. They kept control of rafters. They had an angle towards screens, and the Blurred making the impact there with the blades near the start of that whole flurry of kills. Well done there by Action PH. LFS, they need to take a timeout right now because their execute was so quickly caught on by APH, and the angles that they took were so opportunistic.
They were able, from the side of APH, to really squeeze that round out for them, work around the first kill coming from from Kelly S. And that one Sheriff kill, I think, got them the momentum because LFS started to panic a bit as they flooded onto site, then off site. There was a bit of 50-50 with the decision making, and APH just able to capitalize on that small mistake. And these small mistakes really matter at this level because once they get exploited, you can lose an entire round of effort. And now they have the attack boss. They can chill out a bit. They can figure out what they want to do. But I don't think that the remorseless winter coming from APH on Icebox is going to stop.
Yeah, just LFS, they're not in the best position right now. They're the ones gonna go on the eco. They have 3 ultimates, but they need to make it there to the site first and foremost. In Action PH, we're seeing the impact really of just the high target or high value players that they have here. Micro, we talked about how he's been incredible all year. Kelly, yes, he was incredible for Sky Empire. He's bringing that quality right now. And as it stands, APH look better than ever in terms of their individual skill. We'll see though if this can continue on, or will LFS make it close yet again as per their history?
They have the operator now though, and they're fighting into an eco. It's very expensive if they lose this, but it's such a great tool to take this B-long control. They know that the presence is there with the knife, so he has to expect already Blurred. Must know there's at least one player. He spots at one, but the flick is too at an awkward angle, not able to land the shot. Tries to go for one more. Eventually does get a mid-high tide. It allows Micro to peek and find one for himself. He's going to spray through. The weapon advantage ringing true, and Blurred still able to re-peek, reactivate the dash. It's only up to Asta.
Look, you don't need style. That's value. And that was just Blurred as well as Micro in position to get substance on the green hold. Now then, or being taken. Kelly S is now 2 away, I believe, for that null command moving forward. And it really just begs the question, what can LFS do near the attacking side? Asta though will fight, sure, but he's completely trapped here in Garage, and APH will slay him where he stands. Flawless win for APH. LFS, if they're gonna run this double wall, they're gonna need to use that with impunity if they want to take these sites away from Action PH.
I know they're on the eco, so I'm not sure about their utility and what they had, but without that cascade to really take control of B-Main, and knowing that Action PH can really buy up to that operator has punished them, because the contact, even though the first shot didn't land, it allowed Micro to make those small swings and get value of his own. That bait and switch kind of playstyle really felt very clean, and it's something that APH I think has built up through that regular season for Split 1, and now in Split 2 they look like they're more composed and more patient team.
Yeah, they're so strong at playing off each other in terms of duos. There's always a partner in this dance, and Action PH, it's not just one hand, but 2 are willing to bring the fight towards LFS. Spike, though, has been left behind, so it's LFS looking for picks to begin with. Still, they have that Reckoning, they have that Lockdown, so tools to create space towards the site, they're in their utility now.
It's going to be Blurred, still prying and prodding for info. He has an operator to scope in and try to smell out where they could be, but they're not going to be able to sniff out any sense because the spam's going to come through. They're going to know the B main presence is there, which forces the attacking team to already take more A control. But look, on the other side of things, Derek is already ready to play the full retake and wait for his team. Might be a little hard with the operator still on that B side. 4 players actually leading towards B. Can be a great timing for the side of LFS on this attack. The lockdown comes in as well as the high tide, but Derek is playing an angle where he can actually get detained.
He's just trying to balance himself over this girder here. He's just slowly crawling just in case someone plays on the rafters itself.
Oh, the
Spams it down. And the swarm is perfect. And it's even better here from APH just because they denied that plant. Time ticking now. And the Hunter's Fury is there too for pressure. Action PH playing the stalling tactics to absolute perfection. Hydra now next on the list to go for the plant. Derek thinking about the lockdown. But Exotic is here. Watching towards screens, especially 3v4 scenario. Exotic waiting for more targets, and Exotic comes up big. Snake by Stare, but no one can capitalize. Instead now, it's a swing of momentum in favor back towards LFS. Lockdown now forced out here by Derek. Exotic still awaits, looks for the head, and makes sure he's dead. 3 already here for Exotic. Another one bites the dust. Exotic is just gonna go on a rampage. Even takes the fight to Blurred to end the round for LFS.
With his low HP, he somehow manages, without the dash, to get these 2 kills, which resets the dash, able to back away and reposition himself for the 3rd, jumping on the Raptors for the style points, and even ignoring the lockdown, allowing his team to play further back, because the expectation as a defender is that everyone's going to fall back. But because he was like, we have the man advantage anyway, I have the opportunity to make a play, and he made the play, he landed the shots, and because of that, gifted LFS another round. APH, though, some good points from that round. Derek was able to stand on top of that railing, and because of that, through the nano swarm that he pre-placed there, as well as the spam, took out the planter, but just wasn't enough. The Viper Spit took too much control. Viper Spit into operator, not good.
Not good. Just Is that your assessment? Is that your
That's the analysis.
Is that your 100% analyst opinion right there?
Yeah, can't see with operator, no good.
See, this guy, this is why he gets paid the big bucks, ladies and gentlemen. But Trippy told Exotic, that was such a wild call. Since he knew he was going to get detained anyway, he's like, okay, screw it. If I kill him, I kill him. If I don't, then I'm dead to rights and I still have my team. Timeout though called here by APH. Both of these sides have done some magic here in the second half, that's for sure. The Thrifty a while ago swung the momentum in favor of APH, swung these rounds in their favor, but now just because of Exotic's antics, there is a chance here for LFS to really capitalize on the rifles in hand. This is the best moment here for LFS, and that's why Action PH is bringing out the operator yet again.
Not only do they have the operator for APH, they also have the access to their own Viper Spit, and soon maybe KLES can even get the null command, nullifying a lot of the plans from LFS's attack. This time around though, they're using it very early, just denying that B completely with a Viper Spit. They want to funnel them into the operator, waiting for them onto that A side, but will they expect the Raptors player? KLES is playing very deep. They already spammed through him. He manages to get the wallbang into 10 HP. They know that he's just waiting outside. He eventually finds a frag that brings the null command online. It's able to escape with his life, but it's going to be a shot miss and an opportunity gone, but still advantage for APH.
And APH can just reposition on the site anyway, and then use that operator for the longer range one more time. Good pick though onto Asta. KLES still with that duelist mindset, willing to just go in and be protected by Blurred. The duo dynamic of APH bearing its fangs and showing its strength. Is it going to be enough, though, to continue on with the round? Kevs, though, getting intel. It's going to be a mid-take. Sees the head now, but the high tide allows the transit for LFS to happen. Moving on to the B site. The Reckoning's there. Derek trying to stall for time. Gets into the loving arms of Micro and his Viper Spit. So at the very least, while LFS gets the plant going, Action PH has a pinch ready.
They already have the pincer already locked down. They force him out on the side, but it's not going to be enough. KLES is still going to find another kill this round, and it's 3v5. Blurred still with the operator, but because they hold B main for so long, they have to look everywhere. The pressure from every angle is immense. Derek finds one, and the fragment won't land, but it does eliminate one angle that gives them the info. His teammate swings off of it, and now it's 2v3. How will this play out? Oh, just really quickly, it's going to be KLES getting that 4K. That duelist mindset that you mentioned still active, and the aim still rings true for KLES.
And in their minds of APH, they knew they trapped LFS into that small little cubby, and they just slay them where they stand. Map point now here for Action PH, and just the way that they went aggressive with KLES over the course of this round was absolutely magnificent. The beauty of the flashes, the willingness to push, and just the eagerness for APH to just seal the deal already. LFS is more so a broken bye here. One last chance. The blades are something that they can go with a Hail Mary with, but APH is so prepared yet again.
They're going to have to strike from the heavens for sure, because they need everything to just get this game back in their favor, into their hands, in their control. But it's APH with the last beautiful round funneling to the operator. Can they do it again, though? This time around, Derek's going to play mid-side, but with only this lower buy, these Sheriffs have to find some value, especially for Hydra, who doesn't have that Blade Storm.
Exotic here just waiting for any kind of contact. You can see APH, though. It's a duo towards A. A duo also looking to play off any kind of mid-contact. That's the Crossfire Kebs, as well as Derek are trying to build. Micro's the one looking to watch towards that B main area instead. And while the Cascade's there, it allows Sladom now to pick up the Hunter's Fury. So with at least two ultimates, LFS has something to work with once they get a bit of info moving forward.
I mean, they haven't spotted the operator yet, so it's very scary. They might have to drone it out because they can. It's possible that the operator is in B when in fact is actually waiting onto A. They have the Hunter's Fury, so they can go for a drone kill if they really, really want to kill. And it might be a lot of value considering the fact that they have that lower weapon buy. They're not going to peek out. No one's going to really get spotted. The high tide's just going to cover Micro enough that Exotic won't be able to see the top of his head. The cold comes in as well, but these smokes will fall in about 10 seconds. So how is this going to play out? This Cloudburst already come, but the Recon Dart is going to be able to find one. Give the value off of two. The right click doesn't land, but the shots coming from his teammate does. KLES finds two for himself, and Blurred gets an operator shot. This forces them into this 2v2, 2v1 now, and it's all into the hands of Asta. He knows exactly where one player is, but he whiffs the shot, and Derek secures the map 1 for APH.
Yeah, Action PH, they write history yet again with another win on Icebox versus the former Abyss Squadron. And with this cast enhanced now by a new star, Kelly S. Well, it looks like they're even better than ever. Convincing win there by the tail end. You can see though that both between LFS as well as Action PH, things are absolutely neck and neck. Power level relatively equal, but in the end, that experience and just that one thrifty round really swung everything back in favor of Action PH.
Elias looks like he's gelling with his team pretty well. A stellar performance, especially for your first game on this roster specifically, showing how capable he is in the frags, but also how valuable his KO is, enabling his team to really use his flash as well, take the space that they need, and they are able to work the map. For the LFS, though, we can see here on the post-game screen how they fared this match. It's already 13-9. They were able to strike back when times had it count, but for me, Slatham, the MVP for LFS, really shined.
Yeah, LFS, they had some big frags there courtesy of Sladom, that one round especially from Exotic, but it didn't feel like they could capitalize on the amount of utility that they had. They had few cascade calls to try and play towards that B green area, but we never really saw that towards A. We never really saw them try to counteract the aggression and the pipes control that APH was playing for, and many times in the first half, it was the same old thing for APH in terms of the initial execute that really worked out. It was a close first half, but coming into the second, when APH had the economy advantage, that's when they took control of this map. Willingness to be a bit more aggressive, the players with the right mindset to do so between Kellyus and Blurred, and of course control and big clutch moments courtesy of Micro. That shot was sick, by the way. How the hell did he find that one? But beyond that, right, it's APH who still has that more out to play out this map, and from what we saw from them, they just took so many opportunistic angles that LFS couldn't really cover with the amount of smoke that they had, surprisingly.
LFS, they plan to control the map, they run that double controller, but it's in the duels. It works both ways. These segmenting the map also gives 1v1s to your opponent, and when they are able to buy that operator, when they're able to slowly creep their way, and because they have so much ways to fight through a lot of these LOS abilities, they can flash through, they can scan through. It just, in a way, is a double-edged sword. Yes, it's very good, but when you play like this, when you're playing against APH, who's very aggressive, willing to take the fights, and like you mentioned, when they have that early start for the investment, it really pays off, and Derek has been paying off the most because he delivers the win with Grab Unlimited for APH. You can scan the QR code there and get your free delivery for your first month.
Yeah, he was pretty stable all throughout that game, and case in point, we saw in some of those highlights, LFS, they get a scan, they play off their smoke, and they get a free kill, but Action PH is in a better spot with any other spot that I'd say LFS didn't really cover, and that's the beauty of it. There was timings there that LFS had to wait out just because of their own smoke, and Action PH willing to push, willing to throw out the flashes, and willing to push with those punches as much as possible. So well done there by Action PH. For LFS, but let's not forget, that was an Action PH map pick, and they were very happy to bring it out in this series. Moving on to the second map though, I do believe that's going to be Haven, and if you want to talk about a bit of that history we've seen for both of these teams, we know how long that can go. We know how close it can be, and I wouldn't be surprised us go the distance in that series. We'll find out though once we return from this break. Taxi with Fluffy. We'll see you guys for more here at VCTPH.
tayo ay nagbabalik.
Hindi prepared!
Hindi pa rin. Sorry.
Gawa na lang siya
Tayo ay wala gusto ko sasabayan Pero yun nga, tayo ay nagbabalik sa...
Let me say that in English. We have returned, ladies and gentlemen. Well, familiar faces, new season, Split 2 continues with Action PH versus LFS. I'm back with Fluffy, and we continue on with the series, man. We're moving on to Haven now, which I do believe is LFS's pick. But Action PH, they took Icebox, and they said, we're gonna be winning this map. 1-0 lead right now, and especially in the final few rounds, it was very convincing there, courtesy of Action PH.
I mean, for the side of LFS, they had their moments as well, but they have to climb themselves out the abyss, something that they've done already before in the past. But I'm kind of worried for them because when you look at how they were back on that Abaddon Abyss roster on that Haven map for Split 1, it wasn't the best showing. They played 3 games and they lost 2 of them with a 33% win rate. It's not the most hopeful thing to look for, but if it's their pick, they have to be very confident, especially with a couple of changes. They have a player already swapped out, and so far he has shown that they have kind of worked their magic with him, but is it going to be enough to push them to a victory this time around for Split 2?
Look, LFS, when they were Abaddon Abyss, they lost their maps on Haven in the regular season versus GameLab Alpha and Oasis Gaming, sure. But the one win that they took all throughout that split was against Action PH in overtime. So there's the confidence there. And on the other side, Action PH, they struggled in the last split on this map. Lost against Oasis Gaming, Esports, and the former Abaddon Abyss squad, as we mentioned. If we're talking about win rates, it's even worse there for Action PH, and it seems like for LFS, they're looking to exploit that history, and of course, that big marquee win that put them into the second round of the upper bracket. So that is, I'd say, perhaps the reasoning there in the back line. But then again, you still have that one big wonder here for Action PH in Kelly S. What does he bring now to the table? What kind of adjustment will we get here from APH? And as we get into agents, I still do wonder what role Kelly S is going to play here. Sometimes, of course, we saw in Sky Empire, he's able to play that duelist. He was going to play that initiator at the beginning, but his talents took him somewhere else. Otherwise, Blurred, though, has been incredible in the front line for APH. He's still going to stick around on the Jet, and Kelly S this time will go on the breach that is tried and tested for the APH roster. You got Micro, though, on the Omen here.
I mean, this time around, even though it is tried and tested for APH, you're right, the stats don't lie. 33% win rate overall, but 100% win rate into APH. Bringing that with an upgrade with Kelly S means that they have that firepower. We saw on his KO for Icebox how well he can play off the flashes, and playing a similar agent in a similar role allows him to still have access to that duelist mindset and play a bit far forward compared to how you were in your KO. On the opposite side, though, a very similar comp, the only difference being V Black on that Astra versus Micro. The Smoke Criminal himself on that Omen. I think it's a bit more aggressive for the Omen side. They have that paranoia to work with, but the global presence is always very valuable, especially when V Black with his big brain, the IGL, commanding it.
And it's something that LFS ran last time against Action PH. Should work this time against the same kind of composition. But then again, a few of those roster swaps, a bit of that experience, and Action PH especially building on what they already have here in the series. But moving forward here on Haven, I kind of gotta ask you here, Fluffy, especially, what's the plan right now for LFS? Because in terms of the execute, you already have Asta, you already have Exotic, you know Sladom's gonna be playing that second fragger right behind it. But how can they answer what I'd say APH brings around the map? It does seem like it's V Black and Rababs who has to watch that backline, especially for them.
It's a bit worrisome for me because yes, they have the Killjoy to watch out, knowing that this map has those 3 sites. You can always contact Util, use that alarm bot or turret to watch one site, but they've struggled on the defensive side if we base this from the previous map. They are not as proactive, so for me, they just have to be a bit more proactive on the defense. They have to be able to take space. They can't afford to just sit there and wait for Action PH to really funnel through, because Action is in the name and Action is the way they play. When they do entry, they entry together, and the overwhelming util that they have for the entry, the breach, the Omen flash, everything, it's so overwhelming for the site that they have to find an answer on the opposite side of the map and get more map control on that defense.
Yeah, you know what? Action PH, just do it. We'll go for it. They've been experimenting a bit this year, though, on what Sentinel they're going to play. They've ran the Cypher a little bit. Didn't work out for Sam Love this. They go back to the Killjoy on Derek, and it was effective in the last map. Dart, though, thrown. Blurred already exposed. Has to prime the dash just in case he needs to get on away. A few taps there. Sladden will take some damage, but the double dip in position. Wants to go for the flag if ever. In the meantime, though, LFS still on it. They're just watching every kind of angle with like hawks. And now they will regroup towards A-Long, where Blurred as well as Kevs, they try but will be denied.
They get punished for going for that double swing, and Kelly S is still there on the back line. There was no fall line available for them, but the flash is going to come through to delay a lot of that A-Long, allowing him to fight short. He's able to find one for himself, but Slatham again, crispy with the aim, still on this map, able to find one for himself. 3v2, the Ghosts are all in the side of LFS. They have a bit more range advantage, even though ever so slightly. Still, one flash in playing this hell position means that he can play off contact and safely use it. The two players for his team, all they have to do is not peek with the turret's going to be in play for Derek in a bit. So they at least have something. The dark cover as well from Micro is going to be available. The shock dart is going to chip a bit of his HP, but will this be enough to get a kill? No, it will not. The punish, the discipline coming from LFS. When we wanted them to be proactive on the defense last map, this time on the attacking side, they're just so active, going and going, not stopping, even though they had a double swing on A.
Yeah, LFS was so prepared to play towards the backside. They had such a strong crossfire. And case in point here, it just seems like it's a lot more convincing when they have that break. So it gives them so much confidence to push even deeper towards the side. They're not waiting on some awkward timings anymore from what we saw between the Harbor and the Viper. And VBAC, of course, his stars can turn into smoke, sure, but they can also turn into stuns and gravity walls that can help them out in a fight, in a pinch. So things are looking a bit more comfy right now for LFS. Now they have the gun advantage. They invest with a few Spectres and some Bulldogs here. But beyond that, they immediately go the other way. C-site as APH gamble with a stack and will not be rewarded for it.
They will be punished for it now because the C site has been decided for the attacking team. It's up to the defense to posture themselves. But when will they get the read? They have the contact turret to find out when they do cross into the deep C site. But that's going to be a lot of time for them to plant a spike. It's going to be a lot of space for them to get as much as they can, even take CT if they choose to. And it's going to be APH running to get on that C site, going to position themselves for the retake.
Yeah, APH now still trying to just funnel themselves towards that link area, but beyond this, LFS is so prepared. It needs to be some big picks right now from APH for them to even stand a chance. The beauty of LFS is, as soon as they're secure towards the site, they love to play both from close to far. There's always a bit of a caterpillar they're trying to build around the map. They just play the effective ranges, especially of what Asta can bring. Speaking of, fault line now into play. APH gonna get stunned on up. They're just waiting for anyone to push, actually. I don't think APH is gonna go for the retake. And from this point on, LFS respect that. They back away towards their side of the map, and they should be dying to the spike here for APH's side.
I mean, it's a free round on the side of LFS, and because no one's challenging them, they do save a lot of their rifles. They didn't go for the super full buy. They still have some Spectres. They had a bit, I think I saw on one of their players to be able to maybe get another Bulldog. But regardless of that fact, they wanted to play it safe, buy a pretty decent buy, and APH on the other side just going to die to the spike. That way they don't give any ult orbs. It delays the race for that ult economy, and it builds their economy off their own, able to still have the money to buy up to all these wonderful rifles that they can use this round. And it's up to APH to really be the proactive ones, because every time that they've let LFS so far dictate the pace, they had a small play on A on the pistol round, and the second round went kind of quickly. So it's really up to them to figure out what they're going to do.
Yeah, it's a mindset right now for APH. We've seen this also in Split 1, that they'd want to deny ultimate orbs as much as possible from their opponent just to remove that swing factor. Speaking of the swings though, Exotic now might find contact. Blurred on the opposite end towards the corner. Flash comes, but Exotic is in a better angle there. Blurred doesn't even see him coming. APH already losing one so early in the rifle round. Perfect opportunity for LFS to exploit that weakness.
They have a pick already. Blurred falls, and it's going to be so expensive. They lose the rifle as well. That gives the Vandal to another player, and A is only guarded by that Silva. So when they go for the C hit, they are playing a bit close. The paranoia does come out from Micro, but it's not going to be used aggressively. It's going to allow him to escape. They are on the defensive side after all with 53 seconds remaining. They have to know that it's going to be a B or C hit. The fault line does come in for more delay, but look how close Micro is actually playing to the smoke. This time around, it's going to be the attackers re-rotating to go on A. They pull the rotations that they need. With -1 player, 3 players are already on the defensive side on C, so they have the timing, but Kevs is there to guard and try to stall for his teammates. The stun comes through, but he misses the timing. He is able to get 2 though, forcing this 3v3 with the gun advantage still being on the side of APH.
He stalled the spike though, that's the biggest one, and LFS scrambling to make it. Allows now APH to get in strong positions towards Heaven especially, and Kelly, yes, he's waiting down the timer. He still has a flash in the aftershock to work with, And the rest of Action PH now on the flank, splitting on up though. Derek and Micro taking different angles to try and clear things out. There you have it now, the breach letting loose, and Derek finding Asta to begin with. 3 though for Exotic now to keep the damage going, and VBAC's on the board too. Kelly S now in a 1v2 situation, but it looks like LFS is just so healthy on this site. Rifles at the ready, the double peek is available too. Fault line right now to try and isolate the angle, but look who's watching. Exotic's there for the quad even. Bonus one by LFS, and the reroute works out in their favor.
The change of pace from LFS being the more aggressive team, a smart rotate back, go back to A after they pull the rotations on C, allows them to expose a lot of the gaps. Even though they have a slightly worse buy, they're still able to get these small advantages that build up throughout the round and enable them to get the site, able to plant the spike, and the discipline coming from LFS not to swing. They know it's 1v2. They know the pressure is on him, on Kelly S to defuse a spike to get a kill. All they have to do is wait out the time because time is on their side on the post plant, and so far the stables have been working out for them.
They prevented most of the aggressive plays from Action PH from getting any real value. The only one there who had an impact early on had to be Kevs, honestly, and as of now, APH absolutely struggling. Such a confident look here for LFS. Big reason why they made it back from the open qualifiers to the regular season to begin with. In case in points, they just look so comfy with this kind of composition. Exotic already finding Kevs, super low on the HP, ready to go again, but the shot from Kevs silences that, and Action PH from that point on, now they're moving from C to try and navigate towards A here.
That one kill not only slows down the pace a bit, but also gives Kevs the Hunter's Fury to work with. He can slow down this plant if they choose to do so. Even on this economic buy, if he finds one, it's going to be insane for them. Rabab is able to clear out short, though, and the plant eventually does come through, but look at the defense. They're already going for the pincer with not much anti-flank to work with, but there goes the alarm, but they have at least some reinforced A lobby control, and they can focus their attention here on the front side onto Heaven, already marking it, but with no smoke, they have to be very wary because they've learned their lesson that these sheriffs are very deadly.
This Fury though unleashed from spawn. Blurred trying to play the front line too. Paranoia played up, and Micro gets the back to Slada. V-Black though on the board, playing towards Hell. Here comes Kelly S with the firepower, and V-Black so low already. Where's Rabab? Down he goes. Derek with a stellar tap too. It's a 1v2 situation. The classic is enough. No, it's the Sheriff instead who finds the target. And Action PH, they scramble yet again towards the site, but the thrifty wins are what wins them these kind of games, wins them these kind of rounds. And case in point, that's another evidence put into this locker.
APH finds one in a round. I'm not sure if they expected to have all the confidence to win, but that opening kill from Kevs really changed the pace. Not only can they fight with the Hunter's Fury, but already with removing the duelist from the attacking team allows them to get the space that they need, buys them the time to rotate faster, and that quick flank in combination with the util on the side really pinched the LFS squad to really fight for their lives. And regardless of their guns, regardless of the firepower, it doesn't matter if you're stunned.
It doesn't matter here for APH too that they stun the opposition with these thrifty wins. LFS, that was their chance to snowball in terms of the scoreline. And look what APH now brings to this fight. Up in hand for Blurred. So much money in the bank too. Exotic though in the meantime playing towards short, at least avoiding that initial contact with the operator. Yet again, LFS slowly trying to find one of these picks across the map. V-Black also trying to do the same thing. Alarm bot and Nanoswarm now gonna get triggered. But they don't still know that Exotic's on the inside while Blurred here is watching any kind of cross towards lobby. Eventually the Aldro now exposes his location, and this is gonna be tense. Might be into the loving arms of Blurred if ever.
Micro's already ready because they know that LFS are willing to play the time and try to work themselves throughout the map. The operator shot does miss, but that forces them and funnels them onto the seaside. But look of Micro's positioning, he's already there. He might go big here if they don't check him, but the scan's gonna come through, the wallbank's gonna come out. He's not gonna be able to find one. He's actually gonna fall for himself, so it's gonna be 5v4. The operator for Blurred's not gonna be great on the retake as well, but the spray is gonna come through. It might be huge. Kalieski finds one, but it's gonna be Slatham to eventually get the trade. Derek's gonna be able to find 3, and it's 2v1 on the advantage for APH. The scan is also going to reveal the last location. It's going to be Kevs eliminating him and getting that second round for APH.
Derek, danger, close. What was that from him? So stuck into the corner, willing to push it out, willing to get in the way. And from that point on, it was APH who was able to save their own thing. You think it was supposed to be for Kelly S, right? Where everyone was just lined up for him. But Derek, left and right, just wiggling that mouse, happy to find all those targets, tracking them down. Well done there by Action PH. Every single station that they had, they were in position to try and capitalize. Big round, and perhaps not a lack of punish there from LFS, really costing them that. Micro now, Jump Peaks gets a bit of that intel. They know the C hit is coming. There's the utility, the paranoia is there, and while Exotic's gonna get stunned on up, he's already taken down here by APH.
For the retake, at least, Derek does have that Killjoy ultimate, the lockdown available, because he was able to land those frags in the previous round. They do somewhat halt the push, but on the other side of the map, Kevs, this time, instead of waiting on site, is being a bit more proactive, taking control. Now they know they're not C and they're not A, so they're already preparing for the B hit with the contact turret and the nanoswarms already in place. Kevs might be able to find one, finds two instead. A great deal, 2 for 1 for Kevs. Doesn't even lose his life, might be able to find a third. No, eventually does fall, gives up the A side for them, but Rabab's able to find another Spectre and upgrade for his weapon.
Yeah, well, LFS down now to 2. They still have ultimates to utilize, but Action PH yet again just getting in the way of the initial plan here of LFS. We've seen a while ago that they wanted to play those for those picks, and now that they changed the play, go for those executes, it just literally the clutches of APH are so prepared right now with their angles. We were seeing a while ago that they wanted to play it a bit more aggressive just to anticipate what LFS was going to do. And case in point now, 25 seconds. Time is everything here for LFS. Babsto avoids the stun, but can't avoid the bullets of Kelly S. It's Slalom instead. Can't even move a muscle from that corner. Isolated that duel. Maybe another one. Kelly S with a bit of covering fire to boot. 3K here for Kelly S. And it's a 3-3 scoreline now.
Slowly but surely off of that Thrifty, it's going to be APH finding themselves in a way back into this game, equalizing the scoreline now to 3-3. And look at the replay, the positioning from Kevs, knowing that they had the stall, knowing that he could push up A. Even if he did fall, it still has enough time for his team to rotate and cover for that retake for that A site. A lot of flexibility, a lot of map movements going in the way of APH. It's up to LFS right now to really find more value. They have that Hero Vandal on the side of Exotic, but they have a lot of util as well. They have the Hunter's Fury, and we've seen how well that can come into play when Kevs use it. So this time around, this Operator Peak might be able to find the value, but this Fate is going to stall them out a bit. Kelly S is going to bodyguard his teammate, make sure that he has the footsteps to run away. Oh, but they do hear the Operator.
Yeah, they know now the op is in hand, and APH trying to scare off the opposition. Exotic, though, willing to lead the charge. They already handled the first wave well, but the flash is there, and the peak comes from APH's advantage. Absolutely in the clutches of Action PH, and there you go yet again. A stands for advantage, and it's just the A game looking strong here for Action PH. Another one here for Kevs, perhaps. B-Black absolutely isolated right now. A 3K for him. Rabab's the only one who has made the lurk work, but they know he's coming, and Blurred, oh, he misses the shot, sees, of course, never still clear that the opponent is right in front of him. There's the takedown confirmed now, and with a flawless win, it's APH who takes the lead.
Now, instead of trying to recover, they're now in the lead, in the driver's seat, furthering their advantage. The spray from Kevs on the very tight angles, able to find 2. Later on, he'll find the 3rd as well. And I think these small plays really matter as they build up to a reason why APH won the last game. So the pressure is on for LFS to really decide what they want to do. This time around, look at the ultimates. They have their lockdown, they have the Hunter's Fury, they have the Cosmic Divide. The Cosmic Divide and lockdown is, you can put the lockdown in very pesky angles, which you normally can't, forcing the attackers to really, the defenders from really going very far away and stalling the retake even more. But how will they use it with this timeout? They have to plan this very carefully. This type of things, they have a lockdown of their own, as well as a Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury.
And we can see it here for Action PH when they're not dealing with ultimates. They just look so crisp in playing those aggressive angles, making their own plays so actively around the map. It's a big reason why they're in the lead in the first place. I'd love to see something a bit earlier here from LFS. Let that lockdown rip, let that Cosmic Divide go, maybe even that Hunter's Fury to boot later on, which they're saving perhaps for the lockdown of Derek. But sometimes LFS, they need to be the ones to set that active pace early on. If not, Action PH is going to use the vast majority of this map to do so in their stead.
I mean, at least lesson that they should have learned from Icebox is that not even the angle, but the presence of the Operator has always changed the way that LFS moves. And LFS is so afraid to make contact with it that it just shoves them into the opposite direction, into the hands of APH. So they have to learn how to deal with it. And after this tag pause, looks like they're going to take control of mid. They don't want to go to that long angle on C or longer angle of A. They don't want to fight that operator this time, just working a lot more defaulty, trying to get the space in segments.
Yeah, well, segments aside, what part of this map can LFS even get? Right now, they're trying to put their flag towards the garage, but Kelly, yes, will just say shove off and use that fault line to slow them down. Spike's left behind, and instead picks yet again here are desperate for LFS. The only picks that we see, though, are courtesy of Action PH and courtesy of Blurred. Two easy targets going into middle. Another one here from Micro as he's just watching, waiting, and using Trigger Discipline to find and fish for more. APH, this is textbook. LFS, what can they even do now?
It's only can deal with the operator somehow. He has to get the spike still. He has the flashes in case he wants to peek those long angles, and a lot of ways to disable their opponents and get an advantage in that. So many of 5v1, it's almost a checkmate. seconds remaining, and they have all their base. One in A, one in C, stack upon mid. Where will he choose to peek? Maybe he peek here. He'll be able to find one, but he won't expect the other two players swinging out. This is something that APH has done on both of the maps, able to play off each other. We saw it on Icebox with that yellow play with the now on Haven, a similar story. One player plays close the off shot regardless if it hits or not. If it does hit, good value for you. If it doesn't hit, trade somehow, maybe even get the advantage. Take a look at the replay, finds the first spill, and I like how he dashes to the right side. If he dashes to the left, it means that there's a chance that they go for the trade on him and he can't see deep onto the right angle. Dashes to the right, it baits them to swing to the right, which is into the arms of Micro.
It was just so coordinated. Let's say that. It was such a strong and well-synced double swing that I enjoy seeing that from Action PH. It's their bread and butter right now as a team. And well, LFS, they decide to throw the standard straight towards that B side. Hunter's Fury though gonna be the call. Seems like they're not planting as of yet. They're desperate to try and get a bit of that A-Link control instead. But Kelly S is right there, throws the flash, tries to play off it. Inside the smoke though, it's a big mystery, and Exotic will chase him down to get that takedown. Spike though planted, Kev's right now with the covering fire, and he finds two anyway from that point on. Maybe Blurred can find an angle here with the Blade Storm. Aldron searching inside the smoke as much as possible, but the Aftershock right now to dissuade the push. The scan comes, and there you go, the flash comes on in. It's just a trade of utility, allowing LFS to still keep this A-Link position in their clutches. But the scan now unreal from Kevs. Blurred exactly knows what's coming. Slalom the only one left, but Action PH, they've been keeping tabs of the opposition, and now they've come to collect.
Such a claustrophobic fight here on A-Link. They use every piece of util to just hold down this small choke. Like the Spartans that they are, APH finds a way to hold off that attacking side. Even though they got that early momentum, even though Kelias fell early, even with the Rolling Thunder available for him, that punish was not enough to convert the round for LFS. And buying time in that small fight allowed the rest of APH to go for the defuse. It allowed Derek to rotate faster, and it just gives them more opportunities. If they keep playing like this, if they can't deal with the operator, it could be a slippery slope for looking for sponsor.
Absolutely. Blurred has just been an absolute menace. Sure, by existing, but Kelly S and Kevs, you see how comfy they are playing with one another. It's incredible. Kevs is just top fragging right now. Kelly S already at double digits on the assist, and while LFS are going in, Derek now is going to town to find Asta there. Sladon at the very least makes a trade happen. Micro transferring before even confirming the kill. Sure, why not? Sladon though still fighting 3v3, and Kelly S found out by Revabs. Good covering fire here by LFS. I like that they're able to regroup towards the garage. APH trying to make the pinch, but the numbers at least in favor of LFS now.
The numbers are with them, especially with that Killjoy. It's going to push Kevs to a position he doesn't want to play, but also it means that he knows exactly where they could be the only positions to play. It's going to be Blurred, who's going to hold the flank in case they double back, but it looks like they're going to just commit to the side. Kevs are able to find one. Will he be able to find the second? Yes, he will. The Guardian, will he get the third? No, it forces the 1v1 between both Jets. The Operator versus the Vatic versus Blurred. The spike hasn't gone down yet, so there's a lot of options. 40 seconds still on the clock, meaning that the rotate is ever so possible, but will he find the timing? There's so many angles to check, and he's looking at the right one. Surely the game sense coming out from Blurred, knowing that Exotic back through window off. It secures APH another round.
Yeah, Shorty's at the ready, and APH will follow suit. Kevs, though, again and again, impressing. Truth be told, Kevs is really one of the high-impact players here on the PH side, and when his mental is absolutely fine, when his focus is straight into the game, he is just impeccable at hitting shots like this. When you allow a team like Action PH to get comfy with one another, and the playstyle that they have so far running into the map, this is what they can bring to the table. Made it the top 4 last time. With performances like this, maybe they can go even further, as now rifles are out for LFS. Blurred though. Oh, he knew someone was there but couldn't hit the shots.
Go for some pre-fires here, but it does spot out the operator test, which is value in itself. But instead of rotating away from it, they're actually pulling a lot of other players towards that C side. We were talking about how the players really have need to gel with each other. But speaking of gel, it looks like Kilias gonna hold the A side, find one for himself, but Rabab's eventually gonna go for the trade. The C hit about to begin, and here comes the drone.
Stone's out, Cosmic Divide's there too, and Micro over onto the corner, pushes, but this time exposed and found out by Exotic. 2-for-1 trade in the end. Blurred still holding it to the backline. Hunter's Fury is there too to inspire confidence, but in the end, it's Kevs again in a scenario where he has to do it all. 1v2. The back off now for LFS to play towards the long angle, but because of the Cosmic Divide, they're not gonna hear Kevs coming whatsoever. Rabab's though anticipating, and Rabab's is ready for him. Action PH loses out this time as LFS make the push towards C this time.
Round in the half.
You know, honestly, I was surprised that the Hunter's Fury from Kevs even managed to reach, based on the positioning that he was playing on A, that somehow it still was able to help Kevs at the end. One of them was low, but Rabab's, again, like you mentioned, was just too smart. He knew exactly where he could possibly come from and punishes Kevs because of that action. They get around for themselves, but it's still in the lead of APH. It secures them at least the first half lead, but will this be 7-5 or will this be 8-4? That is going to be the question that's going to be decided this round. The operator returns with Blurred, and that is something that they have to deal with yet again.
I think the problem right now for LFS is they should be using some of these utilities, some of these ultimates early, and they did so last round. This time around, denied already for Asta. Blurred with a takedown. Nice right click though from Exotic, despite the haze of a flash. Blurred though from above tries to hit that shot, not gonna happen. Kevs now will regroup to try and reinforce that short angle. Opens up an opportunity for Rababs if ever. APH, they feel like there's so much pressure right now towards A side, but LFS will double back. An interesting call now. They think that they can go for the rotation towards C perhaps. They're watching out for the flank even here. And case in point, it's still LFS looking for these picks before anything else.
Trying to make their ways back, but look, the back is already covered. The pinch from APH so early. They have control. They know that they're still on that A side. They have the info, even though LFS doesn't know that they know. The operator's still holding short for Blurred. And what can he do with this? There's no stuns available. Asta's out of the round. They have to play contact off of it, and there's no flash, no stun, and it's going to be so much value from the operator. Kev is going to use the shot to try to get a peek, but he's going to get punished on the timing. It forces his teammate back.
Yeah, super distracted there, looking towards short, and the timing there from LFS, even better. Spike planted. Now we do see Derek trying to come in from Link, where Exotic is waiting for him to actually push on the opposite end. From the shadows available here from Micro, it seems like the call is to look for a bit of intel, a better angle, but Derek finds the angle towards Exotic instead. Paranoia now into the lobby. Micro gathering intel for himself just to play off it, but it's 3v3 and the Hunter's Fury is still a threat. Both Blurred and Derek trying to navigate towards the side. Micro though, massive here from Micro, does it all, wins the round for APH, and that's the end of the first half.
8-4, APH with a dominating victory here on the first half, and Micro, the star of this round, able to secure that. He plays his life, but with that paranoia that gives him enough space to get those peaks, and they unfortunately line up for LFS. But the third also coming from Sewers, a great call from his teammates, but it all started out with this opening pick from Blurred, able to secure one. Unfortunately, you're right, they weren't able to use that breach util, no flash, no stun, and look at this beautiful spray down, able to find two, and the third one. Again, another reason why APH is in that driver's seat.
It's so good there from Micro. From the shadows to the exit towards long from lobby, gathered intel players were there throughout the paranoia, tried to get those kills from that point on, and he just pulled so much attention the whole freaking time. Micro is just so clutch in these kind of scenarios, and with this kind of lead and with this kind of momentum right now, APH absolutely in control. The only chance now for LFS is to take the stick shift and just fight back against Action PH. They're gonna do so now with a split defense towards A. Such a big investment, anticipating APH to rush down towards them.
Well, thankfully for them, the attackers do seem to posture themselves aside. But with time already ticked down, they have to know that there are players crept up at least and one of these. Will they expect that both long and short are already covered though? Because if they don't, this gamble from LFS might pay in droves for them. They're already looking at Rababs as he's holding Garage for the rest of his team. But look at that A side. The opening kill. Slatham finds one. They do choose to fight for it, but it's APH who comes out on top. Derek and Kev finding one. The Flash is going to be able to help one, but it's going to be Exotic finding three. Will he be able to find 4? 22 HP. Dash is close to get a better angle, but it's going to be Kevs who lands on top, forcing V2. We've seen Kevs do this before. Only the ghost in hand. He has the recon dart to work with. Will he expect the player on too short? I mean, long. Vanta Black is low though.
And LFS, we were so prepared. I believe they hit the vulnerable state on many targets for Action PH. And Exotic again and again. Multi-kills when LFS need it the most. Can Kevs do one better in a 1v2? Looking at the HP here for V Black, he's just one away from getting shot up by the ghost, but rotation right now. Making it towards that C site. Buys him time.
It's a good plant.
He has a dart, and you said it. It's a good plant. He can play off so many angles, and as you can see, moving into Link and looking to anticipate the rotate there from LFS.
This plant is so good because it can work both for that CT as well as long. They're going to be able to clear out long though, but now they have to guess if it's going to be coming out from short or not. He's going to play off the turret though and try to get one. He finds one that he needs, and it's the player who is low. Also, that's the Killjoy. Deactivates the turret. The scan's going to be able to help him find one, but they're both a sliver of HP. Whoever lands the shot, he has to assume he got off the spike already, and one bullet changes this round for either player. It's going to be Kevs coming out on top with the 4 during APH to piss around, furthering their lead and allowing them to buy up for that second round.
Such a strong position and such a strong player in Kevs. 21 takedowns now, and the hope from LFS just absolutely snuffed out by a single player. You mentioned it, there's so many ways that you play off a plant like that. You can play towards long, you can play towards CC side, you can play towards garage. And Kevs just cleared it all. He made sure that he was able to funnel the opposition bit by bit. Didn't even care about the turret nearby. Went for the operator himself, or the Killjoy himself rather. And then from that point on, it's just Action PH again getting away thanks to, I'd say, some of their stellar callings in the microsense. The clutch factor is just there for this team.
Clutch masters in their own right. They have the Smoke Criminal, they have the Sova God, and with Kelly S also to reinforce that fact, they're gonna have the firepower for sure, especially by 3 Bulldogs already. But Fluid has that Ghost. They have some save. They want to get that operator or maybe a better rifle later on in the round. They get a clean A hit though. Not a lot of resistance coming from the defensive side. They have a couple sheriffs to work with. They're gonna go for that group swing, but will this get punished? The off angle gets one, but the dash out actually pushes him into the crosshair of Kevs. The firepower raining through the rain of bullets, and now here comes the stun.
And there you have it now, Action PH. It's effectively a 5v2. Very convincing as they make their way towards the site itself. LFS couldn't provide the pressure, and it seems like the question now is, what can LFS do moving forward? They try to play the flank. It's going to be difficult with both Derek and Micro on it. Of course, the front line heavily enabled by Blurred and Kelly S. So as it stands, Action PH, they feel so much confidence. Kelly S is just unrelenting. He wants to chase, he wants to kill, and while you reload in front of him, you are just dead to rights. A flawless win for Action PH in their buy round, the anti-eco effective.
Kelly S, again, relentless in the pursuit to get more frags, because that only helps them even further. It gets the momentum, it builds up that ultimate. And look at the ultimate already. Kevs almost has his Hunter's Fury off of this. Derek somehow is able to survive that. His teammate able to trade him, and Kelly S just runs and guns his way to victory as he eventually finishes him off with a classic.
Just Action PH getting to play their game plan, getting to play the style that they want. And this has to be the make or break moment here from LFS. Rifles at the ready, and Sladom is there to get to. Micro stand stall though, at least to try and fight back. But damage done until Kevs is able to mitigate it. All across the map we're getting skirmishes. APH still able to fight back. It's such a small advantage here for LFS in terms of the rifles, and Action PH still able to weather that storm.
Speaking of the damage though, look at Kevs and Micro. They have no armor, but on the other side, it's Vanta Black and Exotic so low. 34 HP is the max HP between both of those players, meaning that any bullet to the body with these rifles can take them out, especially with those Vandals. Bulldogs, though, is a different story, but still the firepower is there. They're going to go and recon dark close, but no one's there. They will spot out one on the backside, but they're going to check Garage just in time. They have control of site already. The Shock Dart actually finishing off Phantoms are about into this 1v3 situation. The drone gonna delay him even further. He's hiding in the dark cover, tries to swing out, but the contact here is too powerful. Derek there to swing off his little buddy, and it's gonna be another round for APH, pushing them to that 11 score line.
Absolutely well played there in the bonus, and it was a good start there for Sladom, but it's just not enough. Action PH, critical shots for both C and B side, putting V Black as well as one more player in such a low HP state. And case in point, they cleared out the backside with the Shock Dart. They even found the kill, right? 3v1 so quickly. Action PH, just the odds, they stacked them towards their favor. They're the ones making their own destiny. They're the ones making sure that their re-engages are solid, and they use the right amount of utility to make them feel safe, but at the same time still have something in reserve. This Action PH squadron, they were strong before, but I'd say they're a little bit two-dimensional. They had a certain plan, they had such a by-the-book approach, but now with Kelly S there, and of course everyone's so acclimated with one another. Kev's looking so good right now, Derek looking so good right now in how they're playing out this Haven map. It's Action PH activated all throughout the series, and perhaps the standard will set moving into the regular season in the coming weeks too.
I mean, Kelly S, even though he's a new addition, it's not like the rest of the core players here from APH are unfamiliar with him. They've played against him, and even Kevs on that former RQ roster was his teammate, so there is some form of synergy and some note of what the playstyle will be. And so far, that fit has been a fit that really works for APH. And if momentum up and steal this round from LFS, it'll be great. But they had a tactical pause, they had some time to think, but their buy is still not as solid as whatever plan they might have come up with. This time around, though, the Hunter Sphere for Kevs can pay very big because the damage from that, especially with this lower buy, could be immense. Nanoswarm's going to delay, but it's going to be a free C-side.
And there you have it, sure. Nanoswarm's in the way, but beyond that, they're wading through, find the angles, and such a good cascade right now for APH of members yet again all across. Aftershock lob towards Blurred though, but Blurred still is able to fight back. Asta's down, dash on in already here from Exotic, getting over back towards the spawn area, but then again, Sladom finds Blurred up top now, looking for any kind of angle. Post plant is the call here for Action PH, and Kelly S is the tip of that spear instead. Rababs goes down, B-Back trying to play a smoke criminal approach. There we have it, it fades away, and Kelly S and Kevs instead with the takedowns. Exotic though, at least, the blade's still sharp. Hunter's Fury gets the tag, it's Exotic versus the world, but the right click, well, it's not gonna be enough. Kelly S with a third kill, and it's now match point here for Action PH.
The former RQ boys, Kevs and Kelly S, able to come up big, securing another round, and they're playing off that Hunter's Sphere that Kev was able to build up because he lacked clutches during this attacking half. Able to get the frags that are important and win those 1v1s. This time, they had a bit of a broken buy for LFS, but this time, they still have only the Spectre and a couple Guardians, not the weapons that they really want here on match point. They have the Hunter's Sphere to work with, but with the from Kelly S, that can be a game changer.
Action PH, can they finish off the job? Broken by here, whatever LFS can afford, they will do so. And still enough firepower at least to fight back against these rifles, but caution has been thrown to the wind. LFS aggressively pushing out towards that B site. Now they realize it's gonna be that A hit instead. That Rolling Thunder still a big threat. Blurred already getting the hell in there. And as LFS will cede the site, APH forcing post plant so early.
Post plant gonna come in, but the interruption also from the Hunter's Sphere gonna try to do as much damage they can. They spot a one player up to find Blurred through all that commotion. The Spike's gonna try to be interrupted, but Micro's gonna get the jump. 10 HP's in a pretty safe spot, but Atta Black's able to capitalize. Swing 1, 2, 3, and APH just gets kill after kill after kill, and it's all up to Slatham. We've seen him come up big, but now he's stunned, now he's scanned, even not burnt. Time against him, he only has that drone. No reason will be available for the rest of this retake, and he only has the Guardian to work with. He has to speed through and try to get more from that timing. He knows there's one player, he's able to find one, but the third contact brings him low. 3 bullets and a dream. Is not going to be a dream that's big enough because it's going to be a nightmare for him as Kelly S lands a frag.
Yeah, Action PH wakes up on the right side of the bed on their first outing here in Stage 2, and they are absolutely incredible and activated all throughout. Sure, a small roster swap, it makes a big impact, and the core that was already absolutely sound from before is even better now. Well done for showing both the cards around here between the two teams, but the only picturesque moment truly is Action PH's victory. Absolutely convincing there on Haven. They've slayed some demons from the past and beat the former Abaddon Abyss squad technically at their own game.
I mean, they had that confidence. We had the stats. They were 100% win rate against APH. APH's small improvements has really paid for them in dividends. And I think it's one of those small momentum things, especially with that operator pick on Blurred, is something that LFS just has to learn. With a bit more proactivity also on their defense has hindered them. As we look at the statistics, we can see 18-4 very convincing for APH. The addition of Kelly S and the way they move around the map with him has really changed the way they play Haven.
Yeah, let's not forget the clutch moments again and again from Kevs. So consistent in those kind of scenarios. Micro as well. That one round there, especially near the end of the first half, really set the tone of what was next to come for the rest of the map. And we see that from Action PH. The fact that they can still win out those thrifty states, the fact that they're so resilient about holding down certain positions and certain angles, and the way that they're able to play in dynamic duos that can protect one another. It's been the APH way from afar, but now it's even more so better, even more so sharper. We were talking about them last split. Is this team ready for the big leagues? Is this team ready for VCTPH? They were before, and now they're even more so. So I'd love to see what else Action PH can do now moving forward.
I mean, a lot of their team and individual play, honestly, has been a big factor. We talk about the clutch factor, but it's a lot of their players. It's not just like one star player. We have the 3K from Derek. We have those big plays from Micro. We see Kevs and Kelly S, of course, have their own highlights. Even Kevs clutching up that pistol round. But overall, the entire team just feels like they're together and they look like they're playing a bit more confident.
Just the confidence is abound. The way that they're able to play so actively around the map is just there. And of course, the man we've been talking about all throughout this series, the newest edition, will be delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. It's Kelly S looking better than ever in a squad that looks sharp as he is. Well done here by Action PH. Convincing win versus such a long-time rival all throughout Split 1. And this really makes such a big difference for Action PH right now. Now they're looking to be more of these contenders. They want to say that we can fight even higher than the 4th place we got last time around.
I mean, they have a win, and they also have no excuses to be made. Last time they could say, yeah, we just got together, so we're still working things out. But this time around, they have the experience of Split 1. They had a break to work with their new teammate, and moving on, that confidence has grown in this game, and hopefully carries that momentum throughout the rest of this split. But overall, I feel like for LFS, they have the tools that they need. They have some shining players. Slatham especially has always come up big in times of great need for their team. How they play off each other, and more of how they play the map. Being so passive sometimes doesn't work out, and being too aggressive at times gets punishing. It's the small things that they have to just change a bit.
Yeah, LFS, well, we've seen them crawl out of terrible situations before. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but they are absolutely good for it. And you mentioned it, Sladom still looking to be a star. Exotic comes up out of nowhere when he really needs to the most. So there is still that potential right now here for LFS, especially if they get that right support from probably the right org along the way. I do wonder what is next though for this LFS squadron. It seems like they're also opening up their rotations just a little bit more. They're willing to say, okay, these guys can play it out. But of course, to break down everything going on, that is going to be the panel 4. You'll see you guys on the other side. On the casting side, we're signing on out. Go over panel side.
Sa matchup natin. Hindi talaga may pagkakait, no guys, na kapag itong looking for sponsor yung naglalaro, laging labanan ng firepower yung nangyayari. Pero ang good news dito, added utility value na talaga yung nakikita natin. Ilang beses natin nakita tong mga teams na to na sulit yung utility kit nila kasi ang ganda lagi nung play of contact nila based from their utilities. And as we go and see the highlights over here, makikita natin dito, Ray, kung gaano ka one step ahead itong APH compared sa LFS nga dito sa ating labanan.
At feel ko yan, yung naging meron pagdating kay Kelly S in his addition for the team itself. Kasi nga nung time na si Nagi yung kasama nila, medyo talagang maraming pagkukulang yung APH at hinahanap nila yung perfect piece sa puzzle nila. At sa wakas ngayon, pinove pa lang kagad ni Kelly S sa pinakaunang matchup nila against LFS, one of their biggest contenders nga noong nakaraang season. Talagang nag-iba yung style ng APH. Mas na-maximize nila yung mga kailangan nilang gawin ngayon din.
Yun nga eh. Ang nakapansin ko din dito kaagad for APH is ang bilis nila makapag-adjust. Nakikita nila na medyo nagdadahan-dahan ang LFS pagdating sa kanilang mga sa pag-defend nila ng sites. They're just taking their time getting in the info. Tapos ang ginagawa dito ng LFS is lalaroin nila yung retake. At doon nag-a-adjust ang APH. Gusto ko yung nagiging komportable na ngayon yung APH compared sa mga nangyari ng split 1. Dahil we can see na sobra silang nag-explode ngayon. And to the point na every time na meron ditong move na gagawin nga si Kelly S, there's always adjustment din coming in from Micro and the rest of the gang.
Ang masasagot ko na lang siguro talaga dyan, napaka-evident kung gaano kabilis yung responsiveness nila sa isa't isa. Mukhang solid yung communication nila dito sa day 1 debut nila, dito sa ating split 2 talaga. Pero isa pang bagay na kapansin-pansin dito, bukod pa sa utility shuffle, both teams were really showing patience pagdating dito sa side takes nila. Pero kahit kanina nakita natin si Micro very patient dun sa trigger discipline niya, 'di ba? Pero saktong-sakto, the newest addition to the team, Ray Ray, siya pa nga ang ating match MVP, walang iba kundi si Kelly S na pwede nga nating sabihin tong mga may S sa dulo, may nagtatanging lakas.
Ay, syempre, mga nagmana yan sa mismong kung saan niya kinuha yung inspiration kay Mr. Kenny S na nasa kabilang bangbang na nagsistream na ngayon ng Valorant. Kelly S right now, ECS 310. Yun nga, sabi nga natin, minention ko na din kanina, siya yung missing piece. At ngayon, mukhang nakakuha na ng Action PH yung identity nila para sa stage ngayon. And Kelly S, I'm happy na, syempre nung nasa Sky Empire pa siya, sobrang nakukulangan din ako eh. Pero dito on their match against LFS, siguro mas naging explosive pa siya kaysa dati.
Parang ito yung last piece on the puzzle na meron tayo ngayon for APH. They're just really comfortable sa lahat ng mga nilalatag dito na runway ni Kelly S pagdating sa kanilang mga duelist dito, pagdating kina Blurred, sa mga nagiging opener sila. At nakikita mo yung backbone talaga dito ng players from APH ay gumagana ng gusto to the point na nagiging komportable si Blurred kapag nakukuha niya yung first initial frags and then yung follow-up dito ay nandun nga sa kanyang backbone. So, congrats sa APH. Ang ganda ng first day nila dito.
Maganda talaga yung first day nila dito. And siguro to add to that na lang, sana magtuloy-tuloy yung momentum na sinimulan nila dito. On the side of LFS, marami rin tayong nakita na shining moments nila dito, pero kahit saan mo idaan, I guess APH was just the more prepared team this time around. Especially nung nasa Haven na nga tayo, na map pick pa nga nila dito mismo. Pero as that series comes to a close, mare-reveal na natin yung updated group standings natin kung saan makikita na natin yung mga scorelines. Dahil lahat ng 8 teams natin dito, nakilala na natin. Pero sa inyo ba ladies, gusto ko malaman, listen natin sa iyo, Honey Glaze naman, meron bang team na so far sobrang nagsa-stand out sa'yo? Hinuhulaan ko na GameLab na naman yung sagot mo, pero sige, bibigyan kita ng chance. Baka naman iba yung isagot mo this time.
Wala GameLab talaga Doon sa mga ginawa nila kanina, parang hindi mapapantayan yung lakas nila in Lotus
Yes. Talagang big GameLab fan talaga si HG since then. Pero ako talaga sobrang proud ako sa Action PH talaga ngayon din. Dahil syempre, yung missing piece nila nahanap na nila. Tapos ito pa yung kung kailan na sabi nga nila, sabi na nga ni Kevsi sa tweet, sabi din ni Blurred, sabi ng mga miyembro ng APH before, na babawi sila ngayong season na to. At mukhang sa first matchup pa lang nila against a strong team, which is LFS, di ba? Ang tagal na din ito, nakabawi nga sila. At napaka-questionable nga sa akin, di ba? Dapat it will take time for them to get that chemistry. But looks like Kelly is really well-adjusted kagad siya ngayon.
Yes, and saktong-sakto yan. Speaking of adjustments, since lahat ng teams dito nakapagpakilala na, at the same time, meron na silang idea kung gaano ka-tough yung competition natin dito, sakto na ipapakita natin yung tomorrow's matches para magkaalaman kung sino na yung magpapakita ng mga panibagong strategy at kung ano-ano pa nga dito. Dahil napakalupit, ito na naman ang very hype na matchup, ang RNT versus APH na feeling ko inaabang-abangan ni Ray Ray dito.
Ay, syempre, yung rambutan ni Tatay talaga, guys, i-highlight namin yan. One time sa stream dito sa casting namin, magdadala talaga ako ng rambutan kasi paborito namin yung nanay ko. Pero syempre, ang ikakas kasi namin bukas ni Honey Glaze, ang LFS na naman together with Zol. So far, 0-1 sila. Pero ngayon ba, magiging mas mataas ba yung level nila sa kanilang paglalaban, di ba? Yan din yung makalaking questions para sa dalawang team na to.
Parang ano nila to redeeming factor na lang. Bukas na bukas, pag nagkaroon na nga sila dito ng magandang series or ng mga magandang bito, so doon sila pwede makabawi. But by all means, hindi pa natin masabi kung sino pa talaga yung mas lalamang sa kanila. Dahil on the top of our leaderboards earlier, nakita na natin kung sino yung nagpakitang gilas, kung sino talaga on the top of the food chain. So, hahabol na lang dito yung mga natalo for this weekend alone.
And the good news is, konti pa lang. Hindi pa sobrang layo nung kailangan habulin. Marami pang oras. Syempre, hindi mo naman dapat sayangin yung opportunity na yan. Pero at the same time, maganda talaga na meron pang leeway for error. Especially since ang dami nating rosters ngayon na nag-reshuffle at nangangapapa kung anong klaseng synergy yung gusto nilang dalhin dito sa ating VCTPH Split 2 table. Now, as I say that, ilalapag ko na rin sa table natin ang ating mga sponsors dahil gusto namin magpasalamat syempre sa Riot Games pati sa Mineski Philippines for making this event possible.
Kung unlimited ang power kanina ng mga taga-APH, syempre, unlimited talaga ang lahat. With Grab Unlimited, celebrate great wins with great food and you can enjoy a free delivery every day. Meron ako niyan. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your very first month. At syempre, hindi lang yun yung surprise ng Grab Unlimited. Kasi you can enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Kaya don't miss out on your very free trial on your first month.
Syempre, hindi matatapos ang VCTPH Split 2 without thanking dito ang ating officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Ayusin ko na lang para sa sanctioned.
Nabubulala ako ng oras na
Gutom lang yan. Kung ako sa'yo, magpa-deliver ka na gamit ang Grab Unlimited. Swak na swak. Love na love ko talaga pag ganito yung mga sponsors natin. Kasi lahat naman tayo gustong kumain. Kaya dahil dyan guys, ira-wrap up na namin yung show. Kita-kita ulit tayo bukas para sa susunod na laro dito sa ating VCTPH Split 2. This has been Likeable, Ray Ray, and Honey Glaze. Maritres, signing out.
Bye.